Thunderstorm, fire, and rain, November 14, 1:33 a.m. The British Museum, London, England. Harry Masterson would be dead in 13 minutes. If he had known this, he would have smoked his last cigarette down to the filter. Instead, he stamped out the fag after only 3 drags and waved the cloud from around his face. If he was caught smoking outside the guards' break room, he would be really chewed out by that jerk Fleming, head of museum security. Harry was already on probation for coming in 2 hours late for his shift last week. Harry swore under his breath and pocketed the stub cigarette. He'd finish it at his next break, that is, if they got a break this night. Thunder echoed through the masonry walls. The winter storm had struck just after midnight, opening with a riotous volley of hail, followed by a deluge that threatened to wash London into the Thames. Lightning danced across the skies in forked displays from one horizon to another. According to the weatherman on the Beeb, it was one of the fiercest electrical storms in over a decade. Half the city had been blacked out, overwhelmed by a spectacular lightning barrage. And as fortune would have it for Harry, it was his half of the city that went dark, including the British Museum on Great Russell Street. Though they had backup generators, the entire security team had been summoned for additional protection of the museum's property. They would be arriving in the next half hour. But Harry, assigned to the night shift, was already on duty when the regular lights went out. And though the video surveillance cameras were still operational on the emergency grid, he and the shift were ordered by Fleming to proceed with an immediate security sweep of the museum's 2.5 miles of halls. That meant splitting up. Harry picked up his electric torch and aimed it down the hall. He hated doing rounds at night, when the museum was lost in gloom. The only illumination came from the street lamps outside the windows. But now, with the blackout, even those lamps had been extinguished. The museum had darkened to macabre shadows, broken by pools of crimson from the low-voltage security lamps. Harry had needed a few hits of nicotine to steel his nerve, but he could put off his duty no longer. Being the low man on the night shift's pecking order, he had been assigned to run the halls of the North Wing, the farthest point from their underground security nest. But that didn't mean he couldn't take a shortcut. Turning his back on the long hall ahead, he crossed to the door leading into the Queen Elizabeth II Great Court. This central 2-acre court was surrounded by the 4 wings of the British Museum. At its heart rose the great copper-domed round reading room, one of the world's finest libraries. Overhead, the entire 2-acre courtyard had been enclosed by a gigantic Foster & Partners-designed geodesic roof, creating Europe's largest covered square. Using his passkey, Harry ducked into the cavernous space. Like the museum proper, the court was lost to darkness. Rain pattered against the glass roof far overhead. Still, Harry's footsteps echoed across the open space. Another lance of lightning shattered across the sky. The roof, divided into 1,000 triangular panes, lit up for a blinding moment. Then darkness drowned back over the museum, drumming down with the rain. Thunder followed, felt deep in the chest. The roof rattled too. Harry ducked a bit, fearing the entire structure would come crashing down. With his electric torch pointed forward, he crossed the court, heading for the North Wing. He rounded past the central reading room. Lightning flashed again, brightening the place for a handful of heartbeats. Giant statues, lost to the darkness, appeared as if from nowhere. The Lion of Cnidos reared beside the massive head of an Easter Island statue. Then darkness swallowed the guardians away as the lightning died out. Harry felt a chill and pebbling of goose flesh. His pace hurried. He swore under his breath with each step. Bleeding difficult pieces of stuff. His litany helped calm him. He reached the doors to the North Wing and ducked inside, greeted by the familiar mix of mustiness and ammonia. He was grateful to have solid walls around him again. He played his torch down the long hall. Nothing seemed amiss, but he was required to check each of the wing's galleries. He did a fast calculation. If he hurried, he could complete his circuit with enough time for another fast smoke. With the promise of a nicotine fix luring him, he set off down the hall, the beam of his torch preceding him. The north wing had become host to the museum's anniversary showcase, an ethnographical collection portraying a complete picture of human achievement down the ages, spanning all cultures, like the Egyptian gallery with its mummies and sarcophagi. He continued hurriedly, ticking off the various cultural galleries: Celtic, Byzantine, Russian, Chinese. Each suite of rooms was locked down by a security gate. With the loss of power, the gates had dropped automatically. At last, the hall's end came into sight. Most of the gallery's collections were only temporarily housed here, transferred from the Museum of Mankind for the anniversary celebration. But the end gallery had always been here, for as far back as Harry could recall. It housed the museum's Arabian display, a priceless collection of antiquity from across the Arabian Peninsula. The gallery had been commissioned and paid for by one family, a family grown rich by its oil ventures in that region. The donations to keep such a gallery in permanent residence at the British Museum was said to top £5 million per annum. One had to respect that sort of dedication. Or not. With a snort at such a foolish waste of good money, Harry splayed his torch's spot across the engraved brass plate above the doorway. The Kensington Gallery, also known as the Difficult Person's Attic. While Harry had never encountered Lady Kensington, from the talk among the employees, it was clear that any slight to her gallery, dust on a cabinet, a display card with a smudge on it, a piece of antiquity not properly positioned, was met with the severest reprimand. The gallery was her personal pet project, and none withstood her wrath. Jobs were lost in her wake, claiming even a former director. It was this concern that kept Harry a few moments longer at his post outside the gallery's security gate. He swept his torch around the entrance room with more than casual thoroughness. Yet again, all was in order. As he turned away, withdrawing his torch, movement drew his eye. He froze, torch pointing at the floor. Deep within the Kensington Gallery, in one of the farther rooms, a bluish glow wandered slowly, shifting shadows with its passage. Another torch. Someone was in the gallery. Harry felt his heart pounding in his throat. A break-in. He fell against the neighboring wall. His finger scrambled for his radio. Through the walls, thunder reverberated, sonorous and deep. He thumbed his radio. "I have a possible intruder here in the north wing. Please advise." He waited for his shift leader to respond. Gene Johnson might be a difficult person, but he was also a former RAF officer. He knew his stuff. The man's voice answered his call, but dropouts ate most of his words, interference from the electrical storm. "Possible? Are you sure? Hold until. Are the gates secure?" Harry stared back at the lowered security gates. Of course he should have checked to see if they had been breached. Each gallery had only one entrance into the hall. The only other way into the sealed rooms was through one of the high windows, but they were wired against breakage or intrusion. And though the storm had knocked out main power, the backup generators kept the security grid online. No alarms had been raised at Central Command. Harry imagined Johnson was already switching cameras, running through this wing, bearing down on the Kensington Gallery. He risked a glance into the five-room suite. The glow persisted deep in the gallery. Its passage seemed aimless, casual, not the determined sweep of a thief. He did a quick check on the security gate. Its electronic lock glowed green. It had not been breached. He stared back at the glow. Maybe it was just the passing of some cars' headlights through the gallery's windows. Johnson's voice over his radio, cutting in and out, startled him. "Not picking up anything on the vid. Camera 5 is out. Stay put. Others on the way." Any remaining words disappeared into the ether, fritzed by the electrical storm. Harry stood by the gate. Other guards were coming as backup. What if it wasn't an intruder? What if it was just a sweep of headlights? He was already on thin ice with Fleming. All he needed was to be made a fool of. He took a chance and raised his torch. "You there!" he yelled. He thought to sound commanding, but it came out more of a shrill whine. Still, there was no change in the wandering pattern of the light. It seemed to be heading even deeper into the gallery, Not in panicked retreat, just a meandering slow pace. No thief could have that much ice in his veins. Harry crossed to the gate's electronic lock and used his passkey to open it. The magnetic seals released. He pulled the gate high enough to crawl under and entered the first room. Straightening, he lifted his torch again. He refused to be embarrassed by his momentary panic. He should have investigated further before raising the alarm. But the damage was done. The best he could do was save a bit of face by clearing up the mystery himself. He called out again, just in case. "Security, don't move!" His shout had no effect. The glow continued its steady but meandering pace into the gallery. He glanced back out the gate to the hall. The others would be here in under a minute. "Bugger it," he mumbled under his breath. He hurried into the gallery, pursuing the light, determined to root out its cause before the others arrived. With hardly a glance, he passed treasures of timeless significance and priceless value. Glass cabinets displaying clay tablets from Assyrian king Ashurbanipal. Hulking statues of sandstone dating back to pre-Persian times. Swords and weapons from every age. Phoenician ivories depicting ancient kings and queens. Even a first printing of the Arabian Nights under its original title, The Oriental Moralist. Harry swept forward through the rooms, slipping from one dynasty to another. From the times of the Crusades to the birth of Christ. From the glories of Alexander the Great to the ages of King Solomon and Queen Sheba. At last, he reached the farthest room, one of the largest. It contained objects more of interest to a naturalist, all from the region. Rare stones and jewels, fossilized remains, Neolithic tools. The source of the glow became clear. Near the center of the domed chamber, a half-meter globe of blue light floated lazily across the room. It shimmered, and its surface seemed to run with a flame of prismatic blue oil. As Harry watched, the globe sailed through a glass cabinet as if it were made of air. He stood stunned. A sulphurous smell reached his nostrils, issuing forth from the ball of cerulean light. The globe rolled over one of the crimson glowing security lamps, shorting it out with a sizzling pop. The noise startled Harry back a step. The same fate must have been dealt to camera 5 in the room behind him. He glanced to the camera in this room. A red light glowed above it. Still working. As if noting his attention, Johnson came back on his radio. For some reason, there was no static. "Harry, maybe you'd better get out of there." He remained transfixed, half out of fear, half out of wonder. Besides, the phenomenon was floating away from him, toward the darkened corner of the room. The globe's glow illuminated a lump of metal within a glass cube. It was a chunk of red iron as large as a calf, a kneeling calf. The display card described it as a camel. Such a resemblance was dodgy at best, but Harry understood the supposed depiction. The item had been discovered in the desert. The glow hovered over the iron camel. Harry backed a cautious step and raised his radio. Christ! The shimmering ball of light fell through the glass and landed upon the camel. Its glow winked out as quickly as a snuffed candle. The sudden darkness blinded Harry for a breath. He lifted his torch. The iron camel still rested within its glass cube, undisturbed. "It's gone." "Are you safe?" "Yeah." "What the hell was that?" Johnson answered, awe in his voice. "A sodding lightning ball, I think. I heard stories from mates aboard warplanes as they flew through thunderclaps. Storm must have spit it out, but bloody hell if that wasn't brilliant." "It's not brilliant anymore," Harry thought with a sigh, and shook his head. Whatever the hell it was, it at least saved him from an embarrassing ribbing from his fellow guards. He lowered his torch. But as the light fell away, the iron camel continued to glow in the darkness, a deep ruddy color. "What the hell now?" Harry mumbled and grabbed his radio. A severe static shock bit his fingers. Swearing, he shook it off. He raised his radio. "Something's odd. I don't think—" The glow in the iron flared brighter. Harry fell back. The iron flowed across the camel's surface, melting as if exposed to a wash of acid rain. He was not the only one to note the change. The radio barked in his hand. "Harry, get out of there!" He didn't argue. He swung around, but was too late. The glass enclosure exploded outward. Stabbing spears pierced his left side. A jagged shard sliced clear through his cheek. But he barely felt the cuts as a wave of blast furnace heat struck him, searing, burning away all the oxygen. A scream lay upon his lips, never to be aired. The next explosion ripped Harry from his feet and threw his body clear across the gallery. But only flaming bones hit the security gate, melting themselves into the steel grating. 01:53 a.m. Safia Almaz awoke in a dead panic. Sirens rang from all directions. Flashes of red emergency lights strobed the bedroom walls. Terror gripped her in a vice. She could not breathe. Cold sweat pebbled her brow, squeezed from her tightening skin. Clawed fingers clutched the bedsheets to her throat. Unable to blink, she was trapped for a moment between the past and the present. Sirens blaring, blasts echoing in the distance, and closer still, screams of the wounded, the dying, her own voice adding to the chorus of pain and shock. Bullhorns boomed from the streets below her flat. "Clear out for the engines! Everyone pull back!" English, not Arabic, not Hebrew. A low rumble rolled past her apartment building and off into the distance. The voices of the emergency crews drew her back to her bed, back to the present. She was in London, not Tel Aviv. A long, strangled breath escaped her. Tears rose to her eyes. She wiped them with shaky fingers. Panic attack. She sat wrapped in her comforter for several more breaths. She still felt like crying. It was always this way, she told herself, but the words didn't help. She gathered the woolen comforter around her shoulders, eyes closed, heart hammering in her ears. She practiced the breathing and calming exercises taught to her by her therapist. Inhale for 2 counts, out for 4. She let the tension flow away with each breath. Her cold skin slowly warmed. Something heavy landed on her bed. A small sound accompanied it, like a squeaky hinge. She reached out a hand, met by a purring welcome. "Come here, Billy," she whispered to the overweight black Persian. Billy leaned into her palm and rubbed the underside of his chin across Safia's fingers, then simply collapsed across her thighs as if the invisible string supporting the cat had been sliced. The sirens must have disturbed him from his usual nighttime haunting of her flat. The low purr continued on Safia's lap, a contented sound. This, more than her breathing exercises, relaxed the taut muscles of her shoulders. Only then did she notice the wary hunch in her back, as if fearing a blow that never came. She forced her posture straight, stretching her neck. The sirens and commotion continued half a block from her building. She needed to stand, find out what was happening. Anything simply to be moving. Panic had transmuted into nervous energy. She shifted her legs, careful to slide Billy onto the comforter. The purring halted for a moment, then resumed when it was clear he was not being evicted. Billy had been born in the streets of London, alley feral, a wild fluff of matted fur and spit. Sophia had found the kitten sprawled and bloodied on the flat stoop with a broken leg, covered in oil, hit by a car. Despite her help, he had bitten her in the fleshy meat of her thumb. Friends had told her to take the kitten to the animal shelter, but Sophia knew such a place was no better than an orphanage. So instead, she had scooped him up in a pillow linen and transported him to the local veterans clinic. It would have been easy to step over him that evening, but she had once been as abandoned and alone as the kitten. Someone had taken her in at the time too. And like Billy, she had been domesticated, but neither ended up completely tamed, preferring the wild places and rooting through lost corners of the world. But all that had ended with one explosion on a bright spring day. All my fault. Crying and screams again filled her head, merging with the sirens of the moment. Breathing too hard, Sophia reached to the bedside lamp, a small Tiffany replica depicting stained glass dragonflies. She flicked the lamp switch a few more times, but the lamp remained dark. Electricity was out. The storm must have knocked down a power line. Maybe that was all the commotion. Let it be something that simple. She swung out of bed, barefoot, but in a warm flannel nightshirt that reached her knees. She crossed to the window and twisted the blinds to peer through to the street below. Her flat was on the 4th floor. Below, the usually quiet and dignified street of iron lamps and wide sidewalks had become a surreal battlefield. Fire engines and police cars jammed the avenue. Smoke bellowed despite the rain, but at least the fierce storm had faded to the usual London weep. With the street lamps darkened, the only illumination came from the flashers atop the emergency vehicles. Yet, down the block, a deeper crimson glow flickered through the smoke and dark. Fire. Sophia's heart thudded harder, her breath choked, not from old terrors, but from newborn fears for the present. The museum! She yanked the blinds cords, ripping them up, and fumbled with the lock to the window. She pushed the sash open and bent out into the rain. She barely noted the icy drops. The British Museum was only a short walk from her flat. She gaped at the sight. The northeast corner of the museum had crumbled to a fiery ruin. Flames flickered from shattered upper windows, while smoke belched out in thick gouts. Men, cowled in rebreathing masks, dragged hoses. Jets of water sailed high. Ladders rose into the air from the back of engines. Still, worst of all, a gaping hole smoked on the second floor of the northeast corner. Rubble and blackened blocks of cement lay strewn out into the street. She must not have heard the explosion or just attributed it to the storm's thunder. But this was no lightning strike, more likely a bomb blast, a terrorist attack. Not again. She felt her knees grow weak. The north wing, her wing. She knew the smoking hole led into the gallery at the end. All her work, a lifetime of research, the collection, 1,000 antiquities from her homeland. It was too much to fathom. Disbelief made the sight even more unreal, a bad dream from which she would awake at any moment. She fell back into the security and sanity of her room. She turned her back on the shouts and flashing lights. In the darkness, stained glass dragonflies bloomed to life. She stared, unable to comprehend the sight for a moment. Then it dawned. The power was back on. At that moment, the phone on her nightstand rang, startling her. Billy raised his head from the comforter, ears pricked at the jangling. Sophia hurried to the phone and picked up the receiver. "Hello?" The voice was stern, professional. "Dr. Almaz?" "Yes?" "This is Captain Hogan. There's been an accident at the museum." "Accident?" Whatever had happened was more than just an accident. "Yes, the museum's director has requested I call you into the briefing. Can you join us in the next hour?" "Yes, Captain. I'll be there immediately." "Fine. Your name will be left at the security blockade." The phone clicked as the captain hung up. Sophia stared around her bedroom. Billy thumped his tail in clear feline irritation at the night's constant interruptions. "I won't be gone long," she mumbled, unsure if she spoke the truth. Sirens continued to wail outside her window. The panic that had woken her refused to fade away completely. Her worldview, the security of her position in the state halls of a museum, had been shaken. 4 years ago, she had fled a world where women strapped pipe bombs to their chests. She had fled to the safety and orderliness of academic life, abandoning fieldwork for paperwork, dropping picks and shovels for computers and spreadsheets. She had dug herself a little niche in the museum, one where she felt safe. She had made a home here. But still disaster had found her. Her hands trembled. She had to grip one in the other to fight another attack. She fancied nothing more than to crawl back into bed and pull the comforter over her head. Billy stared at her, eyes reflecting the lamplight. "I'll be fine. Everything's okay," Sophia said quietly, more to herself than to the cat. Neither was convinced. 02:13 a.m. GMT, 9:13 p.m. EST, Fort Meade, Maryland. Thomas Hardy hated to be disturbed while he worked on the New York Times crossword puzzle. It was his Sunday night ritual, which also included a neat sniffer of 40-year-old scotch and a fine cigar. A fire crackled in the fireplace. He leaned back in his leather wingback chair and stared at the half-filled puzzle, punching the nub on his Mont Blanc ballpoint pen. He crinkled a brow at 19 down, a 5-letter word. 19, the sum of all men. As he pondered the answer, the phone rang on his desk. He sighed and pushed his reading glasses from the tip of his nose up to the line of his receding hairline.
It was probably just one of his daughter's friends calling to discuss how her weekend date had fared. As he leaned over, he saw the fifth line was blinking, his personal line. Only 3 people had that number: the president, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and his second-in-command at the National Security Agency. He placed the folded newspaper on his lap and tapped the line's red button. With that single touch, a shifting algorithmic code would scramble any communication. He lifted the receiver. "Hardy here?" "Director." He sat straighter, wary. He did not recognize the other's voice, and he knew the voices of the 3 people who had his private number as well as he knew his own family as well. "Who is this?" "Tony Rector. I'm sorry for disturbing you at this late hour." Thomas shuffled his mental Rolodex. Vice Admiral Anthony Rector. He connected the name to 5 letters: DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. The department oversaw the research and development arm of the Department of Defense. They had a motto: be there first. When it came to technological advances, the United States could not come in second place, ever. A tingling sense of dread grew. "How may I help you, Admiral?" "There's been an explosion at the British Museum in London." He went on to explain the situation in great detail. Thomas checked his watch. Less than 45 minutes had passed since the blast.
He was impressed by the ability of Rector's organization to gather so much intelligence in such a short time. Once the Admiral finished, Thomas asked the most obvious question: "And DARPA's interest in this blast?" Rector answered him. Thomas felt the room go 10 degrees cooler. "Are you sure? I already have a team in place to pursue that very question. But I'm going to need the cooperation of British MI5, or, better yet." The alternative hung in the air, unspoken even over a scrambled line. Thomas now understood the clandestine call. MI5 was Britain's equivalent of his own organization. Rector wanted him to throw up a smokescreen so a DARPA team could whisk in and out before anyone else suspected the discovery. And that included the British Intelligence Agency. "I understand," Thomas finally answered. "Be there first." He prayed they could live up to this mission. "Do you have a team ready?" "They'll be ready by morning." From the lack of further elaboration, Thomas knew who would be handling this. He drew a Greek symbol on the margin of his newspaper. "I'll clear the way for them," he said to the phone. "Very good." The line went dead. Thomas settled the phone to the cradle, already planning what must be done. He stared down at the unfinished crossword puzzle. 19 down. A 5-letter word for the sum of all men. How appropriate. He picked up a pen and filled in the answer in block letters. Sigma. 022:22 a.m. GMT, London, England. Safia stood before the barricade, a yellow and black A-frame. She kept her arms folded, anxious, cold. Smoke filled the air. What had happened? Behind the barricade, a policeman held her wallet in his hand and compared her photo to the woman who stood before him. She knew he was having a hard time matching the two. In hand, her museum identification card portrayed a studious 30-year-old woman of coffee and cream complexion. Ebony hair tied back in an efficient braid, green eyes hidden behind black reading glasses. In contrast, before the young guard stood a soaking, bedraggled woman, hair loosely plastered in long swaths to her face. Her eyes felt lost and confused, focused beyond the barriers, beyond the frenzy of emergency personnel and equipment. News crews dotted the landscape, haloed by the spots from their cameras. A few television trucks stood parked half up on the sidewalks. She also spotted 2 British military vehicles among the emergency crews, along with personnel bearing rifles. The possibility of a terrorist attack could not be dismissed. She had heard such rumblings among the crowd, and from a reporter she had to sidestep to reach the barricade. And not a few cast suspicious glances in her direction, the lone Arab on the street. She had first-hand experience with terrorism, but not in the manner these folks suspected. And maybe she was even misinterpreting the reactions around her. A form of paranoia, what was termed hyperanxiety, was a common sequela to a panic attack. Safia continued through the crowd, breathing deeply, focusing on her purpose here. She regretted forgetting her umbrella. She had left her flat immediately after getting the call, delaying only long enough to pull on a pair of khaki slacks and a white floral blouse. She had donned a knee-length Burberry coat, but in her hurry, the matching umbrella had been left in its stand by the door. Only when she reached the first floor of her building and rushed into the rain did she realize her mistake. Anxiety kept her from climbing back up to the fourth floor to retrieve it. She had to know what had happened at the museum. She'd spent the past decade building the collection and the past 4 years running her research projects out of the museum. How much had been ruined? What could be salvaged? Outside, the rain kicked up again to a steady downpour, but at least the night skies were less angry. By the time she reached the makeshift security checkpoint that cordoned off access, she had been soaked to the bone. She shivered as the guard satisfied himself with her identification. "You're clear to proceed. Inspector Samuelson is awaiting you." Another policeman escorted her to the southern entrance of the museum. She stared up at its pillared facade. It had the solidness of a bank vault, a permanence that could not be doubted. Until this night. She was ushered through the entrance and down a series of stairs. They passed through doors marked "Museum Staff Only." She knew where she was being taken. To the subterranean security suite. An armed guard stood watch at the door. He nodded at their approach, clearly expecting them. He pulled the door open. Her escort passed her on to a new fellow, a black man dressed in civilian clothes, an undistinguished blue suit. He stood a few inches taller than Safia, hair gone completely gray. His face looked like well-worn leather. She noticed a gray shadow of stubble across his cheeks, unshaven, called from his bed most likely. He held out a hard hand. "Inspector Jeffrey Samuelson," he said as firmly as his handshake. "Thank you for coming so quickly." She nodded, too nervous to speak. "If you'll follow me, Dr. Almaz, we need your assistance in investigating the cause of the explosion." "Me?" she managed to force out. She passed a break room, crowded with security staff. It appeared the entire staff, all shifts, had been summoned. She recognized several of the men and women, but they stared at her now as if she were a stranger. The murmur of their chatter fell silent as she passed. They must have known she had been called in, but they didn't seem to know the reason any more than she did. Still, suspicion was plain behind the silence. She held her back straighter, irritation sparking through her anxiety. These were her co-workers, colleagues. Then again, they were all too aware of her past. Her shoulders slumped as the inspector led her down the hall to the farthest room. She knew it housed the Nest, as it was nicknamed by the staff, an oval-shaped room whose walls were completely covered with video surveillance monitors. Inside, she found the room almost deserted. She spotted the head of security, Ryan Fleming, a short but stout man of middle years. He was easily distinguished by his entirely hairless pate and beaked nose, earning him the nickname the Bald Eagle. He stood beside a lanky man wearing a crisp military uniform, including a sidearm. The pair leaned over the shoulders of a technician who was seated at a bank of monitors. The group glanced over to her as she entered. "Dr. Safia Almaz, curator of the Kensington Gallery," Fleming said as introduction. Straightening, he waved her over. Fleming had been on staff since before Safia had assumed her position. A guard at the time, he had worked his way through the ranks to become chief of security. 4 years ago, he had foiled the theft of a pre-Islamic sculpture from her gallery. It was this diligence that had won him his current position. The Kensingtons knew how to reward those who had done right by them. Ever since then, he had been particularly protective of Safia and her gallery. She joined the group by the video bank, followed by Inspector Samuelson. Fleming touched her shoulder, his eyes wounded. "I'm so sorry. Your gallery, your work. How much was lost?" Fleming looked sick. He simply pointed to one of the monitors. She leaned toward it. It was a live feed. In black and white, she saw a view down the main hall of the North Wing. Smoke roiled. Men, masked in protective suits, worked throughout the wing. A collection of them gathered before the security gate that led into the Kensington Gallery. They appeared to be staring up at a figure tied to the grating, a gaunt, skeletal shape, like some emaciated scarecrow. Fleming shook his head. "The coroner will be allowed in shortly to identify the remains, but we're sure it's Harry Masterson, one of my men." The frame of bones continued to smoke. That had once been a man? Safia felt the world tilt under her, and she fell back a step. Fleming steadied her.
A conflagration of a magnitude powerful enough to burn the flesh off the bone was beyond her comprehension. "I don't understand," she mumbled. "What happened here?" The man in military blue answered, "That's what we're hoping you can shed some light on." He turned to the video technician. "Rewind back to 0100. The technician nodded. The military man turned to Safia as his order was carried out. His face was hard, unwelcoming. "I'm Commander Randolph, representative of the Ministry of Defense's Anti-Terrorist Division." Anti-terrorist? Safia stared around at the others. This was a bombing? "That's yet to be determined, ma'am," the commander said. The technician stirred. "All ready, sir." Randolph waved her to the monitor. "We'd like you to watch this, but what you're about to see is classified. Do you understand?" She didn't, but she nodded anyway. "Play it," Randolph commanded. On the screen, a camera showed the rear room of the Kensington Gallery. All was in order, though the space was dark, lit only by security lights. "This was taken just after 1 o'clock, the commander narrated. Safia watched a new light float in from a neighboring room. At first, it appeared as if someone had entered, bearing aloft a lantern, but it soon became clear that the source of light moved on its own. "What is that?" she asked. The technician answered, "We've studied the tape with various filters. It appears to be a phenomenon called ball lightning, a free-floating globule of plasma jettisoned from the storm. This is the first time in history one of these occurrences has been caught on film." Safia had heard of such lightning displays. Balls of charged air, luminescent, that traveled horizontally over the ground. They appeared on open plains, inside houses, aboard airplanes, even within submarines. But such phenomena rarely caused any harm. She glanced back to the live feed monitor with its smoking charnel house. Surely this wasn't the cause of the blast. As she pondered this, a new figure appeared on the monitor, a guard. "Harry Masterson," Fleming said. Safia took a deep breath. If Fleming was right, this was the same man whose bones smoked on the other monitor. She wanted to close her eyes, but couldn't. The guard followed the glow of the lightning ball. He seemed as mystified as those in the room with her. He raised his radio to his lips, reporting in, but there was no audio with the footage. Then the ball lightning settled atop one of the display pedestals, one holding up an iron figure. It fell across it and winked out. Safia winced, but nothing happened. The guard continued to talk into his radio. Then something seemed to alarm the man. He turned just as the display cabinet shattered outward. A moment later, a second explosion appeared as a flash of white, then the screen went black. "Hold that and rewind 4 seconds back," Commander Randolph ordered. The footage froze and reversed, frames clicking back. The room reappeared out of the flash, then the cabinet reformed around the iron figure. "Freeze there." The image stopped, shuddering slightly on the monitor. The iron artifact could be seen clearly within its glass display. In fact, too clearly. It appeared to shine with a light of its own. "What the gosh is that?" the commander asked. Safia stared at the ancient artifact. She now understood why she had been called into this briefing. No one here understood what had happened either. None of it made any sense. "Is that a sculpture?" the commander asked. "How long has it been there?" Safia could read his mind, the barely hidden accusation. Had someone slipped a bomb into the museum disguised as a sculpture? And if this were true, who would be the one most likely to cooperate with such a ruse? Who but somebody on the inside, somebody tied to an explosion in the past? She shook her head at the questions and the accusations. It's not a sculpture." "Then what is it?" "The iron figure is a fragment of meteorite discovered in the Omani Desert near the end of the 19th century. Safia knew that the artifact's history dated much further back. For centuries, Arabian myth spoke of a lost city whose entrance was guarded by an iron camel. The wealth of this lost city was supposedly beyond comprehension. Such were its riches that scores of black pearls were said to be scattered near its entrance like so much trash. Then, in the 19th century, a Bedouin tracker led a British explorer to the place, but he found no lost city. What he discovered was merely a chunk of meteorite half buried in the sand that looked roughly like a kneeling camel. Even the black pearls were found to be just bits of blasted glass, formed by the heated impact of the meteorite into the sands. This camel-shaped meteorite, Safia continued, has been a part of the British Museum's collection since its founding, though it had been relegated to the storage lockers until I found it in the catalog and added it to the collection. Inspector Samuelson broke the silence. When did this transfer happen? 2 years ago. So it's been there quite some time, the inspector said pointedly, glancing toward the commander as if this satisfied some earlier quarrel. A meteorite, the commander mumbled with a shake of his head, clearly disappointed that his conspiracy theory had not panned out. That makes no sense. A commotion drew everyone's attention to the door. Safia saw the director of the museum, Edgar Tyson, force his way into the security room. The usually dapper man wore a wrinkled suit that matched his worried expression. He tugged at his small white goatee. Only now did Safia wonder at his conspicuous absence. The museum was the man's life and livelihood. But the reason for his notable absence soon made itself clear. In fact, it followed at his heels. The woman swept into the room, her presence almost preceding her form, like a surge before a storm. Tall, a full handspan over 6 feet, she wore a full-length tartan overcoat, dripping water, yet her sandy blonde hair, cut to the shoulders, was dry and coiffed to gentle curls that seemed to shift with their own breezes. Apparently she had not forgotten her umbrella. Commander Randolph straightened, stepping forward, his voice suddenly respectful. "Lady Kensington." Ignoring him, the woman continued her search of the room, her eyes settling on Safia. A flash of relief. "Safi, thank God!" She hurried forward and hugged her tightly, mumbling breathlessly in her ear. "When I heard you work late so many nights, and I couldn't reach you on the phone." Safia hugged her back, feeling the tremble in the other's shoulders. They had known each other since they were children, been closer than sisters. "I'm all right, Kara," she mumbled into her shoulder. She was surprised by the depth of genuine fear in the other strong woman. She had not felt such affection from her in a long time, not since they were young, not since the death of Kara's father. Kara trembled. "I don't know what I would have done if I'd lost you." Her arms tightened around Safia, both comfort and need. Tears rose in Safia's eyes. She remembered another hug, similar words. "I won't lose you." At the age of 4, Safia's mother had died in a bus accident. With her father already gone, Safia was placed in an orphanage, a horrible place for a child of mixed blood. A year later, the Kensington estate took Safia on as a playmate for Kara, put up in her own room. She barely remembered that day. A tall man had come and collected her. It had been Reginald Kensington, Kara's father. Because of their closeness in age and a shared wild nature, Kara and Safia had become fast friends, sharing secrets at night, playing games among the date and palm trees, sneaking out to the cinema, whispering of their dreams under bed covers. It had been a wonderful time, an endless sweet summer. Then, at the age of 10, devastating news. Lord Kensington announced Kara would be traveling to England to study abroad for 2 years. Distraught, Safia had not even excused herself from the table. She had run to her room, panicked and heartbroken that she'd be returned to the orphanage, a toy put back in a box. But Kara had found her. "I won't lose you," she had promised amid tears and embraces. "I'll make Papa let you come with me." And Kara had kept her word. Safia went to England with Kara for those 2 years. They studied together as sisters, as best friends. When they returned to Oman, they were inseparable. They finished their schooling in Muscat together. All seemed wonderful until the day Kara returned from a birthday hunting trip, sunburned and raving. Her father had not returned with her. Killed in a sinkhole was the official story, but Reginald Kensington's body had never been found. Since that day, Kara had never been the same. She still kept Safia close to her, but it was more from a desire for the familiar than from true friendship. Kara became engrossed in finishing her own education, in taking over the mantle of her father's enterprises and ventures. At 19, she graduated from Oxford. The young woman proved a financial savant,
trebling her father's net worth while still at the university. Kensington Wells Incorporated continued to grow, branching into new fields: computer technology platforms, desalination patents, television broadcasting. Still, Kara never neglected the fountainhead of all her family's wealth: oil. In just the last year, Kensington surpassed the Halliburton Corporation for the most profitable oil contracts. And like Kensington's oil ventures, Safia was not left behind. Kara continued to pay for her education, including 6 years at Oxford, where Safia earned her doctorate in archaeology. Upon graduation, she remained under the employ of Kensington Wells, Inc. Eventually, she came to oversee Kara's pet project here at the museum, a collection of antiquity from the Arabian Peninsula, a collection first started by Reginald Kensington. And like his former corporation, this project also prospered under Kara's mantle, growing into the single largest collection in the entire world. 2 months ago, the ruling family in Saudi Arabia had attempted to buy the collection, to return it to Arabian soil, a deal rumored to be worth in the hundreds of millions. Kara had declined. The collection meant more to her than money. It was a memorial to her father. Though his body had never been found, here was his tomb, this lone wing in the British Museum, surrounded by all the wealth and history of Arabia. Safia stared past her friend's shoulder to the live feed monitor, to the smoky ruin of her hard work. She could only imagine what the loss would mean to Kara. It would be like someone desecrating her father's grave. "Kara," Safia began, attempting to soften the blow that would come. To hear it from someone who shared her passion. "The gallery, it's gone." "I know. Edgar already told me." Kara's voice lost its hesitancy. She pulled out of the embrace, as if suddenly feeling foolish. She stared around at the others gathered here. The familiar tone of command entered her demeanor. What happened? Who did this? To lose the collection so soon after rejecting the Saudis' offer had clearly piqued Kara's suspicion too. Without hesitation, the tape was once again played for Lady Kensington. Safia remembered the earlier admonishment about the secrecy of what the footage revealed. No such warning was given to Kara. Wealth had its privileges. Safia ignored the replay on the monitor. Instead, she studied Kara, fearing how this might devastate her. From the corner of her eye, she caught the final flash of the explosion, and then the monitor went black. All during the viewing, Kara's expression remained unchanged, a marble relief of concentration, Athena in deep thought. But at the end, Kara's eyes slowly closed. Not with shock and horror, Safia knew Kara's moods only too well, but with profound relief. Her friend's lips moved in a breathless whisper, a single word, caught only by her own ears. Finally. Fox Hunt, November 14, 0704 a.m., Ledyard, Connecticut. Patience was the key to any successful hunt. Painter Crowe stood upon his native lands, the land his father's tribe named Mashantucket, the much-wooded land. But where Painter waited, there were no trees, no birdsong, no whisper of wind across the cheek. Here it was the chime of slot machines, the chink of coins, the reek of tobacco smoke, and the continual recycling of lifeless air. Foxwoods Resort and Casino was the largest gambling complex in the entire world, surpassing anything found in Las Vegas or even Monte Carlo. Located outside of the unassuming hamlet of Ledyard, Connecticut, the towering complex rose dramatically from the dense woods of the Mashantucket Reservation. In addition to the gambling facility, with its 6,000 slot machines and hundreds of gaming tables, the resort was home to 3 world-class hotels. The entire facility was owned by the Pequot tribe, the Fox people, who had hunted these same lands for the past 10,000 years. But at the moment, it was not a deer or a fox being hunted. Painter's quarry was a Chinese computer scientist, Zhen Zhang. Zhang, better known by his alias, Chaos, was a hacker and codebreaker of prodigious talent, one of China's finest. After reading his dossier, Painter had learned respect for the slim man in the Ralph Lauren suit. During the past 3 years, he had orchestrated a successful wave of computer espionage upon U.S. soil. His latest acquisition, plasma weapons technology out of Los Alamos. Painter's target finally shoved up from the pay-go table. "Would you like to color out, Dr. Zhang?" the pit boss asked, standing over the table like a captain at the prow of his boat. At 7 in the morning, there was only the lone player and his bodyguards. The isolation required Painter to spy upon his quarry from a safe distance. Suspicions could not be aroused, especially not so late in the game. Zhang shifted the pile of black chips toward the dealer, a woman with bored eyes. As the dealer stacked the winnings, Painter studied his target. Zhang proved the stereotype of the Chinese as inscrutable. He had a poker face that gave no obvious tell, no idiosyncratic tic that denoted a good or a bad hand. He simply played his game, like he did now. None would guess from the man's appearance that he was a master criminal, wanted in 15 countries. He dressed like a typical Western businessman, a sharply tailored suit and an understated pinstripe, a silk tie, a platinum Rolex. Still, there remained a certain austere aesthetic quality to him. His black hair was shaved around the ears and back, leaving only a crisp crown of hair on top of his head, not like a monk. He wore a pinched set of X-glasses, circular lenses, faintly tinted blue, a studious countenance. At last, the dealer waved her hands over the stack of chips, showing her empty fingers and palms to the security cameras hidden in the black mirror domes in the ceiling. $50,000 even, she finished. The pit boss nodded. The dealer counted out the amount in $1,000 chips. "More good luck, sir," the boss acknowledged. Without even a nod, Zhang departed with his 2 bodyguards. He had been gambling all night. Dawn already glimmered. The cybercrime forum would resume in another 3 hours. The conference covered the latest trends in identity theft, infrastructure protection, and myriad other security topics. In 2 hours, a breakfast symposium put on by Hewlett-Packard would commence. Zhang would make the transfer during that meeting. His American contact was still unknown. It was one of the main objectives of the ops here. Besides securing the weapons data, they sought to flush out Zhang's stateside contact, someone tied to a shady network that traded in military secrets and technologies. It was a mission that must not fail. Painter followed the group. His superiors at DARPA had personally tapped him for this mission, in part for his expertise in microsurveillance and computer engineering, but more importantly for his ability to blend in at Foxwoods. Though only half-blooded, Painter had inherited enough of his father's features to pass as a Pequot Indian. It did take a few trips to a tanning salon to enrich his complexion and brown contact lenses to hide his mother's blue eyes. But afterward, with his shoulder-length hair the color of a raven's wing, presently tied back in a tail, he did look like his father. To finish his disguise, he wore a casino suit with the symbol of the Pequot tribe embroidered on the pocket, a tree atop a knoll framed against a clear sky. Who looked beyond a suit anyway? From his position, Painter remained wary as he followed Zhang. His eyes never focused directly upon the group. He watched peripherally and used natural cover to the best advantage. He stalked his quarry through the neon woodlands of blinking machines and wide glades of green felt tables. He maintained his distance and varied his pace and direction. His earpiece buzzed with Mandarin, Zhang's voice, picked up by the microtransceiver. Zhang was heading back to his suite. Painter touched his throat microphone and sub-vocalized into the radio. "Sanchez, how are you picking up on the feed?" "Loud and clear, Commander." His co-agent on this mission, Cassandra Sanchez, was holed up in the suite across the hall from Zhang's, manning the surveillance array. "How is the subdermal holding?" he asked her. "He'd better access his computer zone. The bug is running low on juice." Painter frowned. The bug had been planted yesterday on Zhang during a massage. Sanchez's Latino features were dark enough to pass for Indian. She had implanted the subdermal transceiver during a deep tissue massage last night, the prick of penetration unfelt as she dug her thumbs in deep. She covered the tiny puncture wound with an anesthetic smear of surgical bond. By the time the massage was over, it had sealed and dried. The digital microtransceiver had a lifespan of only 12 hours. How much time left? Best estimate, 18 minutes. Gosh. Painter focused his full attention back on his quarry's conversation. The man kept his voice low, meant for his bodyguards only. Painter, fluent in Mandarin, listened. He hoped Zhang would give some indication when he would retrieve the plasma weapons file. He was disappointed. "Have the girl ready after I've showered," Zhang said. Painter tightened a fist. The girl was 13, an indentured slave from North Korea. His daughter, he had explained to those who even thought to ask. If this had been true, incest could be added to the long list of charges to which Zhang was guilty. Following them, Painter skirted around a change booth and set off down a long bank of machines, paralleling his quarry. A jackpot rang out from a dollar slot machine. The winner, a middle-aged man in a jogging suit, smiled and looked around for someone to share his good fortune. There was only Painter. "I won!" he cried jubilantly, eyes red-rimmed from playing all night. Painter nodded. "More good luck, sir," he answered, repeating the pit boss's earlier words, and strode past the man. There were no real winners here, except the casino. The slot machines alone netted $800 million last year. It seemed the Pequot tribe had come a long way from its 1980s sand and gravel business. Unfortunately, Painter's father had missed out on the boom, abandoning the reservation in the early 80s to pursue his fortune in New York City. It was there he met Painter's mother, a fiery Italian woman who would eventually stab her husband to death after 7 years of marriage and the birth of their son. With his mother on death row, Painter had grown up in a series of foster homes, where he quickly learned it was best to keep silent, to be unseen. It had been his first training in stealth, but not his last. Zhang's group entered the Grand Pequot Tower's elevator lobby, showing their suite key to the security guard. Painter crossed past the opening. He had a Glock 9mm in a holster at the base of his back, covered by his casino jacket. He had to resist pulling it out and shooting Zhang in the back of the head, execution style. But that would not achieve their objective, to recover the schematics and research for the orbital plasma cannon. Zhang had managed to steal the data from a secure federal server, leaving a worm behind. The next morning, a Los Alamos technician by the name of Harry Klein accessed the file, inadvertently releasing the data worm that proceeded to eat all references of the weapon while defecating a false trail that implicated Klein. That bit of computerized sleight of hand cost investigators 2 weeks as they pursued the false trail. It had taken a dozen DARPA agents to filter through the worm mess and discover the true identity of the thief, Xin Zhang, a spy positioned as a technologist with ChangNet, a telecom upstart out of Shanghai. According to the CIA's intelligence, the stolen data was on the suitcase computer in Zhang's suite. The hard drive had been tripwired with an elaborate encryption defense. A single mistake in attempting to access the computer would wipe everything. That could not be risked. Nothing had survived the worm at Los Alamos. Estimates were that the loss would set the program back by a full 10 months. But the worst consequence was that the stolen research would advance China's program by a full 5 years. The files contained some phenomenal breakthroughs and cutting-edge innovations. It was up to DARPA to stop it. Their objective was to gain Zhang's password and retrieve the computer. Time was running out. Painter watched from the reflection in a Wheel of Fortune slot machine as Zhang and his bodyguards stepped into an express elevator that led to the private suites that topped the tower. Touching his throat mic, Painter whispered, "They're heading up." "Got it. Ready when you are, Commander." As the door squeezed closed, Painter rushed over to a neighboring elevator. It had been crisscrossed with bright yellow tape, lettered in black, out of order. Painter ripped through it while punching the button. As the doors parted, he ducked through. He touched his throat mic. "All clear. Go." Sanchez answered. "Brace yourself." As the elevator door shushed closed, he leaned against the mahogany paneling, legs wide. The car shot upward, driving him toward the floor. His muscles tensed. He watched the glowing numbers climb upward, ever faster. Sanchez had rewired this car for maximum acceleration. She had also slowed Zhang's elevator by 24%, not enough to be noticed. As Painter's car reached the 32nd floor, it decelerated with a shudder. He was lifted off his feet, hung in the air for a long breath, then fell back to the floor. He ducked through the doors as they opened, careful not to disturb the taped entry. He checked the neighboring elevator. Zhang's car was 3 floors away and climbing. He needed to hurry. Painter raced down the hall of suites. He found Zhang's room number. "How are we positioned?" he whispered. "The girl is handcuffed to the bed. 2 guards are playing cards in the main room.
Roger that. Sanchez had placed pencil cameras in the room's heating vents. Painter crossed the hall and keyed his way into the opposite suite. Cassandra Sanchez sat nestled among her electronic surveillance equipment and monitors like a spider in a web. She was dressed in black, from boots to blouse. Even her leather shoulder holster and belt matched her outfit, carrying her .45 SIG automatic. She had customized the pistol with a Hogue rubberized grip and mounted the thumb catch for her magazine release on the right side to accommodate her left hand. She was a deadly accurate marksman, trained like Painter in Special Forces before being recruited into Sigma. Her eyes greeted him with the sparkle of the endgame.
His own breath quickened at the sight of her. He felt a strong attraction, forcing his eyes up to maintain proper contact. They had been partners for the past 5 years, and only recently had his feelings for her deepened. Business lunches turned into drinks after work, and finally long dinners. But still, certain lines had yet to be crossed, a distance tentatively maintained. She seemed to sense his thoughts and glanced away, never pressing. "About time the bastard got up here," she said, turning her attention back to her monitors. "He'd better burn those files in the next quarter hour, or, gosh, what?" Painter stepped to her side. She pointed to one of the monitors. It showed a 3-dimensional cross-section of the upper levels of the Grand Pico Tower. A small red X glowed within the structure. "He's heading back down." The X marked the tracer built into the microtransceiver. It was dropping through the levels of the tower. Painter clenched a fist. Something spooked him. Has there been any communication with his room since he entered the elevator? Not a whistle. The computer is still there? She pointed to another monitor, a black and white image of Zhang's suite. The suitcase computer still rested on the coffee table. If not for the encryption, it would have been so easy to break in and abscond with the computer. But they needed Zhang's codes. The Planet Bug would record every keystroke he made, capturing the code. Once that was obtained, they could lock down Zhang and his men. "I've got to get back down there," Painter said. The tracking device was built on such a small scale that it had a range of only 200 yards. Someone had to be close at all times. We can't lose him. If he's wise to us, I know. He headed for the door. Zhang would have to be eliminated. They'd lose the files, but at least the weapons data wouldn't make it back to China. That had always been their fallback plan. They had safeguards built upon safeguards. There was even a small EM grenade affixed inside one of the suite's ventilation grates. At a moment's notice, they could activate it, triggering an electromagnetic pulse that would activate the computer's self-defenses to wipe the data. China must never gain the research. Painter rushed down the hall and crossed back to the taped-off elevator. He ducked inside. He spoke into his radio's throat mic. "Can you get me down there ahead of him?" "Better hold on tight," she answered. Before he could take her advice, the elevator dropped from under him. He was weightless for a long stretch, stomach riding up into his throat. The elevator plummeted in a free fall. Painter fought down a surge of panic, along with a rise of bile. Then the car's floor came crashing up. There was no way to hold himself upright. He fell to his knees. Then the slowing eased and the elevator came to a gliding stop. The doors whisked open. Painter stumbled to his feet. 30 floors in less than 5 seconds. That had to be a record. He pushed through the doorway and out into the elevator lobby. He glanced to the numbers above the express elevator Zhang had taken. He was only a floor away. Painter took a few steps back, near enough to cover the door, but not close enough to arouse suspicion, posing again as casino security. The doors opened on the main floor. Painter spied indirectly, using the reflection of the polished brass elevator doors across from the express. Oh no. He swung around and crossed in front of the elevator. No one was in the cage. Had Zhang gotten off on another floor? He stepped into the vacant elevator. Impossible. This was the express. There were no stops between here and the floor of suites above. Unless he had pulled the emergency stop, then forced the doors open to make his escape. Then Painter spotted it. Taped to the back wall. A glinting bit of plastic and metal. The micro-transceiver. The bug. Painter felt his heart pound against his rib cage as he stepped into the elevator. His vision tunneled on the bit of electronics taped to the wall. He ripped it free, examining it closely.
Zhang had lured him away. Oh, God. He touched his throat mic. "Sanchez!" His heart continued its heavy thudding. There was no answer. He swung around and punched the elevator button, marked simply, "Suites." The doors closed too slowly. Painter paced the tiny compartment, a caged lion. He tried his radio again. Still no response. Gosh darn it. The express began its climb. Painter pounded a fist against the wall. Mahogany paneling cracked under his knuckles. "Move, you jerk!" But he knew he was already too late. 02:38 p.m. GMT, London, England. Standing out in the hall, steps from the Kensington Gallery, Safia couldn't breathe. Her difficulty was not from the stench of wood smoke, burned insulation, or the residual scorch of electrical fires. It was the weight. All morning long, she had watched investigators and inspectors from every British bureau traipsed in and out. She had been barred. Official personnel only. Civilians were not allowed to cross the streamers of yellow tape, the cordons of barricades, the wary eyes of military guards. Half a day later, she was finally being allowed inside, to see firsthand the destruction. In this final moment, her chest felt as if it were clamped in a giant stone fist. Her heart was a panicked pigeon, beating at her rib cage. What would she find? What was salvageable? She felt stricken to the core, devastated, as ruined as the gallery. The work here was more than just her academic life. After Tel Aviv, she had rebuilt her heart here. And though she had left Arabia, she had not abandoned it. She was still her mother's daughter. So she had rebuilt Arabia in London, an Arabia before terrorists, a tangible account of her land's history, its wonder, its ancient times and mysteries. Surrounded by these antiquities, walking the galleries, she heard the crunch of sand underfoot, felt the warmth of the sun on her face, and tasted the sweetness of dates freshly picked. It was home, a safe place. But it was more than all that. Her grief went deeper. At her core, she had built this home not just for herself, but also for the mother she barely remembered. At times, when working late at night, Safia caught the faintest wisp of jasmine in the air, a memory from childhood, of her mother. Though they couldn't share their life, they could share this place, this bit of home. Now it was all gone. "They're letting us in." Safia stirred. She glanced to Ryan Slemming. The head of security had kept vigil with her, though it looked like he'd had little sleep. "I'll stick with you," he said. She forced air into her lungs and nodded. It was the best she could manage as thanks for his kindness and company. She followed the other museum staff forward. They had all agreed to help with the cataloging and documenting of the gallery's contents. It would take weeks. Safia marched forward, both drawn to and fearful of what she would find. She rounded past the last barricade. The security gates had been removed by the coroner's office. She was thankful of that. She had no desire to see the remains of Harry Masterson. She stepped to the entrance and stared inside. Despite the preparation in her head and the brief glimpse from the video cameras, she was not ready for what she found. The bright gallery was now a blackened cavern system, 5 chambers of charred stone. Breath caught in her chest. Gasps arose behind her. The firestorm had laid waste to everything. The wallboard had been incinerated down to the base blocks. Nothing remained standing except for a single Babylonian vase in the center of the gallery. It stood waist-high, and while scorched, it had remained upright. Safia had read reports of tornadoes doing the same, cutting a swath of total devastation while leaving a bicycle resting on its kickstand, untouched in the middle of it all. It made no sense. None of it did.
The place still reeked of smoke, and several inches of sooty water covered the floor, left over from the deluge of the fire hoses. "You'll need rubbers," Fleming said, placing a hand on her arm, guiding her over to a line of boots. She pulled into a set numbly. "And a hard hat. Where do we even begin?" someone muttered. Properly outfitted now, Safia stepped into the gallery, moving as if in a dream, mechanical, eyes unblinking. She crossed through the rooms. When she reached the far gallery, something crunched under her boot heel. She bent down, fished through the water, and retrieved a stone from the floor. A few lines of cuneiform etched its surface. It was a piece of an Assyrian tablet dating back to ancient Mesopotamia. She straightened and stared across the ruin of the Kensington Gallery. Only now did she note the other people, strangers in her home. Folks labored in pockets, talking in hushed tones, as if in a graveyard. Building inspectors examined the infrastructure, while fire investigators took readings with handheld devices. A pack of municipal engineers argued in a corner about budgets and bids, and a few policemen stood guard by the collapsed section of the exterior wall. Workmen were already constructing a crude plank blockade to cover the opening. Through the gap, she spotted gawkers across the street, held back by cordons. They were surprisingly persistent, considering that the morning drizzle had turned into sleet by the afternoon. Flashes of camera bulbs flickered in the gloom. Tourists. A surge of anger flamed through her numbness. She wanted to throw the lot of them out of here. This was her wing, her home. Her anger helped focus her, bring her back to the situation at hand. She had a duty, an obligation. Safia returned her attention to the other scholars and students from the museum. They had begun to sift through the debris. It was heartening to see their usual petty professional jealousies set aside for now. Safia crossed back toward the entrance, ready to organize those who had volunteered. But as she reached the first gallery, a large group appeared at the entrance. At the forefront strode Kara, dressed in work clothes, a red hard hat emblazoned with the insignia for Kensington Wells. She led a team of some 20 men and women into the gallery. They were identically outfitted, wearing the same red hard hats. Safia stepped in front of her. Kara? She had not seen the woman all day. She had vanished with the head of the museum, supposedly to help coordinate the various investigative teams of the fire and police. It seemed a few billion in sterling garnered some authority. Kara waved the men and women into the gallery. Get to work. She turned to Safia. I've hired my own forensic team. Safia stared after the group as they tromped like a small army into the rooms. Instead of weapons, they carried all manner of scientific tools. What's going on? Why are you doing this? To find out what happened. Kara watched her team set to work. Her eyes had a feverish shine, a fiery determination. Safia had not seen such a look on her face in a long time. Something had sparked an intensity in Kara that had been missing for years. Only one thing could bring about such fervor: her father. Safia remembered the look in Kara's eyes as she had surveyed the videotape of the explosion. The strange relief, her one spoken word. Finally, Kara stepped out into the gallery. Already her team had commenced digging samples from various surfaces: plastics, glass, wood, stone. Kara crossed to a pair of men carrying metal detectors, sweeping them along the floor. One pulled a bit of a melted bronze from some debris. He set it aside. I want every fragment of that meteorite found, Kara ordered. The men nodded, continuing the search. Safia joined Kara. What are you really seeking here? Kara turned to her, eyes ablaze with determination. Answers. Safia read the hope behind the set in her friend's lips. About your father? About his death. 4:20 p.m. Kara sat in the hall on a folding chair. The work continued in the galleries. Fans whirred and rattled. The mumble and chatter of workers in the wing barely reached her. She had come out to smoke a cigarette. She had long given up the habit, but she needed something to do with her hands. Her fingers trembled. Did she have the strength for this? The strength to hope? Safia appeared at the entryway, spotted her, and stepped in her direction. Kara waved her off, pointed to the cigarette. I just need a moment. Safia paused, staring at her, then nodded and headed back into the gallery. Kara took another drag, filling her chest with cool smoke, but it did little to settle her. She was too unbalanced, the adrenaline of the night wearing thin. She stared at the plaque beside the gallery. It bore a bronze likeness of her father, the founder of the gallery. Kara sighed out a stream of smoke, blurring the sight. Papa. Somewhere out in the gallery something fell with a loud bang, sounding like a gunshot. A reminder of a past, of a hunt across the sands. Kara drifted into the past. It had been her 16th birthday. The hunt had been her father's gift. The Arabian oryx fled up the slope of the Dome. The antelope's white coat stood out starkly against the red sands.
The only two blemishes to its snowy hide were a black swatch on the tip of its tail and a matching mask around its eyes and nose. A wet crimson trail dripped down its wounded haunch. As it fought to escape the hunters, the oryx's hooves drove deep into the loose sand. Blood flowed more thickly as it kicked toward the ridgeline. A pair of tapered horns sliced through the still air as the muscles of its neck wrenched with each painful yard gained. A quarter-mile back, Kara heard its echoing cry over the growl of her sand cycle, a four-wheel all-terrain vehicle with thick, knobby tires. In frustration, she gripped the handles of her bike as it flew over the summit of a monstrous dune. For a breathless moment, she lifted out of her seat, airborne, as the cycle bucked over the ridge. The angry set to her lips remained hidden behind a sand scarf, a match to her khaki safari suit. Her blonde hair, braided to the middle of her back, flagged behind her like a wild mare's tail. Her father kept pace on another cycle, rifle carried across his back. He had his own scarf dropped around his neck. His skin was tanned the color of saddle leather, his hair gone a sandy gray. He caught her glance. "We're close," he yelled above the whining growl of their engines. He gunned his engine and sped down the windward side of the dune. Kara raced after him, bent over her cycle's handlebars, followed closely by their Bedouin guide. It had been Habib who had led them to their quarry. It had also been the Bedouin's skilled shot that had first wounded the oryx. Though impressed with his marksmanship, shooting the antelope on the fly, Kara had become furious upon learning the wounding had been deliberate, meant not to kill. To slow, for the girl, Habib had explained. Kara had rankled at the cruelty and the insult. She had been hunting with her father from the age of 6. She was not without skill herself and preferred a clean kill. Purposely wounding the animal was needlessly savage. She cranked the throttle, kicking up sand. Some, especially back in England, raised their eyebrows at her upbringing, considering her a tomboy, especially with no mother. Kara knew better. Traveling half the world, she had been raised with no pretensions about the line between men and women. She knew how to defend herself, how to fight with fist or knife. Reaching the bottom of the dune now, Kara and their guide caught up with her father as his cycle bogged down in a camel wallow, a patch of loose sand that sucked like quicksand. They passed him in a cloud of dust. Her father bulled the bike out of the wallow and gave chase up the next dune, a massive 600-foot mountain of red sand.
Kara reached the crest first with Habib, slowing slightly until she could see what lay beyond. And it was lucky she had. The far side of the dune fell away as steeply as a cliff, ending in a wide plain of flat sand. She could have easily tumbled tail over head down the slope. Habib waved for her to stop. She obeyed, knowing better than to proceed. She idled her bike. Stopped now, she felt the heavy heat drop like a weight on her shoulders, but she barely noticed. Her breath escaped her in a long, awed sigh. The view beyond the dune was spectacular. The sun, near to setting, tempered the flat sand to sheer glass. Heat mirages shimmered in pools, casting an illusion of vast lakes of water, a false promise in an unforgiving landscape. Still, another sight held Kara transfixed. In the center of the plain, a lone funnel of sand spiraled up from below, vanishing into a cloud of dust far overhead. A sand devil. Kara had seen such sights before, including the more violent sandstorms that could whip out of nowhere and vanish just as quickly. Still, this sight somehow struck her deeply. The solitary nature of this tempest, its perfect stillness in the plain. There was something mysterious and foreign about it. She heard Habib mumbling beside her, head bent as if in prayer. Her father joined them then, drawing back her attention. "There she is," he said, panting and pointing at the base of the steep slope. The oryx struggled across the open plain of sand, limping badly now. Habib held up his hand, staring out of his prayer. "No, we go no further." Her father frowned. "What are you talking about?" Their guide kept his gaze ahead. His thoughts were hidden behind dark Africa core goggles and a woolen Omani headcloth called a shamag. "We go no further," Habib repeated thickly. "This is the land of the Nicesis, the forbidden sands. We must turn back." Her father laughed. "Nonsense, Habib." "Papa?" Kara asked. He shook his head and explained. "The Nissuses are the bogeymen of the deep desert, black jinns, ghosts that haunt the sands." Kara glanced back to the unreadable features of their guide. The empty quarter of Arabia, the Rub al-Khali, was the world's largest sand mass, dwarfing even the Sahara, and the fantastic tales flowing out of the region were as many as they were outlandish. But some folks still held these stories to be true, including, apparently, their guide. Her father throttled down his bike's engine. "I promised you a hunt, Kara, and I won't disappoint you. But if you want to turn back—" Kara hesitated, glancing between Habib and her father, balanced between fear and determination, between mythology and reality. Here in the wilds of the deep desert, all seemed possible. She stared at the fleeing animal, limping across the hot sands, every stride a struggle, its path etched in pain. She knew what she had to do. All this blood and agony had started for her benefit. She would end it. She pulled up her sand scarf and gunned her engine. "There's an easier way down, off to the left." She rode along the ridge line, heading toward a more gentle section of the dune face. There was no need to glance over her shoulder to feel her father's wide smile of satisfaction and pride. It shone on her as bright as the sun. Still, at the moment, it offered no real warmth. She stared out across the plain, past the lone oryx to the solitary spiral of sand. While such sand devils were commonplace, the sight still struck her as strange. It hadn't moved. Reaching the gentler slope, Kara tilted her bike down toward the flat plains. It was steep. She and her cycle skated and skidded down the face, but she kept the bike stable on the loose sand. As she struck the rough plain, her wheels bit with the firmer traction, and she sped away. She heard her father's bike at her heels. The sound reached their quarry, too. The oryx pace increased with an agonized toss of its head. It was less than a quarter-mile off. It would not be long. On level ground, their ATVs would ride the animal down, and a quick, clean shot would end its misery, end the hunt. "She's going for cover," her father called to her, pointing an arm. "Making for the sandstorm." Her father shot past her. Kara gave chase, bent low. They pursued the wounded creature, but desperation gave it swift speed. The oryx trotted into the storm's edge, heading toward its center. Her father expressed frustration but continued racing ahead. Kara followed, dragged in her father's wake. Nearing the dust storm, they discovered a deep hollow in the sand. Both bikes braked at the lip. The dust devil rose from the hollow's center, as if it were burrowing into the desert, casting sand high into the air. The dust column had to be 50 yards across, the bowl a good quarter-mile. A smoking volcano in the sand. Traces of blue energy laced through the devil with unnervingly silent crackles. She could smell the ozone-like odor. It was a phenomenon unique to the sandstorms of the dry desert, static electricity. Ignoring the sight, her father pointed to the bottom of the bowl. "There she is." Kara looked down. Limping across the floor of the hollow, the oryx made for the thicker dust, the twisting cyclone near the center. "Loosen your rifle," her father called. She remained frozen, unable to move. The oryx reached the edge of the devil, legs shaking, knees buckling, but it fought for the denser cover of the swirling sand. Her father muttered under his breath and dove his bike down the slope. Fearful, Kara bit her lower lip, pushed her cycle over the edge and headed after him. As soon as she dipped down, she felt the static electricity trapped in the hollow. The hairs on her skin crackled against her clothes, adding fuel to her fear. She slowed, her rear tires sinking into the sandy slope. Her father reached the bike to a stop, almost toppling it over. But he kept his seat, twisting around with the rifle on his shoulder. Kara heard the loud crack of his Marlin rifle. She stared toward the oryx, but it was already into the dust storm, a mere shadow now. Still, the shadow lurched, falling. A kill shot. Her father had done it. Kara suddenly felt a surge of foolishness. She had let her fears control her and had lost her place in the hunt. "Papa," she called out, ready to praise him, proud of his dogged pragmatism in this hunt.
But a sudden scream strangled any further words. It came from the sand devil, issuing as if from some dark hell, a horrible cry of agony. The dark shadow of the oryx thrashed in the heart of the devil, blurred by the whirling sand. The agonized wail tore from its throat. It was being slaughtered. Her father, still straddling the cycle, struggled to get his vehicle turned around. He stared up at her, eyes wide. "Kara, get out of here!" She couldn't move. What was happening? Then the wailing cry cut off. A horrible smell followed, the stench of burning flesh and hair. It rolled up and out of the hollow, cresting over her, gagging her. She saw her father still fighting his bike, but he had wallowed his wheels. He was stuck. His eyes found her, still frozen in place. "Kara, go!" He waved an arm for emphasis. His tanned face was deathly pale. "Honey, run!" Then she felt it, a stirring in the sand. At first, it was just a gentle tug, as if gravity had suddenly increased. Sand particles began to dance and tumble down, quickly becoming rivulets, flowing down in a curving path, heading toward the sand devil. Her father felt it too. He gunned his engine, wheels spinning in the sand, casting up flumes of dust. He screamed at her, "Run, gosh!" This shout jolted her. Her father seldom screamed, and never in panic. She kicked up her engine, strangling the throttle. She saw to her horror that the dusty column had grown wider, fed by the inexplicable currents in the sand. It stretched towards where her father remained bogged in the sand. "Papa," she cried to him in warning. "Go, child." He finally freed his cycle by sheer force of will.
Straddling the bike, he chased the cycle around, chewing up sand. Kara followed his example. She swung around, gunned her engine, and fled back up the slope. Beneath her bike, the sand sucked at her, as if she were in a whirlpool, being drawn backward. She fought the sands with all her skill. Finally reaching the bowl's rim, she glanced over her shoulder. Her father was still near the bottom, his face muddy with sand and sweat, eyes squinted in concentration. Over his shoulder, the swirling sand closed in, towering, sparking with traceries of static electricity. It covered the entire floor. Kara found herself unable to look away. At the heart of the dust devil, a darkness grew, spreading wider and growing blacker, more massive. The spats of static electricity did little to illuminate it. The scent of burned flesh still tinged the air. The prior warning of their guide filled her heart with terror. Black ghosts, the Nisnasses, Papa. But her father was mired in the deeper, stronger currents of the whirlpool, unable to escape. The column's edge brushed over him as it grew and spread. His eyes met hers, frantic, not for himself, but for her. "Go," he mouthed. Then he was gone, vanished into the darkness that filled the devil. "Papa!" A horrible scream followed. Before she could react, the column of sand exploded outward with blinding force. She was ripped from her seat and tossed high in the air. Tumbling, she toppled end over end. Time stretched until the ground rose up and struck her. Something snapped in her arm, a flash of pain that was barely noted. She rolled across the sand, coming to a stop face down. She lay there for several breaths, unable to move. But fear for her father rolled her on her side. She stared back toward the smoking volcano in the sand. The devil was gone, snuffed away. All that was left was a smudgy dustiness hanging in the air. She fought to sit up, gasping and cradling her injured arm. It made no sense. She stared in all directions. The sands lay flat all around her, untouched by track or print. Everything was gone. No sandy hollow, no bloodied oryx, no sand-scarred cycle. She stared out at the empty sands. "Papa!" A cry from the gallery drew Kara back to the present. Her cigarette, forgotten in her fingers, had burned to the filter. She stood and stumped it out. "Over here," the call repeated. It was one of her technicians. "I found something." 08 a.m. EST, Ledyard, Connecticut. Painter Crowe crouched low on the elevator floor as the doors rolled open upon the top floor of the Grand Picote Tower. Ready for an ambush, he had his Glock pointed forward, a round chambered, his finger resting on the trigger. The elevator bay was empty. He listened for a long-held breath. No voices, no footsteps. Distantly, a television could be heard blaring the theme of Good Morning America. It wasn't a particularly good morning for him. Easing up, he risked a glance out the door, covering with his weapon. Nothing. He kicked out of his shoes and placed one so it would hold open the door in case he needed a fast retreat. In his socks, he took 3 fast steps to the opposite wall and checked the immediate area. All clear. He cursed the lack of manpower. While he had the backing of hotel security and the local police, who were already covering all the exits, any additional federal agents had been limited out of respect for Indian sovereignty. Besides, the mission was supposed to be a simple nab and collar. The worst-case scenario was that they would have to destroy the research data rather than having it fall into Chinese hands. Now it had all gone to hell. He had been duped by his own equipment. But he had a larger fear at the moment, Cassandra. He prayed he was wrong about her, but he held out no real hope. He slid along the wall of the elevator lobby. It opened into the middle of the hallway. Numbered suites marched off in both directions. Keeping low, he swept both right and left. Empty. No sign of Zhang or his bodyguards. He headed down the hall. His senses sharpened to a razor's edge. At the click of a door lock behind him, he swung around, dropped to a knee, pistol pointed. It was only one of the hotel guests. Down the far hall, an older woman appeared in a bathrobe. She picked up her complimentary copy of USA Today resting on the doorstep and retreated back inside, not even noticing the armed gunman down the hall. Painter twisted back around. He hurried the dozen steps to his suite's door. He tested the handle. Locked. He reached with one hand for his key, the other held his Glock pointed at Zhang's door across the hallway. He swept his key across the electronic lock. The green light flashed. He shoved the door open while pressed against the wall outside. No shots, no cries. He sprang through the door. He stopped 5 feet inside, legs splayed in a shooter's stance. He had a clear view into the main room and the bedroom. Empty. He hurried forward and checked the bedroom and bathroom. No hostiles and no sign of Cassandra. He returned to the bay of electronic equipment. He checked the monitors. They still showed various shots of Zhang's suite across the hall. They had cleared out. The computer was gone. There was only one occupant still in the suite. God, no. He raced back out the door, abandoning caution. He crashed across the hall and fumbled out the security passkey that opened all the rooms in the tower. He forced his way into Zhang's suite and sprinted through the main room and into the bedroom. She hung naked from a rope attached to a ceiling fan. Her face had purpled above the noose. Her feet, which had still been kicking on the monitor, now dangled slackly. Holstering his gun, Painter hurtled over a chair and leapt through the air. He yanked a dagger from a wrist sheath and sliced the rope with a single swift cut. He landed heavily, tossed the knife, and caught the body as it fell. Twisting at the hips, he brought her down upon the bed, then fell to his knees. His fingers fought the nooses knot. Gosh! The rope had snugged deep into her thin neck, but the noose finally let go of its victim. He pried the rope loose. His fingers gingerly checked her neck. Not broken. Was she still alive? As answer, a shuddering gasp rattled up her frame and out her mouth. Painter bowed his head in relief. Her eyes rolled open, panicked and lost. More coughs rattled through her. Arms fought an invisible enemy. He tried to reassure her, speaking in Mandarin. "You're safe. Lie still. You're safe." The girl looked even younger than 13. Her naked body was bruised in places where a child should not be bruised. Zhang had sorely used her and afterward left her behind, dangling by a rope, meant to delay him, distract him from the pursuit. He sat back on his heels. The girl began to sob, curling in on herself. He didn't touch her, knowing better than to try. His lash communicator buzzed in his ears. "Commander Crowe,
It was the head of hotel security. "There's a firefight at the North Tower exit. Zhang?" He gained his feet and rushed to the balcony window. "Yes, sir. Report is he's using your partner as a human shield. She may have been shot. I have more men on the way." He shoved the window open. It was safety secured and only opened enough to shove his head through. "We need those roadblocks up. Hang on." The sound of squealing tires reached him. A Lincoln Town car careened from the valet parking lot and headed toward the tower. It was Zhang's personal car on its way to pick him up. Security came back on the radio. "He's broken out of the north exit. He still has your partner." The town car reached the corner of the tower. Painter swung back inside. "Get those very roadblocks up." But there wouldn't be enough time. He had put in the emergency call less than 4 minutes ago. Law enforcement here mostly dealt with drunken fights, DUIs, and petty thefts, not matters of national security. He had to stop them. Bending down, he retrieved his knife from the floor. "Stay here," he said softly in Mandarin.
He rushed to the main room and used the dagger to pry off the ventilation grill. It snapped open with a pop of screws. He reached within and grabbed the black device hidden inside. The EM grenade was roughly the size and shape of a football. Palming the device, he flared to the suite's door and out into the hall. Still without his shoes, he sprinted down the carpeted hall. He analyzed a quick schematic in his head, coordinating where the north exit was in relation to his location on this floor. He did a best guess estimate. 8 doors down, he stopped and pulled out his security key again. He swiped it through the electronic lock and shoved the door open as soon as it flashed green. "Security!" he hollered and raced into the room. An older woman, the same one he had spotted earlier, sat in a chair reading USA Today. She tossed the paper in the air and clutched her robe to her throat. "Was ist los?" she asked in German. He hurried past her to the window, reassuring her that nothing was wrong. "Nichts, sich ungefähr zu sorgen, Fräulein," he answered. He slid the window open. Again, it was only enough to stick his head through. He glanced down. The Lincoln Town car idled below. The rear door to the sedan slammed shut. Shots rang out. Slugs pelted the side of the car as its tires squealed and smoked, but the car had been bulletproofed, an American-built tank. Painter leaned back and shoved the football-shaped device out the window. He depressed the activation button and threw the grenade straight down with all the force in his shoulder, hoping for a Hail Mary pass. He pulled his arm back inside. The wheels of the town car stopped squealing as it gained traction. He sent a prayer to the spirits of his ancestors. The EM pulse range was only 20 yards. He held his breath. What was that old saying? Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. As he held his breath, the muffled whump of the grenade finally sounded. Had he been close enough? He leaned his head back outside. The town car reached the near corner of the tower, but rather than making the turn, it swerved uncontrollably and struck a row of parked cars head-on. The front of the Lincoln climbed up the hood of a Volkswagen Passat and came to a crooked rest. He sighed. That was the good thing about EM pulses. They didn't discriminate about what computer systems they fried, even those that operated a Lincoln Town car. Below, uniformed security personnel poured from the exit and quickly surrounded the disabled car. "Was ist los?" the old German woman repeated behind him. He turned and hurried across the room. "Etwas Abfall gerade entleeren," just dumping some garbage. He crossed quickly down the hall to the elevator lobby. Retrieving his shoes from the jammed elevator door, he hit the button for the main floor. His stunt had stopped Zhang's escape, but it had also surely wiped out the computer he carried, destroying the research data. But that was not Painter's main concern. Cassandra. He had to get to her. As soon as the doors opened, he rushed across the gambling floor, where pandemonium reigned. The firefight had not gone unnoticed, though a few people still sat calmly in front of their slot machines, pushing their buttons with dogged determination. He crossed to the north exit and had to run through a series of blockades, flashing his identification, frustrated at being held back. Finally, he spotted John Fenton, head of security, and called out to him. He ushered Painter through the shattered exit. Safety glass crunched underfoot, and the telltale taint of gunpowder hung in the air. "I don't understand why the car crashed," Fenton said. Lucky for us, though. Not just luck, Painter said, and explained about the EM pulse and its 20-yard range. A few guests are going to have a hard time starting their cars this morning, and there'll probably be a few fried televisions on the first floors. Outside, Painter saw that the local security had things in hand. Additionally, a row of charcoal gray police cars, lights flashing, wound through the parking lot, circling down upon the site. The MP Tribal Police. Painter searched the area. Zong's bodyguards were down on their knees, fingers laced behind their heads. 2 bodies were sprawled on the ground, security coats draped over their faces. They were both men. Painter crossed to them and peeled one suit back. Another bodyguard, half his face gone. He didn't have to check the other. He recognized Zong's polished leather shoes. He shot himself, a familiar voice said from amid a group of security men and a pair of EMTs, rather than be captured. Painter turned and saw Cassandra step forward. Her face was pale, her smile shy. She was only in her bra. Her left shoulder was lost in a bandage. She nodded to a black suitcase a few feet away. Zong's computer. So, we lost the data, he said. The EM pulse wiped it. Maybe not, she said with a grin. The case is shielded with a copper Faraday cage. It should have been insulated from the pulse. He sighed with relief. So, the data was safe. All was not lost, that is, if they could retrieve the passcode. He stepped toward Cassandra. She grinned at him, eyes still shining. He pulled his Glock and pressed it to her forehead. Painter, what are you? She stepped back. He followed, never letting his gun drop. What's the code? Fenton moved to one side. Commander? Stay out of it. He cut the security chief off and maintained his attention on Sanchez. 4 bodyguards and Zong. Everyone is accounted for here. If Zong was on to our surveillance, then there was a good chance he alerted his contact at the conference. They would have fled together in order to complete the exchange. She tried to glance to the bodies, but he restrained her with his gun. You can't think it was me, she said with a half laugh. He pointed his free hand, never letting his weapon drop. I recognize the handiwork of a .45, like the Sig Sauer you carry. Zong took it from me. Painter, you're being paranoid. He reached to a pocket and pulled out the bug he found taped to the elevator wall. He held it toward her. She stiffened, but refused to look at it. No blood, Cassandra, not a trace, which means you never implanted it like you were supposed to. A hard edge sharpened her face. The computer code? She simply stared at him, coldly dispassionate now. You know I can't. He searched this stranger's face for the partner he knew, but she was long gone. There was no remorse, no guilt, only determination. He didn't have the time or the stomach to break her. He nodded to Fenton. Have your men cuff her. Keep her under constant guard. As she was being secured, she called over to him. Her words were plainly spoken. Painter, you'd best watch your back. You have no idea what a mess of pain you just stepped into. He picked up the computer suitcase and walked away. You're swimming in the deep end, Painter, and there are very sharks all around you, circling and circling. He ignored her and crossed toward the north entrance. He had to admit something to himself. He simply didn't understand women. Matters of the Heart, November 14, 05:05 p.m. GMT, London, England. Over here, I found something. Safia turned to see one of the men armed with a metal detector called to his partner. What now? The pair had been turning up bits of bronze statuary, iron incense burners, and copper coins. Safia splashed over to see what had been discovered. It might be significant. Across the gallery, Kara appeared at the entrance to the wing, having heard the shout too. She joined them. What have you found? She asked with cold authority. I'm not sure, the man said with a nod to his detector, but I'm getting a very strong reading. A piece of the meteorite? Can't tell. It's under this block of stone. Safia saw that the block had once been the torso and lower limbs of a sandstone statue, toppled onto its back. Despite the fact that the upper limbs and head had been blasted away, she recognized the figure. The life-size statue had once stood guard by a tomb in Salalah. It dated to 200 BC. It depicted a man with an elongated object lifted to his shoulder. Some thought it looked like a rifle, but actually it was a funerary incense lamp borne on the shoulder. The destruction of the statue was a tragic loss. All that remained now were the torso and 2 broken legs. Even these were so blasted by the heat that the sandstone had melted and hardened into a crust of glass over its surface. By now, others of Kara's red-hatted forensics team gathered around them. The man who made the discovery pointed his metal detector at the ruined statue. "Well, after rule the block out of the way. See what's under it." "Do it, Kara," said with a nod. "We'll need crowbars." A pair of men slogged away toward the stash of work tools. Sophia stepped protectively forward. "Kara, wait. Don't you recognize this statue?" "What do you mean?" "Look closer. This is the statue your father discovered, the one found buried by that tomb in Salalah. We need to preserve what we can." "I don't care." Kara pulled her aside by the elbow. "What's important is that there could be a clue to what happened to my father under there." Sophia tried to pull her aside, keeping her voice low. "Kara, you can't really think anything of this has to do with your father's death?" Kara waved to the men with the crowbars. "Give me one of those." Sophia remained where she was. Her gaze swept around the other rooms of the gallery, contemplating it all in a new light. All her work, the collection, the years spent in study. Was it more than just a memorial to Reginald Kensington for Kara? Had it also been a quest? To gather research material all in one place, to determine what actually happened to her father out in the desert so long ago. Sophia remembered the story from when they were both girls, told amid much weeping. Kara had been convinced something supernatural had killed her father. Sophia knew the details, the nisnases, the ghosts of the deep desert. Even as girls, she and Kara had investigated these tales, learning all they could about the mythology of the nisnases. Legend said they were all that remained of a people that once inhabited a vast city in the desert. It went by many names: Iram, Wabar, Ubar, the city of 1,000 pillars. Mentions of its downfall could be found in the Quran, in the tales of the Arabian Nights, and among the Alexander books. Founded by the great-grandchildren of the biblical Noah, Ubar was a rich and decadent city, filled with wicked people who dabbled in dark practices. Its king defied the warnings of a prophet named Hud, and God smote the city, driving it into the sands, never to be seen again, becoming a veritable Atlantis of the deserts. Afterward, tales persisted that the city still remained under the sands, haunted by the dead, its citizens frozen into stone, its fringes plagued by evil jinns and the even nastier nisnases, savage creatures of magical powers. Sophia had thought Kara had set aside such myths as mere fables, especially when investigators had attributed her father's death to the sudden opening of a sinkhole in the desert. Such death traps appeared not uncommonly in the region, swallowing lone trucks or the unwary wanderer. The bedrock below the desert was mostly limestone, a porous rock pocked by caverns worn by the receding water table. Collapses of these caverns occurred regularly, often accompanied by the exact phenomenon described by Kara, a thick, roiling column of dust above a whirlpool of swirling sand. A few steps away, Kara grabbed one of the crowbars, meaning to add her own shoulder to the effort. It seems she had not been convinced by those earlier geologists' explanation. Sophia should have guessed as much, especially with Kara's dogged persistence about ancient Arabia, using her billions to delve into the past, to gather artifacts from all ages, to hire the best people, including Sophia. She closed her eyes, wondering now how much of her own life had been guided by this fruitless quest. How influential had Kara been in her choice of studies, in her research projects here? She shook her head. It was too much to grasp at the moment. She would sort the matter later. She opened her eyes and stepped toward the statue, blocking the others. "I can't let you do this." Kara motioned her aside, her voice calm and logical. "If there's a piece of the meteorite here, salvaging it is more important than a few scratches on a broken statue." Important for whom? Sophia attempted to match Kara's stolid demeanor, but her question came off more as an accusation. "This statue is one of only a handful from that age in Arabia. Even broken, it's priceless. The meteorite can wait," Sophia said, cutting off her benefactor. "At least until the sculpture can be moved safely." Kara fixed her with a steely gaze that broke most men.
Sophia withstood the challenge, having known the girl behind the woman. Sophia stepped toward her. She took the crowbar, surprised to feel the tremble in the other's fingers. "I know what you were hoping," she whispered. Both knew the history of the camel-shaped meteorite, of the British explorer who had discovered it, how it was supposed to guard the entrance to a lost city buried under the sands, a city named Ubar. And now it had exploded under most strange circumstances. "There must be some connection," Kara mumbled, repeating her words from a moment ago. Sophia knew one way to dispel such a hope. "You know that Ubar has already been found." She let these words sink in. In 1992, the legendary city had been discovered by Nicholas Clapp, an amateur archaeologist, using satellite ground-penetrating radar. Founded around 900 BC and located at one of the few watering holes, the ancient city had been an important trading post on the incense road, linking the frankincense groves of the coastal Omani Mountains to the markets of the rich cities of the north. Over the centuries, Ubar had prospered and grown larger, until one day half the city collapsed into a giant sinkhole and was abandoned to the sands by the superstitious townfolk. "It was only an ordinary trading post," she continued. Kara shook her head, but Sophia was unsure if she was negating her last statement or resigning herself to the reality. Sophia remembered Kara's excitement upon hearing of Clapp's discovery. It had been heralded in newspapers around the globe, fabled lost Arabian city found. She had rushed out herself to see the site, to help in the early excavation. But as Sophia had stated, after 2 years of digging up potsherds and a few utensils, the site turned out to be nothing more exciting than an abandoned trading post. No vast treasures, no 1,000 pillars, no black ghosts. All that was left were those painful memories that haunted the living. "Lady Kensington," the man with the metal detector called out again. "Maybe Dr. Almaz was right about not moving this frickin' thing." Both women turned their attention back to the toppled statue. It was now flanked by both of the team members with detectors. They held their devices to either side of the blocky torso. Both metal detectors were beeping in chorus. "I was wrong," the first man continued. "Whatever I detected is not under the stone." "Then where is it?" Kara asked irritably. The other man answered, "It's inside it." A stunned moment of silence followed until Kara broke it. "Inside?" "Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I should have thought to triangulate earlier, but I never thought anything could be inside the stone." Sophia stepped forward. "It's probably just some random iron deposits." "Not from the readings we're getting here. It's a strong signal." "We'll have to break it open," Kara said. Sophia frowned at her. "Gosh." She dropped to her knees beside the sculpture, soaking her pants. "I need a flashlight." She was handed one by another member of the team. "What are you going to do with that?" Kara asked. "Peek inside." Sophia ran her hand over the heat-blasted surface of the statue. The sandy surface was now fused glass.
She planted the flashlight face down on the statue's bulky torso and flicked it on. The entire glassy surface of the statue lit up. Details were murky through the dark crystalline crust. Sophia didn't see anything unusual, but the glass was only 2 inches thick. Whatever they were looking for might be deeper in the stone. Kara gasped behind her. She was staring over Sophia's shoulder. "What?" She began to pull away the flashlight. "No," Kara warned. "Move it toward the center." Sophia did so, bringing the wash of light over the middle of the torso. A shadow appeared, a lump in the center of the statue, lodged deep, at the point where glass became stone. It shone a deep crimson under the light. The shape was unmistakable, especially given its position inside the torso. "It's a heart," Kara whispered. Sophia sat back, stunned. A human heart? 8:05 p.m. Hours later, Kara Kensington stood in the private lavatory outside the Department of the Ancient Near East. Just one more. She shook a single orange pill into her palm. Adderall, a prescription amphetamine, 20 milligrams. She weighed the pill in her hand. So much kick in such a small package, but maybe not enough. She added a second tablet. After all, she'd had no sleep last night and still had much to do. Tossing back the pills, she dry swallowed them, then stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her skin looked flushed, her eyes a bit too wide. She ran a hand through her hair, trying to fluff some body back into it. She failed.
Bending down to the tap, she turned the cold spigot, soaked both hands, and pressed them to her cheeks. She took deep breaths. It seemed like days rather than hours since she had been woken from her bed back at her family estate in the village of Blackheath. News of the explosion had her chauffeured limo racing through the stormy streets to reach the museum. And now what? Throughout the long day, various forensic teams had gathered all the necessary samples from the gallery: charred wood, plastics, metals, even bone. Finally, a few slag fragments of the meteorite had been picked out of the rubble. All initial evidence suggested that an electrical discharge had ignited some volatile components deep in the chunk of meteoric iron. No one was willing to say what those components were. From here, the investigation would be carried out in labs both in England and abroad. Kara could not hide her disappointment. Witnessing the glowing ball of lightning on the video footage had drawn her back to the day her father had vanished into the dust cloud. A spiral of sand, sparking with similar crackles of bluish electricity. Then the explosion, another death. There had to be a connection between the past and present. But what? Was it just another dead end like so many times in the past? A knock on the door drew her attention from her reflection. "Kara, we're ready for the examination." It was Sophia. In her friend's voice she heard concern. Only Sophia understood the weight around Kara's heart. "I'll be right out." She dropped the plastic pill vial back into her purse and snapped the satchel closed. Already the initial surge of drug-induced energy took the edge off her despair. With one last futile sweep of her hair, she crossed to the door, unlocked it, and pushed out into one of the more handsome research quarters, the famous arched room of the British Museum. Built in 1839, the two-story vaulted chamber, located in the west section of the museum, was of early Victorian design. Double galleries of library shelves, pierced iron walkways and stairs, arched piers leading into recessed alcoves. The very bones of the place harken back to the times of Charles Darwin, of Stanley and Livingstone, of the Royal Society of Scientists, where researchers wore jackets with tails and gathered studiously among the stacks of books and ancient tablets. Never open to the public, the Department of the Ancient Near East now utilized the room as a student center and reserve archive. But today, deserted of all but a select few, it served as a makeshift morgue. Kara stared across the room to the stone cadaver, headless and armless, resting atop a wheeled stretcher. It was all that was left of the ancient sculpture found in the north wing. Sophia had insisted that it be rescued from the rubble and brought up here, out of harm's way. 2 halogen lamps lit the body, and an array of tools rested atop a neighboring library bench, set up like a surgeon's table with scalpels, clamps, and thumb forceps. There were also various size hammers and brushes. Only the surgeon was missing. Sophia snapped on a pair of latex gloves. She wore safety glasses and a tightly cinched apron. "Ready?" Kara nodded. "Let's crack this old man's chest," a young man called with the usual crass enthusiasm of an American. Kara, well familiar with all who worked in her gallery, knew Clay Bishop, a grad student out of Northwestern University. He fiddled with a digital camcorder resting on a tripod, standing in as the group's videographer. "A little respect, Mr. Bishop," Sophia warned. "Sorry," he said with a crooked grin that belied any true remorse. He was not unhandsome for a gaunt bit of Generation X. He wore jeans, a vintage concert t-shirt depicting the Clash, and Reeboks that might have once been white, but this last was only a rumor. He stretched and stretching, showing a strip of his bare belly, and ran a hand over the stubble of his red hair. The only modicum of studiousness to the grad student was the pair of thick, black-rimmed glasses, uncool enough to be fashionable nowadays. "We're all set here, Dr. Almaz." "Very good." Sophia stepped under the halogen lights, positioning herself beside the spread of tools. Kara circled to view from the far side, joining the only other person observing the autopsy, Ryan Fleming, head of security. He must have arrived when she had gone to the loo. He nodded to her, but his stance stiffened at her approach, nervous at her proximity, like most of the museum staff. He cleared his throat as Sophia took measurements. "I came down here when I heard about the discovery," he mumbled to Kara. "Why might that be?" she asked. "Is there a security concern?" "No, it was simple curiosity." He nodded to the sculpture. "Not every day we find a statue with a heart hidden inside it." That was indeed true, though Kara suspected it was a different matter of the heart that had drawn Fleming down here. His eyes spent more time examining Sophia than the strange statue. Kara allowed him his puppy dog crush and turned her attention to the prone sculpture. Beneath the shell of blasted glass, a deeper glow of crimson took up the lamplight. A heart, a human heart. She leaned closer. While the heart appeared life-size and anatomically correct, it had to have been sculpted from some type of ore, since the forensic team's detectors had picked up its presence. Still, Kara almost expected to see it beat if she waited long enough. Sophia leaned over the statue with a diamond-tipped tool. She carefully scored the glass, forming a perfect square around the buried heart. I want to preserve as much as possible. Next, she placed a suction cup device atop the glass square and gripped the handle. I expect the interface between the glass and the sandstone beneath to be weak. Sophia grabbed a rubber mallet and tapped firmly along the inside edge of the glass square. Small cracks appeared, following the pre-scored lines. Each pop drew a wince from everyone. Even Kara found her fingers balling up. Only Sophia remained calm. Kara knew her friend's propensity for panic attacks during stressful situations, but whenever Sophia labored in her own element, she was as hard as the diamonds on her glass cutter and as sharp. She worked with a zen-like calmness and focused concentration. But Kara also noted the glint in her friend's eyes. Excitement. It had been a long time since Kara had seen such a glimpse in Sophia, a reminder of the woman she used to be. Maybe there was hope for her yet. That should do it, Sophia said.
She returned the mallet and used a tiny brush to sweep stray chips away, keeping her work surface pristine. Once satisfied, she gripped the suction handle and applied a bit of pressure, first pushing in one direction, then the other, gently rocking the square. Finally, she simply pulled straight up, lifting the block of glass cleanly away. Kara stepped closer, staring into the statue's open chest. The heart was even more detailed than she had first imagined. Each chamber was distinct, including tiny surface arteries and veins. It rested perfectly in its sandstone bed, as if the sculpture had formed naturally around it, a pearl inside an oyster. Sophia carefully freed the glass from the suction device and flipped it over. There was an imprint of the heart's upper surface in the glass. She turned to the camera. "Clay, are you getting a good shot of all this?" Crouched by his camera, he bounced up and down on his heels. "Oh man, this is fantastic. I take that as a yes." Sophia placed the glass on the library table. "What about the heart?" Fleming asked. Sophia turned and peered into the open chest. She tapped the handle of a tiny brush against the heart. The ring was heard by all. Metal for certain. Bronze, I'd guess, from the reddy color. "That almost sounded hollow," Clay commented, shifting the camera tripod to get a better view in the chest cavity. "Do it again." Sophia shook her head. "I'd best not. See how the sandstone lips over the heart in places? It's locked in there fairly well. I think we should leave it untouched. Other researchers should see this in situ before we disturb it." Kara hadn't dared breathe for the past minute. Her heart hammered in her ears, and not from the amphetamines. Had no one else noticed it? Before she could ask, a door slammed farther back in the arched room. Everyone jumped slightly. Footsteps approached. 2 men. Sophia tilted the halogen light to shine down the hall. Director Tyson. "Edgar." Kara stepped forward. "What are you doing here?" The head of the museum stepped aside to reveal his companion. It was the inspector from Central London Homicide. "Inspector Samuelson was with me when I heard the news of your brilliant discovery. We were just finishing up, and he asked if he might see the astounding find for himself. How could I refuse, considering how much help he's been?" "Certainly," Kara said in her best diplomatic tone, hiding a flash of irritation. "You're just in time." She waved them over to the makeshift morgue, giving up her space. Her own discovery would have to wait a little longer. Fleming nodded his greeting to his boss. "I guess I've seen enough myself. I should go check on the night shift." He stepped away, but not before turning to Sophia. "Thank you for allowing me to observe." "Any time," she said distantly, distracted by the exposed heart. Kara noted how the head of security's eyes lingered on Sophia, then turned away, wounded, as he left. Sophia was forever blind to all but her work. She had let greater men than Fleming slip from her life. Inspector Samuelson stepped up to fill the security chief's spot. He had his suit jacket over one arm, sleeves rolled up. "I hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all," Sophia said. "It's a fortunate discovery." "Indeed."
The inspector leaned over the statue. Kara was certain more than plain curiosity had drawn him here. Coincidences were causes for investigation. Edgar stood at the inspector's shoulder. Simply brilliant, isn't it? This discovery will draw attention from all around the world. Samuelson straightened. Where did this statue come from? It was discovered by my father, Kara said. Samuelson glanced to her, one eyebrow cocked. Kara noted how Edgar stepped back, eyes on his toes. It was a tender subject to broach. Safia pushed up her safety goggles and continued the explanation, relieving Kara of the need. Reginald Kensington had financed an archaeological team to oversee the excavation for the construction of a new mausoleum at a tomb in the town of Salalah on the Omani coast. He discovered the statue buried beside the older tomb. It was a rare discovery, to find a pre-Islamic statue, one dating to 200 BC in such pristine shape. But the tomb had been revered for 2 millennia, thus the site was not overly trampled or desecrated. It's a true tragedy to have such a perfectly preserved artifact destroyed. Samuelson was not stirred. But its destruction also allowed this new discovery. There's a balance in that. The same can't be said for poor Harry Masterson. Of course, Safia said quickly, I didn't mean to imply that his death was not the true tragedy. You're most correct. Samuelson glanced around at those gathered. His eyes lingered a bit longer on the grad student Clay Bishop. Whatever he saw there, he found wanting. His eyes drifted back to the statue. You mentioned a tomb near where this statue was found. Yes, the tomb of Nabi Emran. A pharaoh or something? Safia smiled. This wasn't an Egyptian tomb. Like Kara, she knew the inspector was playing dumb. In Arabia, the most famous tombs are those that mark the graves of people from the Bible or the Quran. In this case, a figure from both. Nabi Imran? I don't recall that name from any Bible class. Actually, he was quite significant. You have heard of the Virgin Mary? Vaguely. He said this so sincerely he drew another smile from Safia. She had been teasing out the revelation, but she finally relented. Nabi Imran was Mary's father. 1 p.m. EST, Arlington, Virginia. Painter Crowe sat in the back seat of the silver Mercedes S500 sedan. It glided smoothly down Interstate 66 from Dulles International, heading east toward Washington, but they weren't going that far. The driver, a tactiphone fellow built like a linebacker, signaled and took the Glebe exit in Arlington. They were almost to DARPA headquarters, less than half a mile away. He checked his watch. Only a couple hours ago he had been in Connecticut, confronting a partner he had trusted for the past 5 years. His thoughts shied away from Cassandra, but still circled around the sore subject. They had been recruited out of Special Forces at the same time, he from the Navy SEALs, she from the Army Rangers. DARPA had chosen them for a new, highly secretive team within the organization, codenamed Sigma Force. Most in DARPA were unaware of its existence. Sigma's objective was search and seizure, a covert militarized team of technically trained agents who were sent into high-risk situations to obtain or protect new research and technologies. Where the Delta Force had been established as an anti-terrorist squad, Sigma was started to protect and maintain the technological superiority of the United States, no matter the cost. And now, this call back to headquarters. It had to be a new mission, but why the urgency? The sedan traveled down North Fairfax Drive and pulled into the parking lot. They ran a gauntlet of security measures and were soon sliding into an empty spot. Another man, barrel-chested and expressionless, stepped forward and opened the door. "If you'll follow me, Commander Crowe." Painter was led into the main building, escorted to the office suite of the director, and asked to wait while his attendant proceeded forward to announce his arrival. Painter stared at the closed door. Vice Admiral Tony Rector had been the head of DARPA for as long as Painter had been in service there. Prior to that, he had been the head of the Office of Information Awareness, the intelligence-gathering wing of DARPA, critical after September 11 in monitoring data flowing across computer networks in search of terrorist plots, activities, and financial transactions. The Admiral's intelligence, expertise, and even-handed management had eventually won him the directorship of DARPA. The door opened. His escort waved him forward, stepping aside and allowing Painter to pass. Once he was through, the door closed behind him. The room was paneled in dark mahogany and smelled vaguely of pipe tobacco. A matching mahogany desk stood in the center.
Behind it, Tony the Tiger Rector rose to shake his hand. He was a large man, not fat, but someone who had once been well-muscled, now gone a little soft as he crossed his 60th year. But flesh was all that was soft about the man. His eyes were blue diamonds, his hair slicked and silver. His grip was iron as he shook Painter's hand and nodded him to one of the 2 leather chairs. "Have a seat. I've called up Dr. McKnight. He'll be joining us." Dr. Sean McKnight was Sigma's founder and director, Painter's immediate superior, an ex-Navy SEAL who had gone on to earn a PhD in both physics and information technology. If Dr. McKnight was being called in, then all the big boys were coming to play. Whatever was going down was significant. "May I ask what this is in regard to, sir?" The Admiral settled into his own chair. "I heard about the bit of unpleasantness up in Connecticut," he said, sidestepping the question. "The boys down in the Advanced Technology office are waiting for that spy's suitcase computer to be delivered. Hopefully, we'll be able to retrieve the plasma weapons data from it. I'm sorry I failed to obtain the password." Admiral Rector shrugged. "At least the Chinese won't be getting their hands on it. And considering all you faced, you did a fine job up there." Painter held back asking about his former partner. Cassandra was most likely heading to a secure site to be interrogated. From there, who knew? Guantanamo Bay, Fort Leavenworth, or some other military prison? It was no longer his concern. Still, an ache throbbed in his chest. He hoped it was only indigestion. He certainly had no reason to feel any pangs over Cassandra's fate. "As to your question," the Admiral continued, drawing him back to the moment, "something was brought to our attention by the Defense Sciences Office. There was an explosion over at the British Museum last night." Painter nodded, having listened to the news on CNN on the way here. "Lightning strike." "So it's been reported." Painter heard the denial and sat straighter. Before he could inquire, the door opened. Dr. Sean McKnight strode into the room, a gale barely suppressed. His face was red, his brow damp, like he'd run all the way here. "It's been confirmed," he said quickly to the Admiral. Admiral Rector nodded. "Take a seat then. We don't have much time." As his boss sat in the remaining leather chair, Painter glanced over. McKnight had worked with DARPA for 22 years, including a stint as the director of its Special Projects Office. One of his first special projects had been the formation of Sigma Force. He had envisioned a team of operatives who were both technologically savvy and militarily trained, brains and brawn, as he liked to say, who could operate with surgical precision to secure and protect classified technologies. Sigma Force was the result. Painter had been one of the first recruits, handpicked by McKnight after Painter had sustained a broken leg during a mission in Iraq. While he had been recuperating, McKnight had taught him the value of honing his mind as well as his body, putting him through an academic boot camp that was tougher than his BUDS training to become a Navy SEAL. There was no person on the planet whom Painter held in higher esteem, and now to see him so shaken. McKnight sat near the edge of his seat, back straight. It looked like he had slept in the charcoal suit he wore, appearing all his 55 years at the moment. His eyes crinkled with worry, lips tight, sandy gray hair uncombed. Something was clearly wrong. Admiral Rector swiveled a plasma monitor on his desk toward Painter. "Commander Crowe, you should view this footage first." Painter shifted closer, ready for some answers. The screen's desktop filled with a black and white video. "This is the security surveillance for the British Museum." He sat silently as the video rolled. A guard appeared on the screen, entering a museum gallery. It didn't take long. As the explosion ended the tape, whiting out the screen, Painter sat back. His 2 superiors studied him. "That luminous sphere," he said slowly. "That was ball lightning, if I'm not mistaken." "Indeed," Admiral Rector confirmed. "It was the same assessment that drew the attention of a pair of researchers with the Defense Sciences Office who were in London. Ball lightning has never been caught on film. Or been that destructive," Dr. McKnight added. Painter recalled a lecture he'd heard during his Sigma Force training in electrical engineering. Ball lightning had been reported from the times of the early Greeks, seen by groups of people and reported in many places. Its rarity had kept it a mystery.
Theories for its formation varied from free-floating plasma caused by the ionization of air during thunderstorms to the vaporization of silicon dioxide from the soil after lightning struck the ground. "So what happened at the British Museum?" he asked. "This." Admiral Rector had removed an object from a desk drawer and placed it on his blotter. It looked like a blackened piece of rock, about the size of a softball. "We had it shipped on a military jet this morning." "What is it?" The Admiral nodded for him to pick it up. He did and found the object unusually heavy. Not rock, it felt dense enough to be lead. "Meteoric iron," Dr. McKnight explained. "A sample from the artifact that you saw explode a moment ago." Painter placed the chunk back on the desk. "I don't understand. Are you saying the meteor caused the explosion, not the ball lightning?" "Yes and no," McKnight answered cryptically. "What do you know of the Tunguska explosion in Russia?" Rector asked. The sudden shift in subject caught Painter off guard. His brow furrowed as he dredged up old history. "Not much. Something about a meteor strike back in 1908, somewhere up in Siberia, caused a big blast." Rector leaned back. "Big is a bit of an understatement. The explosion uprooted a forest for 40 miles around, over an area about half the size of Rhode Island. The blast liberated the energy equivalent of 2,000 atomic bombs. Horses were knocked over 400 miles away. Big just doesn't quite cover the extent of the explosion." "There were other effects too," McKnight said. "A magnetic storm created a vortex for 600 miles all around. For days afterward, the night skies were luminescent from the amount of dust, bright enough to read a newspaper by. An EM pulse wrapped itself halfway around the world." "Christ," Painter mumbled. Those who witnessed the blast from hundreds of miles away reported seeing a streaking bright light in the sky, as brilliant as the sun, trailing a tail of iridescent colors. "The meteor," Painter said. Admiral Rector shook his head. "That was one theory, a stony asteroid or comet. But there are several problems with that theory. First, no meteor fragments have ever been found, not even any telltale iridium dust. Carbonaceous meteors usually leave an iridium fingerprint," McKnight said, "but such a finding was never unearthed in Tunguska. And there was no crater," the Admiral added. McKnight nodded. "The force of the blast was 40 megatons. Prior to that, the last meteor to even come close to such force struck Arizona some 50,000 years ago. And it was only 3 megatons, a mere fraction of Tunguska, and it left a massive crater a mile wide and 500 feet deep. So why no crater, especially when we so clearly know the epicenter of the blast due to the radial felling of the trees outward from ground zero?" Painter had no answer to this, or to the more immediate question in his mind. What did any of this have to do with the British Museum? McKnight continued. "Since the time of the explosion, there have also been interesting biological consequences noted in the region. An accelerated growth of certain ferns, an increase in the rate of mutations, including genetic abnormalities in the seeds and needles of pine trees and even ant populations. And humans have not escaped the effect."
The local Evenk tribes in the area demonstrate abnormalities in their Rh blood factors. All clear indications of some radiological exposure, most likely gamma in origin. Painter tried to wrap his mind around a craterless explosion, unusual atmospheric effects, and residual gamma radiation. So what caused all this? Admiral Rector answered, "Something quite small, about 7 pounds. "That's impossible," he blurted. The Admiral shrugged. If it was ordinary matter. The mystery hung in the air for a long moment. Dr. McKnight finally spoke. "Newest research as of 1995 suggests that what struck Tunguska was indeed a meteor, but one composed of antimatter." Painter's eyes widened. Antimatter. He now understood why he had been called into this briefing. While most folks considered antimatter to be the realm of science fiction, it had become reality in the past decade with the production of antimatter particles in laboratories. Leading the forefront in this research was CERN Laboratories in Geneva, Switzerland. The lab had been producing antimatter for close to 2 decades using a subterranean low-energy antiproton ring. But to date, an entire year's production of antiprotons by CERN would produce only enough energy to flicker a light bulb for a few moments. Still, antimatter was intriguing. A single gram of antimatter would produce the energy equivalent of an atomic bomb. Of course, someone would first have to discover a cheap, readily available source of antimatter, and that was impossible. Painter found his eyes on the lump of meteoric iron resting atop Admiral Rector's desk. He knew that the upper atmosphere of the Earth was under constant bombardment by antimatter particles in cosmic rays, but they were immediately annihilated when they came in contact with atmospheric matter. It had been postulated that there might be asteroids or comets in the vacuum of space composed of antimatter left over from the Big Bang. He began to connect some of the dots in his head. The explosion at the British Museum. "We've tested some of the debris from the blasted gallery," McKnight said. "Metal and wood." Painter remembered his boss's statement upon arriving here. It's been confirmed. A cold lump formed in the pit of his belly. McKnight continued, "The blast debris bears a low-level radiation signature that matches Tunguska. Are you saying that the explosion at the British Museum was caused by antimatter annihilation? That meteor is actually antimatter?" Admiral Rector rolled the blasted fragment back and forth with a finger. "Of course not. This is ordinary meteoric iron, nothing more." "Then I don't understand," McKnight spoke up. "The radiation signature can't be ignored. It's too exact to be random. Something happened. The only explanation is that somehow the meteor had antimatter stored within it, in some unknown stabilized form. The electrical discharge by the ball lightning destabilized it and created a cascade effect with the resulting explosion. Whatever antimatter had been present was consumed during the blast, leaving only this shell behind," the Admiral said, nudging the stone. Silence settled over the room. The implications were enormous. Admiral Rector picked up the chunk of iron. "Can you imagine the significance if we're right? A source of almost unlimited power. If there is some clue as to how this is possible, or better yet, a sample, it must not fall into other hands." Painter found himself nodding. "So what is the next step?" Admiral Rector stared hard at him. "We can't let word of this connection leak out, not even to our own allies. Too many ears are connected to too many mouths." He nodded for Dr. McKnight to continue. His boss took a deep breath. "Commander, we want you to lead a small team over to the museum. Your cover has already been established as American scientists specializing in lightning research. You're to make contacts when and where you can. While there, your objective is simply to keep your ears to the ground and to note any new discoveries that might be made out there. We'll continue research here with all departments mobilized. If any further investigation on site is needed in London, your team will be our go-to people." "Yes, sir." There was a flicker of eye contact between Admiral Rector and Dr. McKnight, an unspoken question. Painter felt an icy finger trace his spine. The Admiral nodded again. McKnight turned to face Painter. "There is one more factor here. We may not be the only ones working this angle." "What do you mean?" "If you remember, the director mentioned a pair of researchers from the Defense Sciences Office over in London, the ones who investigated the ball lightning sighting." "Correct." Again a flicker of contact between Painter's two superiors. Then his boss fixed him with a hard stare. 4 hours ago, they were found shot, execution style, in their room. The place was ransacked. Several items were stolen. The Metropolitan Police are considering it a robbery homicide. Admiral Rector stirred behind his desk. "But I never could stomach coincidences. They give me heartburn." McKnight nodded. "We don't know if the murders are connected to our line of investigation, but we want you and your team to proceed as if they were. Watch each other's backs and keep alert." He nodded. "In the meantime," the Admiral said, "let's just hope they don't discover anything significant out there until you get across the pond." 9:48 p.m. GMT, London, England. "You have to remove the heart." Safia glanced up from her measurements with a tiny silver caliper. The arched room of the museum lay dark all around. There were only the three of them left, Kara, Clay, and herself. Edgar and the inspector had left 20 minutes ago.
It seemed the exacting measurements and notations of minutia had not held their interest, diminishing the momentary wonder of the statue's origin as a funerary sculpture for the tomb of the Virgin Mary's father. Safia returned to her measurements. "I'll remove the heart eventually." "No, tonight." Safia studied her friend closer. Kara's face was limned in the halogen spots. The stark light bled all the color from her face, but Safia noted the silvery sheen to her skin, the wide cast to her pupils. She was high, amphetamines again. 3 years ago, Safia had been one of the few who had known Lady Kensington's month-long vacation abroad had actually been a trip through rehab in an exclusive private clinic down in Kent. How long has she been using again? She glanced to Clay. Now was not the time to confront her. "What's the hurry?" she asked instead. Kara's eyes darted around the room, her voice lowered. "Before the inspector arrived, I noted something. I'm surprised you haven't seen it yet." "What?" Kara leaned over and pointed to one of the exposed sections of the heart, specifically the right ventricle. "Look at this raised line here." She traced it with the tip of the caliper. "One of the coronary arteries or veins," Safia said, amazed at the artistry. "Is it?" Kara pointed. "See how perfectly horizontal the top section is? Then it drops down vertically at both ends at 90 degrees. She followed the vessel's course. Her fingers shook with a characteristic amphetamine tremor. Kara continued, "Everything on this heart is so naturally rendered. Da Vinci would have a hard time being so anatomically precise." She stared over to Safia. "Nature doesn't like 90-degree angles." Safia leaned closer. She traced the lines with her fingers as if she were reading Braille. Doubt slowly faded to shock. "The ends, they simply stop abruptly. They don't blend back down." "It's a letter," Kara said. "Epigraphic South Arabian," Safia agreed, naming the ancient scripts from the region, a script that predated Hebrew and Aramaic. "It's the letter B." "And look at what we can see of the upper heart chamber, the right atrium," Clay said behind them. They both glanced at him. "I was pre-med before I realized the sight of blood had such a, well, negative effect on what I had for lunch." Kara returned to the sculpture and pointed her caliper again.
A good portion of the upper atrium is still obscured by the sandstone encasement, but I think that's another letter hidden under there. Sophia leaned closer. She felt with her fingers. The tail end of exposed vessels ended abruptly as they did on the first one. I'll have to work carefully. She reached for the array of picks, chisels, and tiny hammers. With the proper tools in hand, she set about with the precision of a surgeon. Hammer and chisel to break away the larger chunks of brittle sandstone, then pick and brush to clear away. In a matter of minutes, the right atrium was cleared. Sophia stared down at the crisscrossing of what appeared to be coronary vessels, but they mapped out a perfect letter. It was too complex for mere chance. "What letter is that?" Clay asked. "There's not a direct corresponding letter in English," Sophia answered. "The letter is pronounced somewhat like the sound wa, so in translations it's often listed WA or even U, as that's what it sounds like orally. Though in truth, there are no vowels in epigraphic South Arabian script." Kara met her eyes. "We have to remove the heart," she repeated. "If there are more letters, they'd be on the opposite side." Sophia nodded. The left side still remained locked in the stone chest. She hated to disturb the statue any further, but curiosity drove her to pick up her tools without argument. She set to work. It took her a full half-hour to remove the sandstone clamped around the heart. Finally, she attached the suction clamp and gripped the handle with both hands. With a prayer to the old gods of Arabia, she pulled evenly up, using all the muscles in her shoulders. At first, it appeared to be stuck, but it was merely heavier than she had anticipated. With a determined grimace of effort, she lifted the heart free of the chest. Bits of sandstone and loose grains showered down. At arm's length, she swung the prize around to the library table. Kara hurried over to join them. Sophia placed the heart on a square of soft leather chamois to protect it, then unfastened the suction clamp. The heart rolled slightly, once released. A small sloshing sound accompanied it. Sophia glanced at the others. Had they heard it too? "I told you I thought the thing was hollow," Clay whispered. Sophia reached and rocked the heart on the chamois. The center of gravity rolled with the rocking. It reminded her oddly of one of those old magic 8-balls. There's some type of fluid in the center. Clay backed up a step. Great, it had better not be blood. I prefer my cadavers desiccated and wrapped like mummies. It's sealed tight, Sophia assured him, examining the heart. I can't even spot a way to open it. It's almost like the bronze heart was forged around it. Riddles wrapped inside riddles, Kara said, and took her turn rolling and checking the heart. What about more lettering? Sophia joined her. It took them half a moment to orient themselves and find the 2 remaining chambers. She ran her finger over the largest, the left ventricle. It was smooth and bare. Nothing, Kara said, surprised and baffled. Maybe it wore away. Sophia checked more thoroughly, painting it with a bit of isopropyl alcohol to clean its surface. I see no scoring or trace. It's too smooth. What about the left atrium? Clay asked. She nodded, turning the heart. She quickly spotted a line arcing cleanly over the face of the atrium. It's the letter R, Kara whispered, sounding slightly frightened. She collapsed down on a chair. It can't be, Clay frowned. I don't understand. The letters B, Y, or U, and R. What does it spell? Those 3 ESA letters should be known to you, Mr. Bishop, Sophia said. Maybe not in that order. She picked up a pencil and drew them out as they should be spelled. Clay scrunched his face. ESA is read like Hebrew and Arabic, from right to left, opposite of English. W-A-B, Ubar. But the vowels are excluded between consonants. The young man's eyes widened. Ubar, the very lost city of Arabia, the Atlantis of the sands. Kara shook her head. First a meteorite fragment that was supposed to guard Ubar explodes, and now we find the name written on a bronze heart. If it is bronze, Sophia said, still bent over the heart. Kara was shaken out of her shock. What do you mean? Sophia lifted the heart in her hands. When I pulled the heart out of the statue, it seemed way too heavy, especially if it's hollowed out and full of liquid. See where I cleaned the left ventricle with the alcohol? The base metal is much too red. Kara stood, understanding dawning in her eyes. You think it's iron, like the meteorite fragment. Sophia nodded, possibly even the same meteoric iron. I'll have to test it, but either way it makes no sense. At the time of the sculpture's carving, the peoples of Arabia didn't know how to smelt and work iron of this quality, especially a masterful piece of art like this. There are so many mysteries here, I don't even know where to begin. If you're right, Kara said fiercely, then that drab trading post unearthed in the desert back in 1992 is a far cry from the whole story. Something is yet undiscovered. She pointed to the artifact, like the true heart of Ubar. But what do we do now? What's the next step? We're no closer to knowing anything about Ubar. Clay was examining the heart. It's sort of strange that the left ventricle has no letters. Ubar is only spelled with 3 letters, Sophia explained. Then why use a 4-chambered heart and spell the letters in the direction of blood flow? Sophia swung around. Explain yourself. Blood enters the heart from the body through the vena cava into the right atrium, the letter U. He poked a finger at the stumped large vessel that led to the right upper chamber and continued his anatomy lesson, tracing his way. It then passes through the atrioventricular valve to the right ventricle, the letter B. From there, the blood leaves for the lungs via the pulmonary artery, then returns oxygen-rich through the pulmonary vein to the left atrium, the letter R, spelling out Ubar. So why does it stop there? Why indeed? Sophia mumbled, brow furrowed. She pondered the mystery. The name Ubar was spelled in the path that blood traveled. It seemed to imply a direction, a flow towards something. A glimmer of an idea formed. Where does the blood go after it leaves the heart? Clay pointed to a thick arched vessel at the very top, through the aorta to the brain and the rest of the body. Sophia rolled the heavy heart, followed the aorta to where it ended, and stared inside the stump. A plug of sandstone was jammed in there. She had not bothered to clean it out, too busy concentrating on the surface of the chambers. What are you thinking? Kara asked. It's like the writing is pointing somewhere. She returned the heart to the table and began to clean away the sandstone from the end of the aorta. It crumbled away easily.
She sat back at what she found beyond the sand. "What is that?" Clay asked, staring over her shoulder. "Something prized more than blood itself by the ancient peoples of Arabia." She used a pick to pry a few crystalline chunks of the dried resin onto the table. She could smell the sweet aroma given off by the crystals, preserved throughout the long centuries. It was a scent from a time before Christ. "Frankincense," Kara said, awe in her voice. "What does it mean?" "It's a signpost," Sophia answered. "As the blood flows, so do the riches of Ubar." She turned to her friend. "The clue must point toward Ubar, to the next step on the road to its doorway." "But where does it point?" Kara asked. Sophia shook her head. "I'm not sure, but the town of Salalah is the beginning of the famous incense road." She nudged the bits of crystal and frankincense. "And the tomb of Nabi Imran lies within that city." Kara straightened. "Then that's where we must begin the search." "Search? We must put an expedition together immediately." Kara spoke rapidly, eyes wide. But it was not the amphetamines fueling her excitement. It was hope. In a week's time, no later.
My contacts in Oman will make all the necessary arrangements, and we'll need the best people. You, of course, and whomever you see fit. "Me?" Safia asked, her heart skipping a beat. I haven't done field work in years." "You are going," Kara said firmly. "It's time for you to quit hiding in these dusty halls. Get back out in the world. I can coordinate data from here. I'm not needed in the field." Kara stared at her, looking as if she was going to relent as she had in the past. Then her voice dropped to a husky whisper. "Saf, I need you. If something's truly out there, an answer." She shook her head, close to tears. "I need you with me. I can't do it by myself." Safia swallowed, struggling with herself. How could she refuse her friend? She stared at the fear and hope in Kara's eyes. But in her head, old screams still echoed. She could not silence them. Blood of children still stained her hands. I can't." Something must have broken in her face, because Kara finally shook her head. "I understand." But from her clipped tone, she didn't. No one did. Kara continued, "But you were right about one thing. We'll need an experienced field archaeologist on board. And if you're not going, I know the perfect person." Safia realized whom she meant. "Oh, no." Kara sensed her distress. "You know he's had the most field experience in the region." She rummaged in her purse and pulled out her cellular phone. "If we're going to succeed, we're going to need Indiana Jones." Whitewater, November 15, 07:02 a.m., Yangtze River, China. "I'm not Indiana Jones," he yelled into the satellite phone's headset to be heard over the jet boat's motor. "Names, Omaha, Dr. Omaha Dunn. Kara, you know that." An exasperated sigh answered him. "Omaha, Indiana? What bloody difference does it make? All your American names sound the same." He crouched over the wheel, racing down the crooked river gorge. Cliffs flanked both sides of the muddy Yangtze as it twisted and turned through a section aptly named the Narrows. In a few years, Three Gorge Dam would flood this entire region to the tranquil depth of 200 feet. But for now, submerged rocks and wicked rapids remained a constant danger as the fierce river choked through the squeeze. But rocks and rapids weren't the only danger. A bullet pinged off the boat's hull, a warning shot. The pursuers rapidly closed the distance in a pair of black Scimitar 170 bow riders. Very fast boats. "Listen, Kara, what do you want?" His jet boat hit a swell and bumped airborne for a breath. He lifted from his seat, gripping tighter on the boat's steering wheel with his one hand. A yelp of surprise sounded behind him. "Omaha!" yelled over a shoulder. "Hang on!" The boat struck the water with a jolt. A moan followed. "Now you tell me." A glance behind confirmed that his younger brother Danny was all right. He was sprawled in the stern, his head buried in a supply cabinet under the rear seat. Beyond the stern, the twin black speedboats continued their pursuit. Omaha muffled the phone's receiver with his hand. "Get the shotgun." His brother fell out of the supply chest, dragging the weapon clear. He pushed up his glasses with the back of his wrist. "Got it. And the shells?" "Oh yeah,
Danny dove back in. Omaha shook his head. His brother was a renowned paleontologist, having earned his Ph.D. at 24, but oftentimes he put the scatter in scatterbrained. Omaha lifted the phone. "Kara, what's this all about?" "What's going on?" she asked instead. "Nothing, but we're sort of in the middle of something here. Why did you call?" There was a long pause. He didn't know if it was due to the time lag in the satellite communication between London and China, or merely thoughtful silence on Kara's part. Either way, it gave him too much time to think. He hadn't seen Kara Kensington in 4 years, not since he had broken off his engagement with Safia Al-Mahaz. He knew this wasn't a casual call. Kara sounded serious and clipped, flaring worry for Safia in him. He couldn't end the call until he knew she was okay. Kara spoke. "I'm putting together an expedition into Oman. I'd like you to lead the field team. Are you interested?" He almost hung up again. It was a stupid business call. "No thanks." "This is important." He heard the strain in her voice. He groaned. "What's the time frame?" "We gather in Muscat in 1 week. I can't give you the details over the phone, but it's a major discovery. It may rewrite the history of the entire Arabian Peninsula." Before he could answer, Danny pushed up next to him. "I loaded both barrels." He held the gun out to Omaha. "But I don't know how you're going to hold them off with nothing more than salt shot." "I'm not. You are." He pointed the phone behind him. "Aim for their hull. Just rattle 'em enough to buy me some time. I've got my hands full here." Danny nodded, swinging around. He pulled the phone back to his face and heard Kara in mid-rant. "Wrong? What is all this about shooting?" "Calm down. Just chasing off some big river rats." The shotgun blast cut him off. "Missed," Danny swore behind him. Kara spoke. "What about the expedition?" Danny cranked the next shell. "Should I shoot again?" "Yes, very. Brilliant," Kara said, misinterpreting his outburst. "We'll see you in Muscat in a week. You know the place." "Wait, But the connection was severed. He threw the phone headset down. Kara very well knew he hadn't been agreeing to the expedition. As usual, she had taken advantage of the situation. "I hit one of the boat's drivers in the face," Danny yelled, his voice surprised. "It's heading for shore. But watch out, the other's flanking starboard." Omaha glanced to the right. The sleek black scimitar raced up alongside them. 4 men in worn gray uniforms, former soldiers, crouched low. A bullhorn lifted. Mandarin spilled out in commanding tones that basically meant, "Throttle down or die." To punctuate this demand, a rocket launcher appeared and was pointed at their boat. "I don't think throwing salt at them is going to help this time," Danny said, sinking into the other seat. With no choice, Omaha pulled back on the throttle and slowed the boat. He waved an arm in admitted defeat. Danny opened the glove compartment. Inside was a perfectly preserved trio of fossilized Tyrannosaurus eggs, worth their weight in gold. Discovered in the Gobi Desert, they had been destined for a museum in Beijing. Unfortunately, such a treasure was not without its admirers. Many collectors bought and sold such items on the black market for princely sums. "Hang on," Omaha whispered to his brother. Danny closed the glove compartment. "Please don't do what I think you're going to do. No one steals from me. I'm the only grave robber around these parts." He flipped open the thumb switch that protected the nitrous feed to the pulse jets incorporated into the Hamilton 212 turbo impeller. He had salvaged the boat from an outfitter out of New Zealand. It had raced tourists through Black Rock River outside of Auckland. He eyed the next twist of the crooked river, 30 yards. With a little luck, he punched the button. Nitrous gas poured into the impeller, igniting the pulse jets. Licks of flame spat from the twin exhausts, accompanied by a throaty scream of the jets. The boat's bow shot up, the stern dug deep. Shouts erupted from the other boat. Caught off guard, they were too slow bringing the rocket launcher to bear. Omaha shoved the throttle wide open. The boat rocketed across the water, a torpedo of aluminum and chrome. Danny scrambled to belt himself in his seat. Oh my God! Omaha simply kept his stance in front of the wheel, knees half bent. They reached the jag in the river. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The other boat sped toward them, struggling to keep up. But their pursuers had one distinct advantage. A flash of fire marked the launch of a rocket-propelled grenade, a black market Chinese RPG Type 69, with a lethal radius of 20 meters. They didn't have to be close.
Omaha tore the wheel to the right, canting the boat high up on the port side. They skimmed the water, plowing around the corner. The grenade rocketed past, just missing the stern. Clearing the bend, Omaha straightened the boat and shot it down the center of the river. The explosion ripped into the opposite cliff face. Boulders and rocks rained down amid a cloud of smoke and dust. He eked more speed out of the jets, barely touching the water now. The boat handled as if it were on ice. Behind him, the other boat appeared around the smoky bend, racing after them. They were loading another grenade into the launcher. He couldn't give them another chance to get a clear shot at him. Luckily, the Narrows were in a cooperative mood. The twists and crooked bends kept them out of sight for a fair stretch, but it also forced Omaha to cut the nitrous feed and slow their own boat. "Can we outrun him?" Danny asked. "I don't think we have a choice." "Why not turn over the eggs? It's not worth our lives." Omaha shook his head at his brother's naivete. It was hard to believe they were brothers. They were both the same 6'2", the same sandy blonde hair, but Danny looked as if he had been put together with wire and bone. Omaha was built broader and rougher around the edges, hardened by the world, his skin burned by suns from 6 out of the 7 continents. And the 10 years that separated younger brother from older had marked his face with lines, like the rings of a tree, sun crinkles at the corners of his eyes, deep furrows across his brow from too much frowning and not enough smiling. His brother remained unmarked, smooth, a blank slate waiting to be written upon. He had finished his doctoral program only last year, speeding through Columbia as if it were a foot race. He suspected that a part of Danny's rush through school had been the desire to join his older brother in the wider world. Well, this was it. Long days, few showers, stinking tents, dirt and sweat in every crack. And for what? To have some thieves pilfer their find? "If we gave them the eggs, they'd kill us anyway," Omaha finished, tweaking the boat around another sharp turn in the river. "These folks don't leave trails behind them." Danny searched behind the stern. "So we run, as fast as we can." The whine of the scimitar's motor ratcheted up as the other boat cleared the bend behind them. They were closing the distance. He needed more speed, hoping for a short stretch of open water, one long enough that he could open the nitrous wide and put some distance between them again, but not too long a stretch that their pursuers could take another pot shot. He wrangled the boat back and forth through a narrow switchback. Worry made him miss spotting a hidden rock. The boat jarred into it, hung up for a breath, then with a screech of aluminum dragged free again. "That couldn't have been good," Danny commented. No, it wasn't. His brows furrowed deeper. Through his feet, he felt a persistent tremble in the boat. Even on flat water, something had torn. Again the sound of the scimitar's engine whined louder. As Omaha rounded another bend, he caught a glimpse of their pursuers, 70 yards behind. He faced around and heard Danny groan. The river ahead boiled and frothed with white water. This section of the river pinched between high walls. A long, straight stretch of river. Too long, too straight. If there had been a place to run the boat aground and take their chances over land, he would have done it. But they had no choice. He continued down the gorge, studying the flows and alert for rocks. He mapped the plan in his head. "Danny, you're not going to like this." "What?" A quarter of the way down the rapids, he spun the boat into an eddy and skipped it around in a tight circle, pointing the bow back upriver. "What are you doing?" "The boat's corked," he said. "There's no way we can outrun them. We're going to have to take the fight to them." Danny nudged a shotgun. "Salt shot against a rocket launcher? All it takes is the element of surprise. That and perfect timing." Pushing the throttle forward, he edged back into the current, this time working upriver. He followed the map in his head. Skirt around that drop, around that deep boil, edge clear of the rock splitting the current, take the calmer side. He aimed for a standing, refractory wave as it humped over a boulder worn smooth by the constant churn of water. The whine of the other boat grew as it approached. "Here they come." Danny pushed up his glasses. Over the lip of the wave, Omaha spotted the bow end of the scimitar clear the corner. He shifted his thumb and flipped the cover over the nitrous feed. He twisted the nozzle to full feed. It was all or nothing. The scimitar rounded the bend and spotted them.
It must appear that they were floundering, turned ass backward by some mean boil or whirlpool. The other boat slowed, but momentum and the current brought the scimitar into the rapids. Their pursuers were only 10 yards away now, too close to use the grenade launcher. Shrapnel from the explosion would risk their own boat and lives. It was a momentary standoff, or so it seemed. "Grab tight," Omaha warned as he punched the nitrous injector. It was like someone had ignited a case of TNT under their stern. The boat bolted forward, slamming into the standing wave, striking the boulder hidden beneath. The bow climbed the flat rock, driving the stern down. The twin pulse jets shot the aluminum frame straight up. They went airborne over the wave, flying high, trailing fire. Danny hollered, then again so did Omaha. Their boat sailed over the scimitar, but it was not meant for true flight. The nitrous cut out, the flames died, and their boat came crashing down atop the fiberglass scimitar. The jolt knocked Omaha on his ass. Water flooded over the gunwales, swamping him. Then the boat bobbed back up. "Danny." "I'm fine." He was still strapped to his seat, looking dazed. Crawling forward, Omaha searched beyond the rail. The scimitar lay shattered in pieces, floating in different directions. A body, face down, bobbled among the debris. Blood trailed through the muddy waters, forming its own river. The smell of fuel fogged the air. But at least the current was dragging them safely away from the wreckage in case it exploded. Omaha spotted 2 men clinging to flotsam, heading down into the raging rapids with their makeshift floaters. They seemed to have lost interest in dinosaur eggs. Climbing back into the seat, he checked the engine. It coughed and died. No hope there. The aluminum frame was bent, the keel pocked, but at least they were seaworthy. He broke out the paddles. Danny unbuckled and accepted one of the paddles. What now? Call for help before that other boat comes to investigate. Where you gonna call? 12:05 a.m. GMT. Safia was carefully wrapping up the Iron Heart in acid-free specimen paper when the phone on the bench rang. It was Kara's mobile phone. She had left it behind as she retreated to the lavatory again. To freshen up, she had told Safia and Clay, but Safia knew better. More pills. The phone continued to ring. "You want me to get that?" Clay asked, folding up the camera tripod. Safia sighed and picked it up. It might be important. "Hello," she said as she flipped it open. There was a long pause. "Hello," she offered again. "Can I help you?" A throat cleared, sounding far away. "Safia?" It was said in a soft, stunned voice, one she knew all too well. Blood drained to her feet. "Omaha? I was trying to reach Kara. I didn't realize you were there too." She fought her tongue free from the shock. Her words came out stiff. "Kara's indisposed at the moment. If you'll hold, I'll get—" "Wait!" She froze from lowering the phone, holding it as if she had forgotten how to use it. With the phone pulled away from her ear, Omaha's voice sounded tinny. He struggled for words, finally settling on a neutral question. "If you're over there with her, then you must know what this is all about."
What sort of expedition am I being shanghaied into? Sophia put the phone back to her ear. She could handle shop talk. "It's a long story, but we found something here, something extraordinary. It points to a possible new history about Ubar." "Ubar?" "Exactly." There was another longish pause. "So this is about Kara's father?" "Yes, and for once, Kara may be onto something significant. Will you be joining the expedition?" This question was asked woodenly. "No, I can be more help here." "Nonsense." The next words gushed out loudly. She had to hold the phone away again. "You know more about Ubar and its history than anyone on the face of the earth. You must come. If not for Kara, then for yourself." A voice suddenly spoke at her shoulder, having eavesdropped on Omaha's tinny words. "He's right," Kara said, stepping around. "If we're going to solve this riddle and any more we come across, we need you on site." Sophia stared between the phone and her friend, feeling trapped. Kara reached over and took the sail. "Omaha, she's coming." Sophia opened her mouth to protest. "This is too important," Kara said, cutting her off, speaking both to Omaha and Sophia. Her eyes shone glassily with the surge of drug-induced adrenaline. "I won't accept no from either of you." "I'm in," said Omaha, his words an electronic whisper.
Matter of fact, I could use a little help getting out. Kara lifted the phone, turning the conversation private. She listened for a while, then nodded as she spoke. Are you ever not in trouble, Indiana? I have your GPS coordinates. A helicopter will be out to retrieve you within the hour. She snapped the phone closed. You're truly better off without him. Kara, you're going. In a week's time. You owe me that. She stormed off. After an awkward moment, Clay spoke up. I wouldn't mind going. She frowned. The grad student knew nothing about the real world, and maybe that was a good thing. She sensed she had started something that was best left forever buried. Highwire Act, November 15, 02:12 a.m. GMT, London, England. Hours after Kara had stormed off, Sophia sat in her dark office. The only light came from a lime-shaded banker's lamp atop her walnut desk, illuminating a sea of paper and thumbed journals. How could Kara expect her to be ready to leave for Oman in a week's time, especially after the explosion here? There was still so much to attend to. She couldn't go. That was that. Kara would simply have to understand. And if she didn't, that wasn't Sophia's concern. She had to do what was right for herself. She had heard that often enough from her therapist. It had taken her 4 years to gather some semblance of normalcy in her life, to find security in her days, to sleep without nightmares. Here was home, and she wasn't going to forsake it for a wild goose chase into the hinterlands of Oman. And then there was the prickly matter of the Omaha Dun. Sophia chewed the eraser end of her pencil. It was her only meal in the past 12 hours. She knew she should leave, nip out for a late dinner at the pub on the corner, then try to catch a few hours of sleep. Besides, Billy had been sorely neglected over the past day and would need attention and a spot of tuna to assuage his hurt feelings. Still, Sophia could not move. She kept running over her conversation with Omaha. An old ache throbbed in the pit of her belly. If only she hadn't picked up the phone. She had met Omaha 10 years ago in Sojar, when she was 22, fresh from Oxford, researching a dissertation on Parthian influences in southern Arabia. He had been stranded in the same seaside city, awaiting approval from the Omani government to proceed into a remote section of disputed territory. "Do you speak English?" were his first words to Sophia. She was working behind a small table on the dining terrace of a small hostelry overlooking the Arabian Sea. It was the haunt of many students doing research in the region, being cheap as chips and serving the only decent coffee around. Irritated at the interruption, she had been curt. "As a British citizen, I should hope I speak better English than you, sir." Glancing up, she discovered a young man, sandy blonde hair, cornflower blue eyes, a dusky trace of beard, wearing scuffed khakis, a traditional Omani headcloth, and an embarrassed smile. "Excuse me," he said, "but I noticed you had a copy of Arabian Archaeology in Epigraphy 5. I was wondering if I could glance at a section." She picked up the book. "Which section?" "Oman and the Emirates in Ptolemy's map. I'm heading into the borderlands." "Truly? I thought that region had been closed to foreigners." Again that smile, only it had grown a mischievous edge. "So you caught me. I should have said I hope to be traveling to the borderlands. I'm still awaiting word from the consulate." She had leaned back and eyed him up and down. She switched to Arabic. "What do you plan to do up there?" He didn't miss a beat, responding in Arabic himself. "To help settle the border dispute by proving the ancient tribal roots of the local Duru tribes, confirming an historical precedent." She continued in Arabic, checking his knowledge of the region's geography. "You'll have to be careful in Al Samim." "Yes, the quicksands," he said with a nod. "I've read about that treacherous stretch." His eyes flashed with eagerness. Sophia relented and passed him her copy of the periodical. "It's the only copy from the Institute of Arabian Studies. I'll have to ask you to read it here." "From the IAS?" He had taken a step forward. "That's the Kensington nonprofit, isn't it?" "Yes. Why?" "I've been trying to reach someone in authority over there, to grease some wheels with the Omani government. But no one would return my calls or letters. That place is a tough nut to crack, like its sponsor, Lady Kara Kensington. Now there's a cold fist if there ever was one." She said non-committedly. After making their introductions, he asked if he could share her table while he read the article. She had nudged the chair in his direction. "I heard the coffee's quite good here," he said as he sat. "The tea's even better," she countered. "But then again, I'm British." They had continued in silence for a long while, reading their respective journals, each occasionally eyeing the other, sipping their drinks. Finally, Sophia noticed the terrace door swing open behind her guest. She waved. He turned at the arrival of the newcomer to their table. His eyes widened. "Dr. Dunn," Sophia said, "may I introduce you to Lady Kara Kensington? You'll be happy to know she speaks English, too." She had enjoyed watching color blush to his cheeks, caught off guard, blindsided. She suspected such didn't happen often to the young man. The three of them spent the rest of the afternoon talking, debating current events in Arabia and back home, discussing Arabian history. Kara left before the sun set, heading off to an early business dinner with the local Chamber of Commerce, but not before promising to help Dr. Dunn with his expedition. "I guess I owe you at least dinner," he had stated afterward. "And I suppose I must accept." That night they shared a leisurely dinner of wood-fired kingfish, accompanied with spiced ruchal bread. They talked until the sun sank into the sea and the skies filled with stars. That was their first date. Their second date wouldn't be for another 6 months, after Omaha was finally freed from a Yemeni prison for entering a holy Muslim site without permission. Despite the penal setback, they continued to see each other often and on, across 4 out of the 7 continents. One Christmas Eve, back at his family's home in Lincoln, Nebraska, he had dropped to a knee by the couch and asked her to marry him. She had never been happier. Then, a month later, everything changed in one blinding flash. She shied away from that last memory, standing up finally from her desk to clear her head. It was too stuffy in her office. She needed to walk, to keep moving. It would be good to feel the breeze on her face, even the damp chill of London's winter.
She retrieved her coat and locked up her office. Sophia's office was located on the 2nd floor. The stairs down to the 1st floor were at the other end of the wing, near the Kensington Gallery, which meant she would have to pass the explosion site again. Not something she wanted to do. But she had no choice. She set off down the long, dark hall, illuminated by the occasional red security lamp. Usually, she enjoyed the empty museum. It was a peaceful time after the daily bustle. She would often wander the gated galleries, staring at cabinets and displays, comforted by the weight of history. No longer, not this night. Circulating fans had been set up like guard towers on long poles the entire length of the north wing, whirring and rattling noisily, trying and failing to disperse the reek of charred wood and burned plastics. Space heaters dotted the floor, snaking orange cords, set up to dry out the halls and galleries after the pumps had drained the worst of the sooty water. It made the hall swelter like the damp warmth of the tropics. The line of fans stirred the air only sluggishly. Her heels tapped the marble floor as she passed the galleries displaying the museum's ethnographical collection: Celtic, Russian, Chinese. The damage from the explosion grew worse the nearer she approached her own gallery. Smoke-stained walls, ribbons of police tape, piles of swept plaster, broken glass. As she passed the opening to the Egyptian exhibit, she heard a muffled tinkle behind her, like breaking glass. She stopped and glanced over her shoulder. For a moment, she thought she spotted a flicker of light from the Byzantine gallery. She stared for a long breath. The opening remained dark. She fought down a growing panic. Since the attacks had begun, she had difficulty distinguishing real danger from false. Her heart thudded in her throat, and the hairs on her arms tangled as a nearby fan rotated its pass over her, whirring asthmatically. Just the headlamps of a passing car, she assured herself. Swallowing her anxiety, she turned back around to discover a dark figure looming in the hall outside the Kensington Gallery. She stumbled back. Sophia? The figure lifted a hand torch and flicked it on, blinding her with its brightness. Dr. Almaz. She sighed with relief and hurried forward, shielding her eyes. Ryan. It was the head of security, Ryan Fleming. I thought you had gone home. He smiled and flicked off the torch. I was on my way when I was paged by Director Tyson. It seems a pair of American scientists insisted that they review the explosion site. He walked her toward the opening to the gallery. Inside, 2 figures dressed in identical blue jumpsuits moved through the dark gallery. The only illumination came from a pair of lamp poles in each room that cast weak pools of light. In the dimness, the investigators' instruments glowed brightly.
They appeared to be Geiger counters. In one hand, each of them held a compact base unit with a lighted computer screen. In the other, they carried meter-long black wands attached to the base unit by a coiled cord. They slowly worked one of the gallery rooms in tandem, sweeping their instruments over singed walls and piles of debris. Physicists out of MIT, Fleming said. They flew in this evening and came directly here from the airport. They must have some pull. Tyson insisted I accommodate them. Post haste, to quote our esteemed director. I should introduce you. Still edgy, Sophia tried to bow out. I really must be getting home. Fleming had already stepped into the gallery. One of the investigators, a tall man with ruddy features, noted him, then her. He lowered his wand and strode rapidly forward. Dr. Almaz, what good fortune! He held out a hand. I had hoped to speak to you. She accepted his hand. I'm Dr. Crowe, he said, Painter Crowe. His eyes, piercing and attentive, were the color of lapis, his hair long to the shoulder, ebony black. She noted his tanned complexion. Native American, she guessed, but the blue eyes were throwing her off. Maybe it was just the name, Crowe. He could easily be Spanish, too. He had a generous smile that was also reserved. This is my colleague, Dr. Coral Novak. The woman shook Sophia's hand perfunctorily, with only the tiniest nod. She seemed anxious to return to her survey. The two scientists could not be more different. Compared to her darkly handsome companion, the woman seemed devoid of pigment, a pale shadow. Her skin glowed like freshly scrubbed snow, her lips thin, her eyes icy gray. Her naturally white blonde hair was cropped short. She stood as tall as Sophia, lithe of limb, but still carried a certain sturdiness to her frame. It could be felt in her firm handshake. "What are you searching for?" Sophia asked, taking a step back. Painter lifted his wand. "We're checking for radiation signatures." Radiation? She could not hide her shock. He laughed, not condescendingly, only warmly. "Don't worry, it's a specific signature we're looking for, something following lightning strikes." She nodded. "I didn't mean to disturb you. It was nice meeting you both. And if there's anything I can do to facilitate your investigation, please let me know." She began to turn away. Painter stepped after her. "Dr. Almaz, I had meant to hunt you down. I have a few questions that I would like to discuss with you. Maybe over lunch." "I'm afraid I'm very busy." Those eyes caught hers. She was trapped, unable to look away. She read the disappointment in his pinched brow. Maybe something could be arranged. "Try me in my office in the morning, Dr. Crowe." He nodded. "Very good." She tore her gaze away and was saved further humiliation by Ryan Fleming. "I'll escort you out," he said. She followed him into the hall, refusing to glance back. It had been a long time since she had felt so foolish, so flustered by a man. It must be an aftershock of her unexpected conversation with Omaha. "We'll have to take the stairs. The lifts are still out." She kept in step with Fleming. "Odd bunch, them Americans," he continued as they descended the flights to the first floor. "Always in such a hurry. Had to come this very night. Insisted that the readings they sought would deteriorate. It had to be now." Sophia shrugged as they reached the bottom and passed the short way to the employee side exit. "I don't think that's so much an idiosyncrasy of Americans as it is of scientists in general. We're a surly and determined lot." He nodded with a smile. "I've noticed." He used his passkey to unlock the door to keep the alarm from sounding. He pushed the door wide with his shoulder, stepping out to hold it open for her. His eyes were on her, oddly shy. "I was wondering, Sophia, if you had the time, maybe." The gunshot sounded like no more than a cracking walnut. The right side of Ryan's head exploded against the door, splattering blood and brain matter. Bits of skull ricocheted off the metal door and into the hallway. 3 masked gunmen crowded through the open door before Ryan's body hit the ground. They rammed Sophia into the far wall, pinning her, choking her, one hand over her mouth. A gun appeared, pressed against the center of her forehead. "Where's the heart?" Painter studied the red needle on his scanner. It jittered up into the scale's orange range as he passed the detection rod over a blasted display cabinet. A significant reading. The device had been designed by the nuclear labs at White Sands. Rad-X scanners were capable of detecting low-level radiation. Their particular devices had been specially calibrated to detect the unique decay signature of antimatter annihilation.
When an atom of matter and antimatter collided and obliterated, the reaction liberated pure energy. That was what their detectors had been calibrated to sniff out. "I'm picking up a particularly strong reading over here," his partner called to him. Her voice was matter-of-fact, all business. Painter crossed to her. Coral Novak was new to Sigma, recruited from the CIA only 3 years ago.
Still, in the short time since her hiring, she had earned a PhD in nuclear physics and was already a black belt in 6 disciplines of martial arts. Her IQ was off the charts, and she had almost an encyclopedic knowledge on a wide range of subjects. He had heard of Novak, of course, even met her once at a district meeting, but they had only the short hop from Washington to London to better acquaint themselves. Not nearly enough time for 2 reserved people to form any relationship beyond a stiffly professional one. He couldn't help comparing her to Cassandra, which only exacerbated his reticence. Similar traits between the women tweaked his suspicion, while discordantly, the few differences made him wonder about his new partner's competence. It made no sense. He knew this. Only time would sort it out. As he stepped beside her, she pointed her detection rod at the melted ruin of a bronze urn. "Commander, you'd better double-check my findings. I'm reading a signature all the way into the red range." Painter confirmed it with his own scanner. Definitely hot. Coral dropped to a knee. Wearing thin lead gloves, she examined the urn, rolling it carefully. A rattle sounded inside. She glanced up at him. He nodded for her to investigate. She reached through the mouth of the urn, searched a moment, then pulled free a thimble-sized chunk of rock. She rolled it in her gloved palm. One side was blast-blackened, the other was red, metallic. Not rock iron. "A piece of the meteor," Coral said. She held it out for Painter to scan. The readings indicated the item was the source of the strong reading. "And look at my ancillary readings. Besides Z-bosons and gluons against the background gamma, as expected with antimatter annihilation, this sample is emitting very low levels of alpha and beta radiation." Painter frowned. He had little background in physics. Coral shifted the sample into a lead specimen jar. The same radiation pattern found from decaying uranium. Uranium? Like used in nuclear facilities? She nodded, non-purified. Perhaps a few atoms trapped in the meteoric iron. She continued to study her readings. Her brow creased with a single line, a dramatic response in the stoic woman. "What is it?" he asked. She continued to fiddle with her scanner. "On the flight over here, I reviewed the results from DARPA's researchers. Something troubled me about their theories of a stabilized form of antimatter trapped in the meteor. You don't think such a thing is possible?" It was certainly a stretch of plausibility. Antimatter always and instantly annihilated itself when in contact with any form of matter, even oxygen in the air. How could it exist here in some natural state? She shrugged without looking up. Even if I accepted such a theory, the question arises of why the antimatter happened to ignite at this time. Why did this particular electrical storm trigger it to explode? Pure chance? Or was there something more? What do you think? She pointed to her scanner. Uranium decay. It's like a clock. It releases its energy in set, predictable ways, spanning millennia. Perhaps some critical threshold of radiation from the uranium caused the antimatter to begin to destabilize. It was this instability that allowed the shock of the electrical discharge to ignite it. Sort of like a timer on a bomb, a nuclear timer, one set millennia ago. It was a disturbing thought. Still, Coral's brow remained creased. She had another concern. "What else?" he asked. She sat back on her heels and faced him for the first time. "If there is some other source of this antimatter, some mother lode, it may be destabilizing too. If we ever hope to find it, we'd best not drag our feet. The same nuclear time clock could be ticking down." Painter stared at the lead sample jar. "And if we don't find this lode, we'll lose all chance of discovering this new source of power. Or worse yet." Coral glanced around the burned-out shell of the gallery. This could occur on a much more massive scale. Painter let this sobering thought sink into him. In the heavy silence, a scuffle of steps echoed up from the nearby stairwell. He turned. A voice carried to them, the words muffled, but he recognized Dr. Almaz's voice. A prickle of warning raced through Painter. Why was the curator returning? Stronger words reached him, a tone of command, the speaker unknown. "Your office. Take us there." Something was wrong.
He remembered the fate of the two defense sciences officers shot execution style in their hotel room. He swung to Coral. Her eyes had narrowed. "Weapons?" he whispered. They hadn't had time to arrange for sidearms, always a difficulty in gun-shy Britain. Coral bent and tucked up the cuff of her pant leg to reveal a sheathed knife. He hadn't known she had it. They had flown commercial to substantiate their covers. She must have stashed the weapon in her checked luggage, then donned it when she used the restroom at Heathrow. She slid free the 7-inch long dagger, titanium and steel, German from the look of it. She held it out to him. "Keep it." He grabbed instead a long-handled spade from a nearby pile of tools one of the salvage teams had left. Footsteps approached the stairwell opening. He didn't know if it was merely museum security, but he wasn't taking any chances. Painter signaled Coral his plan, then flicked off the nearby lamp pole, plunging the entrance into gloom. The pair took positions on either side of the opening to the blasted wing. Painter took the post closest to the stairwell, behind a stack of wooden pallets. He could peer between the slats, yet still remain in shadow. On the opposite side of the entrance, Coral crouched behind a trio of marble plinths. Painter kept a hand raised. "On my mark." From his hiding place, he kept an unblinking watch on the doorway. He didn't have long to wait. A dark figure slid quickly through and took a position flanking the stairwell opening. He was masked, an assault rifle on his shoulder. Certainly not museum security. But how many others were there? A second figure appeared, similarly attired and armed. They searched the hall. The rattle of the fans remained the only sound. Between them, a third masked figure stepped into view. He clutched Sophia Almaz by the elbow, a pistol shoved into her ribs. Tears ran down Sophia's pale face. She trembled with each step as she was dragged forward. She struggled to breathe, gasping, It's in my office safe." She pointed her free arm down the hall. Her captor nodded for his companions to continue. Painter slid back slowly, made eye contact with his partner, and signaled their marks. She nodded, shifting position with smooth ease. Out in the hall, the curator's eyes searched the entrance to the Kensington Gallery. Of course, she must know the Americans were still here. Would she inadvertently do or say something to give them away? Her feet slowed, and her voice rose sharply. "Please, don't shoot me." Her captor shoved her forward. "Then do as we say," he snarled. She tripped and stumbled, but kept her feet. Her eyes again searched the gallery's entrance as the pair drew nearer. Painter realized her terrified outburst had been an attempt to pass on a warning to the American scientists, to send them into hiding. His respect for the curator grew. The pair of masked riflemen on point glided forward, passing Painter's hiding spot. Their weapons swept over the blasted gallery. Discovering nothing, they continued down the hall. A couple of yards behind the guards, the third man dragged Sophia Almaz. She searched the gallery glancingly. Painter noted the flash of relief as she found the nearest rooms deserted. As the pair passed his position, Painter signaled his partner. "Go." Coral sprang past the cluster of plinths, shoulder rolled into the hall, and landed in a crouch between the guards and Sophia's captor. Her sudden appearance startled the man holding Sophia. His weapon shifted from his captive's ribs. That was all Painter required. He hadn't wanted the curator shot by reflex.
That sometimes happened following a head blow. Painter slipped from the shadows and swung the spade with deft skill. The gunman's head cracked to the side, bone giving way. His form crumpled, dragging Sophia to the floor with him. "Stay down," Painter barked, stepping past to Coral's aid. It wasn't necessary. His partner was already in motion. Pivoting on her free arm, Coral kicked out with her legs and struck the closest guard in the knees. His legs went out from under him. At the same time, her other hand threw the dagger with stunning accuracy, striking the second guard at the base of the skull, severing the brainstem. He fell forward with a strangled gasp. Coral continued her spin with fluid grace, a gymnast performing a deadly floor routine. Her boot heel slammed into the first man's face as he attempted to pick himself up. His head flew back, then rebounded forward, striking the marble floor. She rolled over to him, ready to deliver more damage, but he was out, unconscious. Still, Coral kept a wary stance. The other gunman lay sprawled face down. The only movement from him was the spreading pool of blood on the marble, dead. Closer, Sophia struggled from beneath the arms of her dead captor.
Painter went to her aid, dropping to one knee. "Are you hurt?" She sat up, scooting free from the limp body, from Painter too. "No, I don't think so." Her gaze flickered around the carnage, settling nowhere. A keening note entered her voice. "Oh God, Ryan. He was shot by the door downstairs." Painter glanced back to the stairwell. "Are there any more gunmen?" She shook her head, eyes wide. I don't know." Painter moved closer. "Dr. Almas," he said sternly, drawing her scattered attention. "She was close to shock. Listen, was there anyone else?" She took several deep breaths. Her face shone with fear. With a final shudder, she spoke more firmly. "Not downstairs, but Ryan. I'll go check on him." Painter turned to Coral. "Stay with Dr. Almas. I'll recon downstairs and see about rousing security." He bent down and recovered the gunman's abandoned pistol, a Walther P-38. Not a weapon he would have chosen. He preferred his Glock, but right now its weight felt perfect in his hand. Coral stepped closer, freeing a coil of rope from a debris pile to secure their remaining prisoner. "What about our cover?" she whispered to him, casting a glance toward the curator. "We're both just very resourceful scientists," he answered. "So in other words, we're sticking to the truth." The barest glint of amusement showed in her eyes as she turned away. Painter headed to the stairs. He could get used to a partner like her. Safia watched the man vanish down the stairs. He moved so silently, as if gliding on ice. Who was he? A grunt drew her attention back to the woman. She had a knee planted in the lower back of the last attacker. She had wrenched his arms back, earning a protest from the groggy gunman. She swiftly bound his limbs with rope, moving with deft skill. Either she had a background that included calf roping, or there was more to this woman than mere physics. Beyond this one observation, Safia's curiosity could not be further piqued. She concentrated on her own breathing. There still seemed to be a deficient amount of oxygen in the air, even with the blowing fans. Sweat slicked her face and body. She kept her position by the wall, knees raised tight, arms hugging her chest. She had to restrain herself from rocking. She did not want to appear that crazy. The thought helped calm her. She also kept her eyes away from the two bodies. The alarm would be raised. Security would come with batons, lights, and the comforting presence of others. In the meantime, the hallway remained too empty, too dark, too humid. She found her gaze lingering on the stairwell opening. Ryan. The attack again played out in her head, reeling like bloody film stock, only silent. They have been after the Iron Heart, her own discovery, the one she had been so proud to uncover. Ryan had died because of it, because of her. Not again. A sob shook through her. She tried to hold it back with her hands and found herself choking. "Are you all right?" the woman asked from a step away. Safia curled into herself, shaking. "You're safe. Dr. Crowe will get security up here any moment." She kept herself balled up, seeking a place of safety. "Maybe I'd better get—" The physicist's voice cut off with a choke. Safia lifted her face. The woman stood a step away, stiffly straight, arms out at her sides, head thrown back. She seemed to be trembling from crown to toe. Seizure. The choking sound continued. Safia crabbed away, unsure, on her hands and knees, heading toward the stairwell. What was happening? The woman's form suddenly slumped, and she toppled forward to the floor. In the gloom of the hallway, a small blue flame crackled at the base of her spine. Smoke rose from her clothing. She lay unmoving. It made no sense. But as the blue flame died, Safia spotted a thin wire. It trailed from the prone woman to a figure standing 3 meters down the hall. Another masked gunman. He held a strange pistol in his fist. Safia had seen such a device before, in movies, not in real life. A taser. A silent means of dispatch. Safia continued scrambling backward, her heels slipping on the slick marble. She remembered her initial fright when leaving her office. She had thought she had heard someone, saw a flicker of light in the Byzantine gallery. It hadn't been her anxious imagination. The figure dropped the discharged taser and strode after her. Safia gained her feet with a speed born of adrenaline and panic. The stairwell lay ahead. If she could reach it, get down to the security area. Something struck the marble floor to the right of her toes. It hissed and spat blue sparks. A second taser. Safia bolted away from it and charged toward the opening. It would take a few moments to reset the taser, unless the gunman had a third weapon. As she reached the stairwell, she expected to be struck by lightning from behind, or simply shot. Neither happened. She fell into the stairwell. Voices greeted her from below, yelling. A gunshot sounded, deafening in the small space. More gunmen were downstairs. Moving on pure instinct, Safia fled upward. There was no thought besides escape, to keep running. She pounded up, 2 steps at a time. There was no third level to this section of the museum. These stairs led to the roof. She rounded the first flight, grabbing the handrail to sweep herself around. A door appeared at the top of the next flight, an emergency exit. Locked from the outside, it would automatically open from the inside. An alarm would sound, but that was a good thing at the moment. She prayed it wasn't secured after regular public hours. Footsteps sounded behind her, at the stairwell entrance. She lunged at the door, arms out, shoving the emergency latch. It stuck, locked. She slammed into the steel door with a sob. No. Painter held up his hands, the Walther P-38 on the floor at his feet. He had come close to being shot in the head. The bullet had whizzed past his cheek, near enough for him to feel the burn of its passage. Only a quick dodge and roll had saved him. But then again, he could imagine how it looked, him kneeling beside Ryan Fleming's body at the exit door. A trio of security men had come upon the scene, and all chaos had broken out. It had taken him a moment of frantic negotiating to reach this standoff, dropping his gun, hands in the air. Dr. Almaz was attacked, he called over to the guard with the gun. Another checked the body, while the third was on a radio. Mr. Fleming was shot when she was kidnapped. My partner and I were able to subdue the attackers upstairs. There was no note of reaction from the armed guard. He could just as well have been deaf. He simply pointed his pistol. Sweat beat at the man's forehead. The guard by the radio turned and spoke to his mates. We're to secure him in the nest until the police arrive. They're on their way.
Painter glanced to the stairwell. Concern jangled through him. The shot must have been heard upstairs. Had it sent Coral and the curator into hiding? "Ah, you," the guard with the pistol said. "Hands on your head. Move along this way." The guard waved the gun down the hall, away from the stairwell. It was the only firearm among the 3, and its bearer seemed poorly acquainted with the weapon. He held it too loosely, too low. Probably the only gun here, one rarely pulled out of mothball storage. But the recent explosion had made everyone jumpy, overly alert. Painter laced his fingers atop his head and turned where indicated. He had to re-establish control here. With his hands in plain view, he swung around, stepping closer to the inexperienced guard. As he turned, he shifted his weight on his right leg. The guard's eyes flicked away for a half-second. Plenty of time. Painter snap-kicked out with his left foot, striking the guard's wrist. The gun went skittering down the hall. Sweeping down, Painter snatched the abandoned Walther from the floor and leveled it at the stunned trio. "Now we're doing things my way." Desperate, Safia shoved the emergency latch to the roof door again. It refused to budge. She pounded a fist weakly against the jamb. Then she spotted a security keypad in the wall beside it. An old one, not an electronic card scanner. It needed a code. Panic whined like a mosquito in her ear. Each employee was assigned a default code. They could change it at their leisure. The default code was each employee's birth date. She had never bothered to change hers. A scuff of heel drew her attention around. Her pursuer came around the lower flight, standing on the landing. The two eyed each other. The gunman now had a pistol in his grip, not a taser. With her back to the door, Safia fingered the keypad's buttons and punched in her birth date blindly. After years at the museum, she was accustomed to touch-typing entries into an accounting calculator. Once done, she pushed the emergency latch. It clicked, but failed to budge. Still locked. "Dead end," the gunman said, his voice muffled. "Come down or die." Pinned against the door, Safia realized her mistake. The security grid had been upgraded after the millennium. A year was no longer defined by 2 digits, but 4. Unclenching her fingers, she rapidly typed in the 8 numbers, 2 for day, 2 for month, and 4 for her birth year. The gunman took a step toward her, pistol stretching closer. Safia rammed her back into the emergency latch. The door flung open. Cold air whipped over her as she tumbled out and darted to the side. A shot ricocheted off the steel door. Driven by desperation, she swung the door shut, slamming it into the masked face of the gunman as he lunged. She didn't wait, unsure if the door would relock, and fled around the corner of the rooftop exit hut. The night was too bright. Where was London's fog when you needed it? She searched for a place to hide. Small metal outcroppings offered some shelter. Hooded vents, exhaust flumes, electrical conduits. But they were isolated and offered scant protection. The remainder of the roof of the British Museum looked like the parapet of a castle, surrounding a glass-roofed central courtyard. A muffled shot blasted behind her. A door slammed open with a crash. Her pursuer had broken through. Safia sprinted for the closest cover. A low wall lipped the central courtyard, outlining the edges of the Grand Court's glass and steel roof. She climbed over the parapet and ducked down. Her feet rested on the metal rim of the 2-acre geodesic roof. It spread out from her position in a vast plain of glass, broken into individual triangular panes. A few were missing, knocked loose by the blast last night and patched with plastic sheeting. The remaining panes shone like mirrors in the starlight, all pointing toward the middle, to where the bright copper dome of the central reading room rose from the middle of the courtyard, like an island in a sea of safety glass. Safia remained crouched, realizing how exposed she was. If the gunman searched over the wall, there was nowhere to run. Footsteps sounded, crunching on the graveled roof. They circled around for a few moments, stopped for a long breath, then continued. Eventually they would head here. Safia had no choice. She crawled out onto the roof, scuttling like a crab across the panes of glass, praying they would hold her weight. The 40-foot fall to the hard marble below would prove just as deadly as a slug in the head. If she could only make it to the domed island of the reading room, get behind it. One of the panes splintered under her knee like brittle ice. It must have been stressed by the blast. She rolled to the side as it gave way beneath her, cracking and falling through its steel frame. A moment later, a loud ringing crash echoed up as the pane struck marble. Safia crouched only halfway across the vast roof, a fly stuck on a mirrored web. And the spider was surely coming, drawn by the crash. She needed to hide, a hole to crawl into. Safia glanced to the right. There was only one hole. She rolled back to the empty steel frame, and without much more thought than hide, she swung her legs down through the frame, then wiggled on her belly. As her fingers grabbed the steel edge, she let herself drop, hanging now by her hands over the 40-foot fall. She swung in place, facing back toward her initial hiding place by the wall. Through the glass, the star-lit night was clear and bright. She watched a masked head peer over the low wall, searching the geodesic roof. Safia held her breath. Viewed from outside, the roof was mirrored by the silvery starlight. She should be invisible. But already her arm muscles cramped, and the sharp steel cut into her fingers. And she would still need some strength to pull herself back up. She searched down to the dark courtyard. A mistake. She was so high. The only light came from a handful of red glowing security lamps near the wall. Still, she spotted the shattered pane of glass under her feet. The same would happen to her bones if she fell. Her fingers gripped tighter, her heart pounded harder. She tore her gaze from the drop, glancing back up in time to see the gunman climbing over the wall. What was he doing? Once over the wall, he started across the roof, keeping his weight mostly on the steel-framed structure. He was coming straight at her. How did he know? Then it dawned on her. She had noted the plastic-sheeted gaps in the roof. They were like missing teeth in a bright smile. There was only one such gap that was still uncapped. The gunman must have guessed that his target had fallen through and come to make certain. He moved swiftly, so unlike her own panicked crawl. He swept down on her hiding spot, pistol in hand. What could she do? There was nowhere else to run. She considered simply letting go.
At least she'd have control over her death. Tears rose in her eyes. Her fingers ached. All she had to do was let go. But her fingers refused to unlatch. Panic held her clenched. She hung there as the man crossed the final pane. Finally spotting her, he started back a step, then stared down at her. Laughter flowed, low and dark. In that moment, Safia realized her mistake. A gun pointed at Safia's forehead. "Tell me the combination." The crack of a pistol erupted. Glass shattered. Safia screamed, losing the grip on one hand, hanging by the other. Her shoulder and fingers wrenched. Only then did she spot the shooter on the floor below, a familiar figure, the American. He stood with his feet planted wide on the marble, aiming up at her. She turned her face upward. The pane of glass her attacker had been standing on had crackled into 1,000 pieces, held together only by the safety coating. The thief stumbled backward, fumbling and losing the pistol. It flew high, then landed hard upon the shattered pane. The weapon fell through the broken glass and tumbled all the way to the floor below.
The thief sprinted across the roof, fleeing, aiming back toward the wall below. The American fired and fired, blasting out panes of glass, following from below. But the thief was always a step ahead. Finally reaching the wall, the figure vanished over it. Gone. The American swore loudly. He hurried back to where Safia hung by one arm, like a bat in the rafters. But she had no wings. Safia struggled to get her other hand up on the support. She had to swing slightly, but finally her fingers gripped steel. "Can you hold on?" he asked below her, concerned. "I don't seem to have much choice," she called down hotly. "Now do I?" "If you swing your legs," he offered, "you might be able to hook them over the next frame." She saw what he meant. He had shot out the neighboring pane, leaving an open support bar between them. She took a deep breath, then with a small cry of effort, she swung her legs, tucked her knees, and hooked them over the bar. Immediately, the ache in her hands lessened as the weight eased. She had to force herself not to cry with relief. Security's already heading up there. Safia craned down to the American. She found herself speaking to keep herself from wailing. "Your partner is fine. Took a jolt, ruined a nice blouse, but she'll be up and around." She closed her eyes with relief. Thank God. She couldn't have handled another death. Not after Ryan. She took several more breaths. "Are you all right?" the American asked, staring up at her. "Yes, but Dr. Crowe, call me Painter. I think we've passed formalities here. It seems I owe you my life for the second time this night. That's what you get for hanging around with me." Though she couldn't see it, she could imagine his wry smile. "That's not very funny. It will be later." He crossed and recovered the thief's gun from the floor. "That reminded Safia. The one you were shooting at. It was a woman." He continued his study of the weapon. "I know." Painter inspected the weapon in his hand. It was a Sig Sauer, 45 millimeters, with a Hogue rubberized grip. It couldn't be. He held his breath as he turned the weapon on its side. The thumb catch for the magazine release was on the right side, a custom feature for that rare left-handed shooter. He knew this gun. He knew the shooter. He stared up at the path of shattered glass. Cassandra. Sand and Sea, Homecoming, December 2, 06:42 a.m. Heathrow International Airport. Kara met him at the foot of the steps leading up to the open door of the Learjet. She stood, blocking the way and pointing a stiff finger at the focus of her anger. Her voice sharpened. "I want it stated clearly, Dr. Crowe, that you have no authority once you board this jet. You may have wrangled your way into this expedition, but it certainly wasn't by my invitation." "I got that from the warm reception your pack of corporate lawyers gave me," the American answered, hitching his duffel higher on his shoulder. "Who would have guessed so many suits could put up such a determined fight? Little good it did." He offered a crooked smile as response, then shrugged. As before, he offered no explanation as to why the U.S. government wanted him and his partner to accompany the expedition into Oman. But insurmountable blocks had appeared, financial, legal, even diplomatic.
All this was further complicated by the media circus surrounding the attempted theft. Kara had always considered her influence to be significant, but it paled beside the pressure placed upon the expedition by Washington. The United States had significant interests in Oman. She'd spent 3 weeks trying to find a way around their roadblocks, but the trip was hung up unless she cooperated. Still, that didn't mean she hadn't won concessions. "From here on out," she said firmly, "you will be under our leadership." Understood. The single word irritated Kara further. With no choice, she stepped aside. He stood his ground on the tarmac. "It doesn't have to be this way. We aren't at cross purposes here, Lady Kingston. We both seek the same thing." She pinched her brows. "And what might that be?" "Answers. Answers to mysteries." He stared at her with those piercing blue eyes, unreadable, yet not cold. For the first time, she noted how handsome he was. Not model handsome, more a wary masculinity that he carried easily. He wore his hair lanky, a 5 o'clock shadow at 6 in the morning. She could smell his aftershave, musky with a trace of balsam. Or was that just him? Kara kept her face fixed, her voice flatlined. "And what mystery are you seeking to answer, Dr. Crowe?" He did not blink. "I might ask the same of you, Lady Kingston. What mystery do you seek? It's surely something more than academic interest in old tombs." Kara's frown deepened, eyes flashing. Presidents of multinational corporations withered under such inspection. Painter Crowe remained unfazed. He finally stepped forward and mounted the Lear stairs, but not before adding one last cryptic comment. "It seems we both have secrets we wish to keep, at least for now." She watched him climb. Painter Crowe was followed by his companion, Dr. Coral Novak. She was tall, firmly toned, wearing a snug gray suit. She carried a matching duffel of personal items. The scientists' trunks and equipment had already been loaded. The woman's eyes searched down the length of the jet, studious. Kara's frown tracked them as they disappeared inside. Though they claimed to be merely physicists contracted by the U.S. government, she recognized the stamp of the military all over them. The wiry athleticism, the hard eyes, the sharp creases in their suits. They moved together, in unison, casually, one on point, the other watching their backs. They probably weren't even aware of it. And then there was the battle in the museum to consider. Kara had heard the detailed report. The murder of Ryan Fleming, the attempted theft of the Iron Heart. If not for this pair's intervention, all would have been lost. Despite Dr. Crowe's clear disassembling, Kara owed him, and for more than just the security of the artifact. She stared across the tarmac as the terminal door swung open. Safia hurried toward the Lear, dragging a piece of luggage behind her. If the 2 Americans hadn't been present in the museum, Safia surely would not have survived. Still, her friend had not passed the night unscathed. The terror, the bloodshed, the death had broken something in Safia. Her protests against joining the expedition had ended. Safia seemed reticent to talk about her change of mind. Her only explanation was a terse response. "It no longer matters." Safia crossed to the jet. "Am I the last one here?" "Everyone's aboard." Kara reached toward her luggage. Safia snapped down the tote's handle and lifted it herself. "I have it." Kara didn't argue. She knew what the luggage contained. The Iron Heart, nestled in a molded, rubberized cocoon. Safia refused to let anyone near it, not to protect it, but as if it was a burden she must bear. Its blood debt was hers alone, her discovery, her responsibility. Guilt shadowed her friend like a mourning shroud. Ryan Fleming had been her friend, murdered before her eyes. All for a chunk of iron, something Safia had unearthed. Kara sighed as she followed Safia up the stairs. It was Tel Aviv all over again. No one could console Safia then, and now was no different. Kara stopped at the top of the stairs and glanced one last time over toward the misty heights of London in the distance as the sun crested the Thames. She searched her heart for some sense of loss, but all she found was sand. This was not her true home. It never had been. She turned her back on London and climbed inside the jet.
A man in uniform leaned out the cockpit door. "Ma'am, we have clearance from the tower. Ready when you are." She nodded. "Very good, Benjamin." She stepped into the main cabin as the door was secured behind her. The Lear had been customized to suit her needs. The cabin's interior was furnished in leather and burled walnut, describing 4 intimate seating groups.
Fresh flowers sprouted from Waterford crystal vases secured to seatside tables. A long mahogany bar, an antique out of Liverpool, stood stocked near the rear of the cabin. Beyond the bar, a set of folding doors marked the entry to Kara's private study and bedroom. She allowed herself a self-satisfied smile upon seeing Painter Crowe's cocked eyebrow as he surveyed the space. Clearly, he was not accustomed to such luxuries on a physicist's salary, even one supplemented by government work. The plane's butler handed him a drink. Soda water and ice, it appeared. His glass clinked as he turned. "What? No honey-roasted peanuts?" he mumbled as he passed. "I thought we were traveling first class." Her smile grew stale as he crossed and took a seat beside Dr. Novak. Flippant jerk. Everyone else began to find their seats as the pilot announced their departure. Sophia settled off by herself. Her graduate student, Clay Bishop, was already buckled across the cabin, face pressed to a window. He wore earphones attached to an iPod resting on his lap, lost to everyone else. With all in readiness, Kara crossed to the bar. Her usual was waiting for her, a chilled glass of Chardonnay. It came from San Sebastian, a French winery. Kara had been allowed her first sip on her 16th birthday, on the morning of the hunt. Since then, she lifted 1 glass each morning in honor of her father. She swirled the wine glass and inhaled its crisp bouquet, a hint of peach and oak. Even after so many years, the smell drew her immediately back to that morning, so full of promise. She could hear her father's laughter, the baying of camels in the distance, the whisper of wind with the dawning sun. So close now, after so very long. She sipped slowly, drowning the nagging dryness in her mouth. Her head buzzed with the sharpness of the 2 pills she had taken upon waking 2 hours earlier. Through her lips, she felt the minor tremor in her fingertips as they held up the glass. One wasn't supposed to mix alcohol with prescription drugs. But it was only the 1 glass of Chardonnay, and she owed it to her father. She lowered the glass and found Sophia studying her. Her face was unreadable, but her eyes glowed with concern. Kara met her gaze, unflinching, holding it steady. Sophia finally broke away to stare out the window. Neither had the words to comfort the other. Not any longer. The desert had stolen a part of their lives, a part of their hearts. And only out in the sands could it be recovered. 11:42 a.m., Muscat, Oman. Omama slammed through the door to the Ministry of National Heritage. The door swinging back almost struck his brother, Danny, in the face as he followed. Omar, calm down. Very bureaucrats. He continued his tirade out in the street. "You need a frickin' permit to wipe yourself here." "You got what you wanted," Danny said in a conciliatory tone. "It took all very morning. And the only reason we finally got the permit to carry gasoline aboard the rovers, to carry frickin' gasoline, was because Adolf Ben Jerk wanted his very lunch." "Calm down." Danny grabbed his elbow and dragged him to the curb. Faces turned in their direction. "And Sophia, Kara's plane is landing in." Omar checked his watch. "In just over an hour." Danny waved for a cab. A white Mercedes sedan pulled away from a nearby taxi stand and slid up to the curb. Danny opened the door and shoved Omar inside. It was gloriously air-conditioned. Noon in Muscat, and it was already over 100 degrees. The cool interior washed the edge from his irritation. He leaned and tapped at the plexiglass between the back seat and the front. Seeb Airport. The driver nodded and cut into traffic without signaling, simply barging his way into the lunchtime flow. Omar fell back into his seat beside his brother. "I've never seen you this nervous," Danny said. "What are you talking about? Nervous? I'm pissed." Danny stared out the window. "Right, like meeting your ex-fiancé face to face hasn't trimmed your fuse a tad short this morning? Sophia has nothing to do with this."
Uh-huh. I have no reason to be nervous. Keep telling yourself that, Omar. Shut up. You shut up. Omar shook his head. Both of them had had too little sleep since arriving 2 weeks ago. There were 1,001 details to attend to when putting together an expedition in such a short time. Permits, paperwork, hiring guards, manual labor and trucks, clearing access from Thrumrite Air Base, buying potable water, petrol, guns, salt, dry chemical toilets, organizing personnel. And all of it fell squarely upon the Dunn brothers' shoulders. The trouble back in London had delayed Kara's arrival. If Kara had been here as planned, preparations for the expedition would have gone much more smoothly. Lady Kingston was revered in Oman, the Mother Teresa of philanthropy. Throughout the country, museums, hospitals, schools, and orphanages all bore plaques with her name on them. Her corporation helped win many lucrative contracts, oil, mineral, and fresh water, for the country and its people. But after the museum incident, Kara had asked the brothers to maintain a low profile, keep her involvement on a need-to-know basis only. So Omar chewed a lot of aspirin. The taxi crossed out of the business district of Muscat and wended through the narrow streets that bordered the stone walls of the old city. They followed a truck loaded with pines, weeping a path of dry needles behind it. Christmas trees, in Oman. Such was the country's openness to the West, a Muslim country that celebrated Christ's birth. Oman's attitude could be attributed to the monarchy's head of the state, Sultan Qaboos bin Said. Educated in England, the Sultan had opened his country to the wider world, brought extensive civil rights to his people, and modernized his country's infrastructure. The taxi driver turned on the radio. Strains of Bach floated through the Bose speakers, the Sultan's favorite. By royal decree, only classical music could be played at noon. Omar checked his watch. High noon. He stared out the window. It must be good to be king. Danny spoke up. I think we're being followed. Omar glanced at his brother to see if he was joking. Danny was craning over a shoulder. The gray BMW, 4 cars back. Are you sure? It's a BMW, Danny said more firmly. His brother, a yuppie wannabe, fascinated by all things German engineered, knew cars. I spotted the same car parked down the street from our hotel, then again at the entrance to the parking lot for the Natural History Museum. Omar squinted. Could be coincidence, same make, different car. 540i, custom chrome wheels, tinted privacy glass. Even Omar cutting off. Enough of the sales pitch. I believe you. But if they were truly being followed, only one question stood out. Why? He flashed back to the bloodshed and violence at the British Museum. Even the newspapers here reported on it. Kara had warned him to be as cautious as possible, to maintain a low profile. He leaned forward. Take the next right, he said in Arabic, hoping either to lose or confirm their tale. The driver ignored him and continued straight. Omar felt a sudden twinge of panic. He tried the door. Locked. They passed the turnoff for the airport. Bach continued to stream from the speakers. He yanked at the door handle again. Crap. 12:04 p.m. Airborne over the Mediterranean. Safia stared at the book in her lap, blind to the words. She had not turned a page in the last half hour. Tension stripped her nerves raw. Her shoulder muscles knotted and a dull headache made her teeth hurt. She glanced out at the sunlit blue skies. Cloudless, a vast blank canvas. It was as if she were leaving one life and sweeping toward another, which in many ways she was. She was abandoning London, her flat, the stone walls of the British Museum, all that she once thought safe these past 10 years. But that safety had proved to be an illusion, so fragile it shattered in a single night. Blood once again stained her hands, because of her work.
Ryan Safia could not erase the momentary glint of surprise in his eyes as the bullet sliced him from this world. Even weeks later, she felt the need to wash her face repeatedly, sometimes even in the middle of the night. Brown soap and cold water, nothing washed away the memory of the blood. And even though Safia recognized the illusory nature of London's security, the city had become her home. She had friends, colleagues, a favorite bookstore, a theater that played old movies, a coffee house that served the perfect caramel cappuccino. Her life had become defined by the streets and trains of London. And then there was Billy. Safia had been forced to foster her cat with Julia, a Pakistani botanist who rented the flat under hers. Before leaving, Safia had whispered promises in the tomcat's ears, promises she hoped to keep. Still, Safia worried, deeply, down to the marrow of her bones. Some of the anxiety was inexplicable, just an overwhelming sense of doom. But most was not. She stared around the cabin. What if they all ended up like Ryan, laid out in the city morgue, then buried in a cold cemetery as the first winter snow fell? She simply could not handle that. Even the possibility turned her intestines to ice. Her breathing grew pained at the thought. Her hands trembled. Safia fought the wave of panic, sensing its familiar role. She concentrated on her breathing, focusing outward, away from her own frightened center. Across the breadth of the cabin, the drone of the engines had driven everyone else to recline their seatbacks to catch what little sleep they could as they winged south. Even Kara had retreated to her private quarters, but not to nap. Muffled whispers reached to her through the door. Kara was preparing for their arrival, handling the niggling details. Did she ever even sleep anymore? A noise drew Safia's attention back around. Painter Crowe stood beside her chair, appearing as if by magic. He bore a tall tumbler of ice water in one hand and held out a tiny crystal snifter brimming with auburn liquid, bourbon from the smell of it. "Drink this." Just drink it. Don't sip. Down it all." Her hand rose and she accepted the glass, more afraid it was going to spill than from any desire to accept his offering. They hadn't spoken since that bloody night, except for a brief thank you after her rescue. He lowered into the seat next to her and motioned to the drink. "Go on." Rather than arguing, she lifted the glass and poured the contents down her throat. It burned all the way down, filling her nostrils, then settled with a fiery glow in her belly. She passed the glass back to him. He traded it for the glass of water. "Soda water and lemon. Sip it." She did, holding the cup with both hands. "Better?" She nodded. "I'm fine." He stared at her, half leaning on one shoulder to face her. She kept her gaze averted, focusing on the length of his outstretched legs. He crossed his ankles, exposing his socks, black argyles. "It's not your fault," he said. She stiffened. Was her guilt so plain? She felt a flush of embarrassment. "It's not," he repeated. His tone of voice lacked the reassurance of the others who had sought to comfort her with platitudes, colleagues, friends, even the police psychologist. Instead, Painter's voice was simply matter-of-fact. Ryan Fleming. He was at the wrong place, wrong time. Nothing more. Her eyes flicked to him, then away again. She felt the heat of him, like the bourbon, whiskey-warm and masculine. She found the strength to speak, to argue. Ryan wouldn't have been there if I hadn't been working so late. Gosh, the profanity from him startled her. Painter continued. "Mr. Fleming was at the museum to supervise us, Coral and me. His presence that night had nothing to do with you or your discovery of the artifact. Do you blame us?" A small part of her did. Still, Safia shook her head, knowing who was ultimately to blame. The thieves were after the heart, my discovery. And I'm sure it wasn't the first attempted theft from the museum. I seem to recall a midnight burglary of an Etruscan bust just 4 months ago. The thieves cut through the roof. Safia kept her head bowed. Ryan was head of security, doing his job. He knew the risks. Though she was not entirely convinced, the tight nut in Safia's gut loosened a bit. Then again, maybe it was just the alcohol. His hand touched hers. She flinched, but the American did not retreat. He cupped her hand between his palms, his touch warm after the cold glass of soda water. "Lady Kensington may not welcome our presence on this expedition, but I just wanted you to know that you aren't alone. We're in this together." Safia slowly nodded, then slid her hand from between his, uncomfortable by the intimacy, by the attentions of a man she hardly knew. Still, she slipped her hand into her other, preserving the warmth.
He leaned back, perhaps sensing her discomfort. His eyes glinted with easy amusement. "You just hang in there. I know from experience you're darned good at that." Safia pictured herself dangling from the museum's rooftop. How she must have looked! And unbidden, a smile traced the edges of her lips, the first since the horrible night. Painter studied her, his expression seeming to say, "There you go." He stood up. "I should try to get some sleep. So should you." Thinking such a thing might be possible now, she watched him stride silently across the carpeted cabin, returning to his seat. She lifted a finger and touched her cheek as her smile faded away. The warmth of the bourbon still glowed deep within her, helping her find her center. How could something so simple have brought her so much relief? But Safia sensed it wasn't truly the alcohol, so much as the kindness. She had forgotten what that was like. It had been too long. Not since 12:13 p.m., Omaha hunched low in his seat and kicked again at the divider that separated him from the taxi driver. His heel struck with no effect. It was like kicking steel, bulletproof glass. He slammed an elbow against the side window in frustration. Trapped, kidnapped. "They're still following us," Danny said, nodding behind them to the trailing BMW sedan, 50 yards back. Shadowy figures could be seen filling the front and rear seats. The taxi rode through a residential area of stucco and stone homes, all painted in various shades of white. The sun's reflection was blinding. The other car kept pace behind them. Omaha faced forward again. "Leh," he spat out in Arabic. "Why?" The driver continued to ignore them, stoic and silent, wending his way through the narrow streets with deft skill. "We need to get out of here," Omaha said. "Take our chances in the streets." Danny had turned his attention to his door, staring at the side panel. "Ton coupe oncles?" Omaha. His brother was speaking French, clearly attempting to keep the driver from eavesdropping. Danny held out his hand, low, away from the direct view of the driver. Omaha fished in a pocket. What did Danny think to accomplish with his coupe ongles? Fingernail clippers? He asked in French. "You planning on clipping your way out of here?" Danny did not look back, only cocked his head forward. "That bastard up there has us locked in by using the child protection feature of the car, meant to keep kids from opening the back door. So we're going to use the same safety features to get us out." Omaha pulled out the fingernail clipper from his pocket. It hung from his keys. He passed it to Danny, who palmed it. "What are you?" Danny shushed him, flipped open the clippers, and extracted the tiny nail file. Magazines reported on the sensitivity of the Mercedes safety systems. Had to be careful even when removing the access panel. Access panel? Before he could ask aloud, Danny turned to him. "How soon do you want to make a break for it?" Right now would be good, Omaha thought. But then up ahead, a large open-air souk or market appeared. He motioned low. "Up there would be perfect. We could get lost in the shops."
"Shake loose the others following in the BMW." Danny nodded. "Be ready." He leaned back, straightening. The nail file poised under 3 imprinted letters on the sill of the passenger window. SRS. Safety Restraint System. "Airbags?" Omaha asked, forgetting to speak in French this time. "Side airbags," Danny concurred. "When any of the bags deploy, as a safety feature, all the locks disengage to allow outside emergency rescuers access to the vehicle. So you're gonna—" "We're almost at the souk," Danny hissed. The driver slowed the Mercedes as it passed the entrance to the market, cautious of the bustle of midday shoppers. "Now," Omaha murmured. Danny jabbed the nail file under the SRS panel and savagely dug around, like a dentist struggling with a stubborn molar. Nothing happened. The sedan slid past the souk, picking up speed. Danny leaned in closer, swearing under his breath. A mistake. With a pop of a firecracker, the side airbag ejected, smacking Danny in the face and knocking his head back with its sucker punch. An alarm sounded in the car. The driver braked. Danny blinked, holding his nose. Blood dripped from under his fingers. Omaha did not have time to check further. He reached past his brother and yanked the door handle. It fell open, the lock releasing. "Thank God for fine German engineering." Omaha shoved. "Out," he yelled.
Dazed, Danny half rolled and half fell out of the back seat, Omaha pushing from behind. They landed on the pavement and tumbled a few feet. The slowing car slipped on ahead, then slammed to a stop. Omaha scrambled to his feet, hauling Danny up with one arm, his strength fueled by fear. They were only steps from the market's entrance. But the BMW sped forward, then fishtailed as it braked at the market. Omaha sprinted, Danny in tow. 3 doors popped open. Dark figures, masks pulled over their heads, jammed out. Pistols appeared in flashes of polished platinum. One rifle swung through the air. Omaha reached the edge of the souk and bounced aside a woman bearing a basket full of bread and fruit. Loaves and dates flew high. "Sorry," he mumbled, and danced into the market. Danny kept to his heels, his face bloody from the nose down. Broken? They fled down the center aisle. The souk spread out in a labyrinthine maze. Reed roofs sheltered carts and booths, laden with bolts of silk and cashmere cotton, bushels of pomegranates and pistachio nuts, iced bins of crab and whitefish, barrels of pickles and coffee beans, swaths of fresh-cut flowers, flats of breads, slabs of dried meats. The air steamed from grease stoves, sizzling with spices that burned the eyes. Alleyways reeked of goat and sweat. Others were redolent with a cloying sweetness, incense and honey. And crowded within this maze pressed throngs of folk from throughout Arabia and beyond. Faces of every shade flashed past, eyes wide, some behind veils, most not. Voices chased them in dialects of Arabic, Hindu, and English. Omaha fled with Danny through the rainbow and the noise, darting right and left, serpentine, then straight. Were the pursuers behind them? In front? He had no way of knowing. All he could do was keep moving. In the distance, the awu, awu of the Omani police force crested over the cacophony of the crowd. Help was coming, but could they last long enough to take advantage? Omaha glanced behind him as they danced down a long, straight, narrow bazaar. At the other end, a masked gunman appeared, head radar dishing around. He was easy to spot as folk fled in all directions, opening space around him. He seemed to hear the police. Time was running out for him, too. Omaha was not going to make it easy. He dragged Danny, flowing with the rush of the crowd. They rounded a corner and ducked into a booth selling reed baskets and clay pots. The robed proprietor took one look at Danny's bloody face and waved them out, barking in Arabic. It would take some skill and communication to gain sanctuary here. Omaha yanked out his wallet and laid out a row of 50 rail bills, 10 in all. The salesman glanced down the line, one eye squinted. To barter or not to barter? Omaha reached to gather the bills back up, but a hand stopped him. "Khalas," the old man declared, waving them down. "Deal done." Omaha crouched behind a stack of baskets. Danny took a position in the shadow of a large red earthenware pot. It was large enough for his brother to hide inside of. Danny pinched his nose, trying to stop the bleeding. Omaha peered out into the alleyway. The patter of sandals and swish of robes ebbed after a few breaths. A man stepped to the corner, his masked face hurriedly searching all 4 points of the compass. The police sirens closed toward the souk. The gunman's head cocked, tracking them. He would have to abandon the search or risk being caught. Omaha felt a surge of confidence. Until his brother sneezed. 12:45 p.m. Final approach. The Lear circled over the water, preparing for its descent into Seb International Airport. Safia stared out the small window. The city of Muscat spread out below her. It was really 3 cities, separated by hills into distinct districts. The oldest section, called, cleverly enough, Old Town, appeared as the jet bank to the right. Stone walls and ancient buildings lay nestled up against a sweeping crescent bay of blue water, its white sand shoreline dotted by date palms. Surrounded by the old gated city walls, the town housed the Alam Palace and the dramatic towering stone forts of Marani and Jalai. Memories overlay all she saw, as tenuous as the reflections in the smooth waters of the day. Events long forgotten came alive. Running the Narrows with Kara, her first kiss in the shadow of the city walls, the taste of cardamom candy, visiting the Sultan's palace, all a tremble and in a new thobe dress. Safia felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cabin's air conditioning. Home and homeland blurred in her mind, tragedy and joy. Then, as the plane angled toward the airport, Old Town vanished, replaced by the mattress section of Muscat and the city's port. One side of the docks moored modern hulking ships, the other the slender single-masted dhows, the ancient sailing ships of Arabia. Safia stared at the proud line of wooden masts and folded sails, in stark contrast to the behemoths of steel and diesel. More than anything else, this typified her homeland. The ancient and the modern, mixed together, but forever separate. The third section of Muscat was the least interesting. Inland from the old town and port, stacked against the hills, rose Rui, the modern business center, the commercial headquarters of Oman. Kara's corporate offices were there. The plane's course had mapped out Safia and Kara's life, from Old Town to Rui, from riotous children playing in the streets to lives confined by corporate offices and dusty museums. Now, the present. The jet dropped toward the airport, aiming for the stretch of tarmac. Safia leaned back into her seat. The other passengers gaped out the windows. Clay Bishop sat across the cabin. The grad student bobbed his head in sync with the current digitalized track on his iPod. His black glasses kept slipping down his nose, requiring him to push them back up repeatedly. He wore his typical uniform, jeans and a t-shirt. Ahead of Clay, Painter and Coral leaned together, staring out a single window. They spoke in hushed tones. She pointed and he nodded, fiddling with a tiny cowlick atop his head that had formed while he napped. Kara folded back the door to her private suite and stood in the threshold. "We're landing," Safia said. "You should sit down." Fingers flicked away her concern, but Kara crossed to the empty seat beside her and dropped heavily into it. She didn't buckle her seatbelt. "I can't ring up Omaha," she said as introduction. "What?" "He's not answering his mobile, probably doing it on purpose." That wasn't like Omaha, Safia thought. He could be dodgy sometimes, but he was all business when it came to the job. He's surely just busy.
You left him hanging out to dry. You know how touchy and territorial the cultural attaches can be in Muscat? Kara huffed out her irritation. He'd better be wetting at the airport. Safia noted how large her pupils were in the bright light. She looked both exhausted and wired at the same time. If he said he'd be there, he will be. Kara cocked a questioning eyebrow at her. Mr. Reliable? Safia felt a pang, her gut wrung in two different directions. Reflex made her want to defend him, as she had done in the past, but memory of the ring she had placed back in his palm constricted her throat. He had not understood the depth of her pain. Then again, who could? She had to force her eyes not to glance at Painter. "You'd better buckle up," she warned Kara. 12:53 p.m. Danny's sneeze was as loud as a gunshot, startling a pair of caged doves in a neighboring shop. Wings fluttered against bamboo bars. Omaha watched the masked gunmen turn toward their booth, stepping toward them. A yard away, Danny covered his nose and mouth and sank lower behind the tall earthenware urn. Blood ran freely down his chin. Omaha pushed to the balls of his feet, tensing, ready to leap. Their only hope lay in surprise. The police sirens wailed, piercing now from their proximity to the market. If only Danny could have held back for another minute. The gunman held his rifle shouldered, pointed forward, moving in a crouched stance, experienced. Omaha clenched his fists. He'd have to knock the rifle up, then dive low. Before he could move, the robed proprietor of the shop shambled forward, into plain view. He waved a fan in one hand and wiped his nose with the other. "Hasayya," he mumbled as he straightened some baskets over Omaha's head, cursing his hay fever. He feigned surprise at seeing the gunman, threw up his hands, fan flying, and fell back. The gunman gave a muffled curse, waving the old man back with his rifle. He obeyed, retreating to a low counter, covering his head with his hands. Off in the direction of the souk's entrance, the squeal of brakes announced the arrival of the Omani police. Sirens whined. The gunman glanced in their direction, then did the only thing he could. He stepped to the large urn sheltering Danny and shoved his rifle inside.
And after a check around, he ripped off the mask and tossed it in too. Then, with a swirl of a sand-colored cloak, the figure disappeared into the depths of the market, clearly planning on simply joining the mass of humanity. Anonymous. Except Omaha had stared hard. He saw her face. Mocha skin, deep brown eyes, a tattoo of a tear under the left eye. Bedouin. After a safe stretch, Omaha stepped out of hiding. Danny crawled to join him. Omaha helped his brother up. The proprietor appeared, straightening his robe with pats of his hands. Shukran, Danny mumbled around his bloodied nose, thanking the man. With the typical self-effacing custom of the Omani people, the man shrugged. Omaha stripped off another 50-rial bill and held it out. The shopkeeper crossed his arms, palms face down. Khalas, the deal had already been struck. Instead, the old man crossed to the stack of baskets and picked one up. "For you," he said, "gift for pretty woman." "Become?" Omaha asked. "How much?" The man smiled. "For you, 50 rial." Omaha returned his smile, knowing he was being swindled, but he handed over the bill. Khalas. As they left the market and headed toward the entrance, Danny asked nasally, "Why the hell were those guys trying to kidnap us?" Omaha shrugged. He had no idea. Apparently, Danny hadn't gotten a look at their assailant like he had. Not guys, gals. Now that he thought back on it, the way the others had moved, they might all have been women. Omaha pictured the riflewoman's face again, skin aglow in the sunshine. The resemblance was unmistakable. She could have been Safia's sister. Old Town, December 2, 05, 34 p.m. Seeb International Airport. Painter kept pace behind the trundling cart of gear and equipment. The heat off the tarmac seemed to boil the oxygen right out of the air, leaving only a heavy dampness to sear the lungs. Painter fanned a hand in front of his face, not to cool himself, an impossibility here, but simply to stir the air enough to catch his breath. At least they were finally moving again. They had been delayed 3 hours, confined to the jet due as a result of the heightened security measures after the attempted abduction of one of Kara Kensington's associates. Apparently the matter had been resolved enough to allow them to disembark. Coral marched beside him, eyes scanning everywhere, wary. The only sign that the late afternoon heat had any effect on his partner were the tiny beads of sweat on her smooth brow. She had covered her white blonde hair with a fold of beige cloth supplied by Safia, an Omani headdress called a lihaf. Painter squinted ahead. The low sun cast shimmering mirages across the airfield and reflected off every surface, even the drab gray building toward which their group paraded. Omani customs officials in blue uniforms escorted the party, while a small delegation sent by the Sultan flanked their sides. These last were resplendent in the national dress of Omani men, a white collarless robe with long sleeves called a dishdasha, covered by a black cloak trimmed in gold and silver embroidery. They also wore cotton turbans of varied patterns and hues and leather belts adorned in silver. On these belts, each man wore a sheathed khanjar, the traditional dagger. In this case, they were Saidi daggers, pure silver or gold, a mark of rank, the Rolexes of Omani cutlery. Kara, trailed by Safia and her graduate student, remained in a heated discussion with these men. It seemed the expedition's advance men here, Dr. Omaha Dunn and his brother, were being held by the police. Details on the thwarted kidnapping were still sketchy. "And is Danny all right?" Safia asked in Arabic. "Fine, fine, my lady," one of the escorts assured. "Bloodied nose, nothing more. He has already been attended to, let me assure you." Kara spoke to the head official. "And how soon can we be underway?" "His Majesty, Sultan Qaboos, has personally arranged for your transportation to Salalah. There will be no further mishaps." "If we had only known sooner that you personally would be accompanying." Kara waved his statement aside. "Keef, keef," she dismissed in Arabic. "It is of no matter, as long as we won't be delayed." A half bow answered her. The official's lack of offense at her tart response spoke volumes concerning Lady Kensington's influence in Oman. So much for the low profile, Painter thought. He turned his attention to Kara's companion. Concern crinkled the corners of Safia's eyes. Her momentary peace at the end of the flight had vanished when she heard of the trouble here.
She clutched her carry-on luggage in both hands, refusing to load it and its ancient cargo onto the luggage cart. Still, a determined glint shone in her emerald eyes, or maybe it was just the reflection of gold flecks in her. Painter remembered her hanging from the museum's glass roof. He sensed a well of strength in her, hidden deep, but still present. Even the land seemed to recognize this. The sun, glaring harshly off everything else in Oman, glowed upon her skin, as if welcoming her, casting her features in bronze. Her beauty, muted before, shone brighter, like a jewel enhanced by a perfect setting. At last, the party reached the private terminal building, and doors opened into a cool oasis of air-conditioned comfort. It was the VIP lounge. Their stay at this oasis, however, proved brief. Customs routines were hastily dispatched upon the authority of the Sultan's retinue. Passports were glanced at, visas stamped, then the 5 of them were split between 2 black limousines, Safia, her grad student in Kara in one, Coral and Painter in the other. "It seems our company is not appreciated," Painter commented as he boarded the stretch limo with his partner. He settled into a seat.
Coral joined him. Up front, beside the limo's driver, a beefy Irishman ran shotgun. He carried a prominent sidearm and a shoulder holster. Painter also noted a pair of escort vehicles, one in front of Kara's limousine, the other trailing. Clearly, after the kidnapping, security was not to be neglected. Painter slipped a cell phone from a pocket. The phone contained a scrambled satellite chip with access to the DoD computer net and housed a 16-megapixel digital camera with flash uploading and downloading. Never leave home without it. He drew out the small earpiece and fixed it in place. A small microphone dangled from the line at his lips. He waited as the sat phone transmitted a coded handshake signal that crossed the globe and zeroed in on one person. "Commander Crowe," a voice finally answered. It was Dr. Sean McKnight, his immediate superior, the head of Sigma. "Sir, we've landed in Muscat and are headed to the Kensington compound. I was reporting in to see if you've received any intel on the attack on the advance team. We have the preliminary police report already. They were snatched off the street, fake taxi. Sounds like a typical attempted kidnapping for ransom. Common form of raising capital out there." Still, Painter heard the suspicion in McKnight's voice. First the trouble at the museum, now this. Do you think this could be related to London? Too early to say. Painter pictured the lithe figure vanishing over the museum wall. He could still feel the weight of Cassandra Sig Sauer in his hand. 2 days after her arrest in Connecticut, she had vanished from custody. The police van transferring her to the airport had been ambushed. 2 men died, and Cassandra Sanchez had disappeared. Painter had never thought to see her again. How was she connected to all this, and why? McKnight continued, "Admiral Rector has coordinated with the NSA in gathering intel. We'll have more in a couple hours." "Very good, sir. Commander, is Dr. Novak with you?" Painter stared over at Coral, who watched the scenery flash past. Her eyes were unreadable, but he was sure she was memorizing her surroundings, just in case. "Yes, sir. She's here. Let her know that the researchers over at Los Alamos were able to discover decaying uranium particles in that meteoric iron sample you found at the museum." Painter recalled her concern over the scanner's readings on the sample. They also support her hypothesis that the radiation from the uranium's decay may indeed be acting like some sort of nuclear timer, slowly destabilizing the antimatter until it is susceptible to electrical shock. Painter sat straighter and spoke into the phone receiver. Dr. Novak also proposed that the same destabilization could be happening at the antimatter's primary source, if it exists. Exactly. The Los Alamos researchers have independently expressed the same concern. As such, your mission has become time-critical. Additional resources have been allocated. If there is a primary source, it must be discovered quickly or all may be lost. Understood, sir. Painter pictured the blasted ruins of the museum gallery. The bones of the guard melted into the steel grate. If there was a motherlode of this antimatter, the loss could be more than just scientific. Which brings me to my last item, Commander. We do have pressing information that concerns your operation from NOA. They report a major storm system developing in southern Iraq, blowing south. Thunderstorm? Sand. Winds clocked at 60 miles per hour. A real barn buster. It's been shutting down city after city, shifting dunes across roads. NASA confirms its path toward Oman. Painter blinked. NASA confirms? How big? Big enough to be seen from space. I'll forward satellite feed. Painter glanced at the digital screen on the phone. The screen filled in line by line from the top. It was a real-time weather map of the Middle East and the Arabian Peninsula. The detail is amazing. The coastline, blue sea scudded with clouds, tiny cities, except where a large hazy blotch skirted the Persian Gulf. It looked like a hurricane, but one on land. A vast reddish-brown wave even extended out over the Gulf. Meteorological predictions expect a storm to amplify in severity and size as it travels south, McKnight narrated as the image refreshed the screen. The blotch of sandstorm swept over a coastal city, obliterating it. There's chatter of a storm of the century brewing out there. A high-pressure system in the Arabian Sea is producing vicious monsoon winds drawn into a low trough over the empty quarter. The sandstorm will hit the southern deserts like a freight train, then be whipped up and fed by the monsoon tidals, creating a megastorm system. Jesus, it'll be hell out there for a while. What's the timetable? The storm should reach the Omani border by the day after tomorrow, and current estimates expect the storm system to last 2 or 3 days, delaying the expedition for as short as possible. Painter heard the command behind the director's words. He raised his head and glanced toward the other limo. A delay. Kara Kensington was not going to be pleased. 6:48 p.m. Calm down, Safia urged. They had all gathered in the garden courtyard of the Kensington estate. High limestone walls of crumbling plaster dated to the 16th century, as did the idyllic frescoes of climbing vines that framed off arched landscapes and seascapes. 3 years ago, restoration work had returned the frescoes to their full glory. This was the first time Safia had seen the finished product with her own eyes. Artisans from the British Museum had overseen the details here, while Safia had supervised from London via digital cameras and the internet. The pixelated photos failed to do justice to the richness of the colors. The blue pigments came from crushed mollusk shells, the reds from pressed rose madder, as had been originally done in the 16th century. Safia took in the rest of the gardens, a place she had once played in as a child. Baked red tiles lined the grounds amid raised beds of roses, trimmed hedges, and artfully arranged perennials. An English garden, a bit of Britain in the center of Muscat. In contrast, though, 4 large date palms dotted each corner, arched and shading a good portion of the garden. Memories overlapped reality, triggered by the perfume of climbing jasmine and a deeper sandy scent of the old town. Ghosts shifted amid the dappled tiles, shadow plays of the past. In the center of the courtyard, a traditional Omani tiled fountain with an octagonal reflecting basin tinkled brightly. Safia and Kara used to swim and float in the fountain's pool on especially hot and dusty days, a practice frowned upon by Kara's father. Safia could still hear his amused bluster echoing off the garden walls as he returned from a board meeting to find them lounging in the fountain. "You two look like a pair of beached seals." Still, sometimes he would take off his shoes and wade in with them. Kara stalked past the fountain with hardly a glance. The bitterness in her words brought the present back in focus. First Omaha's adventure, now the bloody weather. By the time we're underway, half of Arabia will know of our excursion, and we'll not have a moment's peace. Safia followed, leaving the unloading of the limos to the others. Painter Crowe had announced the dire meteorological news upon his arrival. He'd kept his face neutral. "It's a shame you can't buy good weather," he had finished glibly. He seemed to so enjoy goading Kara. Still, after all the roadblocks Kara had erected to keep the 2 Americans from this expedition, Safia could hardly blame him. Safia caught up with Kara at the arched entry to the old palace, a 3-story structure of carved and tiled limestone. The upper levels were adorned by shaded balconies supported on ornate columns. Sea blue tiles lined all inner surfaces of the balconies, calmingly cool to the eye after the blinding glare. Kara seemed to find no comfort in coming home, her face tight, the muscles of her jaw tense. Safia touched her arm, wondering how much of her shortness of temper was true frustration and how much was chemically induced. "The storm's not a problem," she assured her friend. "We were planning to travel to Salalah to examine Nabi Imran's tomb first. It's on the coast, away from any sandstorms. I'm sure we'll be there at least a week anyway." Kara took a deep breath. "Still, this mess with Omaha, I'd hoped to avoid too much notice." A commotion at the gate interrupted. Both women turned. An Omani police car, lights silently flashing, pulled to a stop alongside the pair of limousines. The rear doors opened and two men climbed out. "Speak of the devil," Kara mumbled. Safia found it suddenly difficult to breathe, the air gone heavy. Omaha. Time slipped slower, paced by the dull beat of her heart in her ears. She had thought she'd have more time to prepare, to settle in, to steel herself for the meeting. She felt an urge to flee and took a step back. Kara placed a hand on the small of her back, supporting her. "You'll be fine," she whispered. Omaha waited for his brother. Then the two of them crossed between the black limos. Danny's face bore two black eyes, his nose bridged by a bandaged splint. Omaha had an arm on his brother's elbow. He wore a blue suit, jacket tucked in the crook of his free arm, white shirt rolled up at the elbows, stained with dirt and dried blood. His gaze lingered a moment on Painter Crowe, eyes traveling up and down his form. Omaha nodded in weary greeting. Then he turned in Safia's direction. His eyes widened and his feet slowed. His face froze for a breath, then a slow smile faltered, then firmed. He wiped a few lanky locks of sandy hair from his eyes, as if disbelieving the sight. His lips mouthed her name, and on the second attempt he spoke aloud. "Safia! My God!" He cleared his throat and hurried forward, abandoning his brother for the moment. Before she could stop him, he reached out and embraced her, falling into her. He smelled of salt and sweat, familiar as the desert. He squeezed her hard. "It's good to see you," he whispered in her ear. Her arms hesitated in returning his hug. He straightened and stepped back before she could decide. A bit of color had risen to his cheeks. Safia found language beyond her at the moment. Her eyes flicked to movement over Omaha's shoulder. Stepping around, Danny offered a wincing smile. He looked like he'd been mugged. Safia's hand waved at her own nose, glad for the distraction. I thought it wasn't broken." "Green stick fracture only," he assured her, a hint of Nebraskan accent in his voice, fresh from the family farm. "Splints only for support." His gaze wavered between Omaha and Safia, stalling his own smile. A stretch of awkwardness grew wild and weedy. Painter appeared, arm out. He introduced himself, shaking hands with the two brothers. Only for a moment did his eyes flick toward Safia, making sure she was okay. She realized he was buying her time to collect herself. "This is my partner, Dr. Coral Novak, physicist out of Columbia." Danny straightened, visibly swallowing as he surreptitiously took in her figure. He spoke too quickly. "That's where I graduated, Columbia, that is." Coral glanced at Painter, as if seeking permission to speak. There was no outward confirmation, but she spoke anyway. "Small world." Danny opened his mouth, thought better of it, and closed it again. His eyes followed the physicist as she stepped to the side. Clay Bishop joined them. Safia made the introductions, finding solace in the routines of etiquette. "And this is my graduate student, Clay Bishop." He grasped Omaha's hand in both of his, shaking rapidly. "Sir, I've read your treatise on Persian trade routes during the time of Alexander the Great. I hope to have a chance to discuss some of your explorations along the Iran-Afghani border." Omaha turned to Safia and Kara. "Did he just call me sir?" Kara broke up the introductions, waving everyone to the arched entrance of the palace. "There are rooms assigned to each of you, so you can freshen up before supper and relax afterward." She led the way into the palace, her fashionable Fendi heels tapping on the ancient tiles. "But don't get too comfortable here. We'll be leaving in 4 hours." "Another plane trip?" Clay Bishop asked, hiding a groan. Omaha clapped him on the shoulder. "Not exactly. At least one good thing came from the mess this afternoon." He nodded to Kara. "It's nice to have friends in high places, especially friends with nice toys." Kara frowned back at him. "Have all the arrangements been made?" "Supplies and equipment have already been rerouted." Safia stared between them.
On the way here, Kara had made furious calls to Omaha, the British consulate, and Sultan Qaboos's staff. Whatever the result, it did not seem to please Kara as much as it did Omaha. "What about the phantoms?" Kara asked. "They know to meet us there," Omaha said with a nod. "Phantoms?" Clay asked. Before anyone could answer, they reached a hall leading into the south wing, the guest wing. Kara nodded to a waiting butler, oiled gray hair, hands behind his back, dressed in black and white, pure British. "Henry, could you please show our guests to their rooms?" A stiff nod. "Yes, madam." His eyes twinkled a bit as they swept over to Safia, but he kept his face passive. Henry had been head butler here at the estate since Safia was a child. "This way, please." The group followed. Kara called after them. "Supper will be served on the upper terrace in 30 minutes. It sounded more like a command than an invitation. Safia stepped to follow the others. "What are you doing?" Kara asked, taking her by the arm. "Your old rooms have been aired and readied for you." She turned her toward the main house. Safia stared around her as they walked. Little had changed. In many ways, the estate was as much a museum as a residence. Oil paintings hung on the walls, Kensington ancestry dating back to the 14th century. In the room's center stood a massive antique mahogany dining table, imported from France, as was the 6-tiered baccarat chandelier that hung above it. Safia had her 12th birthday party here. She remembered candles, music, a blur of festivity, and laughter. There had always been laughter. Her footsteps echoed hollowly as she circled the long room. Kara led her to the private family wing. It had been left cracked open a finger's breadth. Beyond, the woman mumbled in her dreams. Perfect. 8:18 p.m. Safia stands in the waiting room of a large hospital. She knows what is going to happen. Across the way, she spots the bent woman walking with a limp, entering the ward. Face and form covered in a burqa. The bulge under the woman's cloak evident now, not like before. Safia lunges to cross the waiting room, frantic to stop what is going to happen next. But children crowd around her feet, clambering at her legs, snatching at her arms. She struggles to push them away, but they cry out. She slows, unsure whether to console or push forward. Ahead, the woman disappears into the mass of people by the desk. Safia can no longer see her. But the station nurse raises her arm, points in Safia's direction. Her name is called. Like before, the crowd parts. The woman is spotlight in her own light, angelic, cloak swelling out like wings. "No," Safia mouths. She has no air to speak, to warn. Then a blinding explosion, all light, no noise. Sight returns in an instant, but not hearing. She is on her back, staring as silent flames race along the ceiling. She hides her face from the heat, but it's everywhere. With her head turned, she sees children sprawled, some aflame, others crushed under stone. One sits with her back to an overturned table. The child's face is missing. Another reaches toward her, but there is no hand, only blood. Safia now realizes why she can't hear. The world has become one scream stretched to infinity. The scream comes not from the children, but from her own mouth.
Then something touched her. Safia startled awake in the tub, choking on the same scream. It was always inside her, trying to get out. She covered her mouth, shaking out a sob, holding everything else inside. She trembled in the cooling water, arms hugged around her breasts, tight, waiting for the echo of the panic attack to subside. Only a dream. She wished she could believe it. It had been too forceful, too vivid. She still tasted the blood in her mouth. She wiped her brow but continued to tremble. She wanted to blame her reaction, the dream, on her exhaustion, but that was a lie. It was this place, this land, home again. And Omaha? She closed her eyes, but the dream waited, only a breath away. It was no mere nightmare. All of it had happened. All of it was her fault. The local imam, a holy Muslim leader, had tried to deter her from excavating the tombs in the hills outside of Qumran. She had not listened, too confident in the shield of pure research. The year before, Safia had spent 6 months deciphering a single clay tablet. It suggested a cache of scrolls might be buried at the location, possibly another sepulcher of the famous Dead Sea Scrolls. 2 months of digging proved her right. She uncovered 40 urns containing a vast library of Aramaic writings, the discovery of the year. But it came with a high price. A fanatical fundamentalist group took offense at the defilement of a Muslim holy place, especially by a woman, one of mixed blood, one with close ties to the West. Unknown to her at the time, Safia was targeted. Only it was the blood and lives of innocent children that paid the price for her hubris and gall. She was one of only 3 survivors. A miracle, it was described in newspapers, a miracle she had survived. Safia prayed for no other such miracles in her life. They came at too high a price. Safia opened her eyes, fingers clenched. Anger warmed past grief and guilt. Her therapist had told her this was a perfectly natural response. She should allow herself to feel this fury. Still, she felt ashamed of her anger, undeserving. She sat straighter. Water splashed over the tub's edge and washed across the tiles, leaving a trail of jasmine petals on the floor. The remaining petals sloshed around her bare midsection. Under the water, something brushed against her knee. Something as soft as a flower, but with more weight. Safia tensed, a rabbit in headlights. The water settled. The slick of jasmine petals hid the depths of the tub. Then, slowly, a lazy S-curve disturbed the layer from beneath. Safia froze. The snake's head surfaced through the petals, a few clinging to its mud-brown head. Gray eyes turned black as the protective inner eyelid pulled down. It seemed to be staring right at her. Safia knew the snake on sight, spotting the telltale white cross atop its clown. Echis pyramidum, carpet viper. All Omani children knew to watch for its mark. The sign of the cross meant death here, not Christian salvation. The snake was ubiquitous in the region, frequenting shady spots, found hanging from limbs of trees. Its venom was both hemotoxic and neurotoxic, a fatal combination, from bite to death in less than 10 minutes. Its ability to strike was so broad and swift that it was once thought to be capable of flight. The meter-long viper swam through the tub, aiming for Safia. She dared not move or risk provoking it. It must have slipped into the water after she fell asleep, seeking moisture to aid in the shedding of its skin. The snake reached her belly, rising a bit from the water, tongue flicking the air. Safia felt the tickle on her skin as it sidled even closer. Goosebumps traced down her arms. She fought not to shiver. Sensing no danger, the viper beached onto her belly, slithered upward, and slowly crested her left breast. It paused to flick its tongue again. Scaled skin was warm on her own, not cold. Its movements were muscular, hard. Safia kept her own muscles tight, rigid. She dared not breathe. But how long could she hold her breath? The snake seemed to enjoy its perch, unmoving, settling atop her breast. Its behavior was so odd. Why didn't it sense her, hear her heartbeat? Move, she willed it with all her might. If only it would retreat across the room, find some corner to hide, give her a chance to climb from the bath. She found the need for air growing into a sharp pain in her chest, a pressure behind her eyes. Please, go. The viper sampled the air again with its red tongue. Whatever it sensed seemed to content it. It settled in for a rest. Tiny stars danced across Safia's vision, birthed by the lack of oxygen and the tension. If she moved, she died. If she even breathed. Then a shift of shadows drew her eye to the window. Condensation steamed the glass, making the view murky. But there was no doubt. Someone was out there. Snakes and Ladders, December 2, 8:24 p.m., Old Town, Muscat. Where the hell's Safia? Omaha asked, checking his watch. It was 10 minutes past the time they were all supposed to gather for dinner. The woman he had known in the past was painfully punctual, something drilled into her at Oxford. It was her attention to detail that made her such an accomplished curator. Shouldn't she be here by now, he said. I had a bath drawn for her, Kara announced as she stepped into the room.
A maid just went up with fresh clothes. Kara entered, resplendent in a traditional Omani thob gown of flowing red silk with gold filigree embroidered along the hems. She abandoned any headdress, leaving her auburn hair free, and wore Prada sandals. As always, to Kara, a line had to be drawn between the traditional and the fashionable. "A bath," Omaha groaned. "Then we'll never see her this evening." Safia loved water in all its forms, showers, fountains, flowing taps, dips in streams and lakes, but especially baths. He used to tease her, attributing her fixation to her desert past. You can take the girl out of the desert, but never the desert out of the girl. With this thought, other uninvited memories intruded, of long baths shared, moments of deep connection and intimacy. "She'll be along when she's ready," Kara warned, protective, drawing him back to the room. She nodded to the household butler. "We'll be serving a light Omani dinner before we head out in a couple of hours. Please sit." Everyone found seats, dividing into party lines. Painter and Coral sat on one side, along with Safia's graduate student, Clay. Danny and Omaha took seats on the other. Lastly, Kara settled on the lone chair at the head of the table. Upon some unseen signal, servants paraded through a set of swinging doors from the kitchen hallway. They bore aloft covered trays, some held above their heads on a single palm. Others carried wider trays in both arms. As each platter was lowered to the table, the servant stepped deftly back, lifting the lids to expose what lay beneath. It was all clearly choreographed. Kara named each dish as it was revealed. Makbous, saffron rice over lamb. Shuwa, pork cooked in clay ovens. Mashuai, spit-fired kingfish served with lemon rice. She named a handful of other curry dishes. Amid the feast were plates of thin, oval breads. They were familiar to Omaha, the ubiquitous rukhal bread of Oman, baked over burning palm leaves. Kara finally finished her introductions. And lastly, honey cakes, one of my favorites, flavored with the syrup from the native elb tree. "What, no sheep's eyes?" Omaha mumbled. Kara heard him. "That delicacy can be arranged." He held up a conciliatory palm. "I'll pass this time." Kara waved a hand over the spread. "Tradition among the Omani is to serve oneself. Please enjoy." The group took her at her word and proceeded to spoon, spear, ladle, and grab. Omaha filled a cup from the tall pot. Kahwa, Omani coffee, deadly strong. Arabs might shun alcohol, but they had no qualms about caffeine addiction. He took a deep sip and sighed. The bitter tang of the thick coffee was softened by cardamom, a distinct and welcome aftertaste.
Conversation centered initially on the quality of the fare, mostly murmurs of surprise at the tenderness of the meat or the fire of the spices. Clay seemed content to fill his plate with honey cakes. Kara merely picked at her food, keeping a watch on the servants, guiding with a nod or turn of her head. Omaha studied her while sipping his kahwa. She was thinner, more wasted than when last he saw her. Kara's eyes still shone, but now appeared more fevered. Omaha knew how much effort she had invested in this trip, and he knew why. Safia and he had kept few secrets, at least back then. He knew all about Reginald Kensington. His portrait stared down at Kara from the wall behind her. Did she still feel those eyes? Omaha imagined he'd be no better if his own father had vanished into the desert, sucked out of this world. But thank God, it required his imagination to fathom such a loss. His father, at 82, still worked the family farm back in Nebraska. He ate 4 eggs, a rasher of bacon, and a pile of buttered toast each breakfast and smoked a cigar each night. His mother was even more fit. Solid stock, his father used to brag, just like my boys. As Omaha thought of his family, his brother's sharp voice drew his attention from Kara. Danny was elaborating on the escapade of the midday abduction, using his fork as much as his voice to tell the story. Omaha recognized the flush of excitement as he relived the day's events. He shook his head, hearing the bluster and swagger in his younger brother. Omaha had once been the same, immortal, armored in youth. No longer. He stared down at his own hands. They were lined and scarred, his father's hands. He listened to Danny's story. It had not been the grand adventure his brother related. It had been deadly serious business. A new voice interrupted. "A woman?" Painter Crowe asked with a frown. "One of your kidnappers was a woman?" Danny nodded.
I didn't see her, but my brother did. Omaha found the other man's eyes turning to him, a piercing blue. His brow furrowed, his gaze concentrating attention like a well-focused laser. Is this true? Crowe asked. Omaha shrugged, taken aback by his intensity. What did she look like? This last was spoken too quickly. Omaha answered slowly, watching the pair. She was tall, my height. From the way she handled herself, I'd say she had military training. Painter glanced at his partner. A silent message seemed to pass between them. They knew something they weren't telling. The scientist faced Omaha again. And her appearance? Black hair and green eyes, Bedouin descent. And oh, a small red teardrop tattoo by one eye, her left. Bedouin, Painter repeated. Are you sure? I've worked this region for the past 15 years. I can tell individual tribe members and clans apart. Which tribe was the woman from? Hard to say. I didn't get a long enough look at her. Painter leaned back, clearly the thread of tension in him broken. His partner reached for one of the honey cakes, placed it on her plate, and ignored it. Neither exchanged a glance this time, but something had been resolved. Why the interest? Kara asked, voicing Omaha's own thought. Painter shrugged. If it was a random abduction for profit, then it probably doesn't matter. But if not, if it was connected to the museum heist in some manner, I think we should all know who to keep an eye out for. His words sounded reasonable enough, practical and scientific, but Omaha sensed something deeper lay behind his expressed interest. Kara let it drop. She glanced to her diamond Rolex. Where is Safia? Surely she's not still in the bath. Safia kept her breathing shallow. She had no phobia of snakes, but she had learned to respect them while exploring dusty ruins. They were as much a part of the desert as the sand and wind. She sat perfectly still in the bath. The waters cooled as she waited, or maybe it was the fear chilling her. The carpet viper draped over her left breast seemed to have settled in for a good long soak. Safia recognized the roughness of its outer skin. It was an old specimen, making the shedding of its skin especially difficult. Again movement caught her eye, beyond the window. But as she searched, the darkness lay still and quiet. Paranoia that often preceded a panic attack, an all-consuming anxiety that saw threat and danger where none existed. Her attacks were more commonly triggered by emotional stress or tension, not physical threats. In fact, the surge of adrenaline from immediate danger was a good buffer against the electric cascade of a panic episode. Still, the strain of outweighting the viper had begun to wear thin the veneer of Safia's buffer. The symptoms of a carpet viper bite were immediate and severe: blackened skin, fire in the blood, convulsions that broke bones. There was no known antidote. A small tremor began in her hands. No known antidote. She forced herself to calm. Safia slowly exhaled, again watching the snake. She inhaled even more slowly, savoring the sweetness of fresh air. The scent of jasmine, a pleasure earlier, was now cloying. A knock at her door startled her. She jumped slightly. Water rippled around her. The viper lifted its head. She felt the rest of the snake's body harden against her bare belly, tensing, wary. Mistress Almaz, a voice called from the hall. She did not answer. The snake sampled the air with its tongue. Its body slid higher up, pushing its triangular head toward her throat. Mistress? It was Henry, the household butler. He must have come to see if she had fallen asleep. The others would be in the dining hall. There was no clock in the room, but it felt like the entire night had passed. In the deadly silence, the sound of a key scraping in the old lock reached her. The creak of the outer door followed. Mistress Almaz, less muffled now. I'm sending Liza in. For Henry, ever the efficient English butler, it would be unseemly to enter a lady's apartment, especially when the lady was in her bath. Tiny, hurried footsteps crossed the rooms, aiming for the back bathroom. All the commotion agitated the snake. It rose up between her breasts like her venomous champion. Carpet vipers were notoriously aggressive, known to chase a man a full kilometer if threatened. But this viper, lethargic from its soaking, made no move to strike. "Hello?" a timid voice called just outside the door. Safia had no way to warn the maid off. A young girl kept her head bowed shyly as she crept into the doorway, her dark hair braided under a lace cap. From 2 steps away, she mumbled, "I'm sorry to disturb your bath, mistress." She finally glanced up, met Safia's eyes, then the snake's as it rose higher, hissing in threat, coiling in anticipation.
Wet scales sawed together with a sound like sandpaper. The maid's hand flew to her mouth, but it failed to stifle her scream. Drawn by the noise and movement, the snake surged from the water, flying bodily over the wide tiled lip of the tub, aiming for the girl. The maid was too frightened to move. Safia was not. She instinctively grabbed for the viper's tail as it leaped, catching it up in mid-strike. She yanked it back from the maid and swung its length wide. But it was no limp piece of rope. Muscles writhed in her hand, hard under her fingers. She felt more than saw the snake coil around upon itself, ready to strike at what had snatched it. Safia kicked her feet, trying to gain purchase to stand, to get some advantage. The slippery tiles kept betraying her. Water slopped across the floor. The viper struck at her wrist. Only a quick twist and whip of her arm kept fangs from flesh. But like a skilled combatant, the old snake contorted for another attempt. Safia finally gained her legs. She spun around in the tub, swinging her arm wide, using centrifugal force to keep the snake's head from reaching her. Instinct made her want to fling it away, but that didn't ensure the end of the battle. The bathroom was small, the aggression of the viper notorious. Instead, she cracked out her arm.
She had used a bullwhip before, having given one to Omaha as a silly Christmas gift, playing off Kara's persistence in referring to him as Indiana. She used the same technique now, snapping her wrist with a well-practiced twist. The viper, dazed from the spin, failed to react in time. Its length responded to age-old physics and whipped outward. Its head struck the tiled wall with enough impact to chip ceramic. Blood spurted in a spray of crimson. The body convulsed a bead in her hand, then dropped limply, splashing back into the bathwater around her thighs. Mistress Almaz! Safia turned her head and found the butler, Henry, in the doorway, drawn by the maid's scream. He had a hand on the terrified girl's shoulder. Safia stared down at the limp snake, at her own nakedness. She should have felt shame and tried to cover herself, but instead she let the scaled body slip from her fingers and stepped from the bath. Only the trembling of her fingers betrayed her. Henry collected a large cotton towel from a warming rack. He held it open. Safia stepped forward, and Henry folded her into its embrace. Tears began to flow, her breath shortened painfully. Through the window, the moon had risen, peeking over the palace wall. For half a breath, something darker fluttered over its surface. Safia startled, but then it was gone. Just a bat, the nocturnal predator of the desert. Still, her trembling grew worse while Henry's arms grew stronger, holding her up, carrying her to the bed in the next room. "You're safe," he whispered in a fatherly fashion. She knew his words could not be further from the truth. Outside the window, Cassandra crouched in the bushes. She had watched the museum curator deal with the snake, moving lithely, dispatching it with alacrity. She had hoped to wait until the woman was gone, then quickly abscond with the luggage that housed the Iron Heart. The viper had turned out to be an unwelcome visitor for the both of them. But unlike the curator, Cassandra knew the presence of the snake was deliberate, planted, planned. She had caught the barest reflection in the window, mirrored silver in the moonlight. Another presence, climbing the wall. Cassandra had dropped down and away, her back to the palace, a pistol in each hand, twin black matte Glocks, pulled from shoulder holsters. She caught the sight of the cloaked figure sailing over the outer wall. Gone. An assassin? Someone had shared the garden with her and she'd been unaware. Gosh, anger quickened her thoughts as she recalculated the night's plan. With the commotion in the curator's room, the likelihood of absconding with the artifact dimmed. But the cloaked thief, that was another matter entirely. She had already obtained the intelligence on the attempted abduction of Omaha and Daniel Dunn. It was unclear if the attack was mere unlucky chance, wrong time, wrong place, or if it was something more meaningful, a calculated attack, an attempt at collecting ransom from the Kensington estate. And now this threat to the curator's life. It could not be pure chance. There must be a connection, something unknown to the guild, a third party involved in all this. But how and why? All this ran through her head in a heartbeat. Cassandra tightened her grip on her pistols. Answers could come from only one place. Crossing her arms, Cassandra holstered both pistols and unhooked the grappling gun from her belt. She aimed,
pulled the trigger, and heard the zip of the steel cord sailing upward. She was on the move. When the grappling hook clunked against the wall's lip, she squeezed the retracting winch. In the time it took to reach the wall, the steel cable had drawn taut and hauled her weight upward. Her soft-heeled shoes scaled the wall as the grappling motor whined. Reaching the top, she straddled the parapet and re-secured the grappling gun. Searching below, she snapped down her night vision goggles. The dark alleyway bloomed into crisp greens and whites. Across the way, a cloaked figure slunk along the far wall, aiming for the neighboring street. The assassin. Cassandra gained her feet atop the glass-strewn parapet and ran in the direction of the cloaked figure. Her footfalls must have been heard. Her target sped faster with a swirl of shadow. Gosh. Cassandra reached a spot along the wall where another date palm rose from within the walled compound. Its fronded leaves fanned wide, shading both sides of the wall, blocking her run. Without slowing, Cassandra kept one eye on her quarry. As she reached the tree, she lunged out, grabbed a handful of leaves, and leapt off the 20-foot wall. Her purchase gave way under her weight. Leaves ripped from between her gloved fingers, but the temporary support helped break her fall. She landed in the alley, her knees absorbing the impact. She shot after her quarry, who vanished down a cross street. Cassandra sub-vocalized into her controls. An overlay map of the immediate cityscape appeared within her goggles. It took a practiced eye to interpret the mishmash of imagery. Here in Old Town, there was no rhyme or reason to the layout. The surrounding environment was a labyrinth of alleys and cobbled streets. If the thief escaped into that twisted maze, Cassandra sped faster. The other had to be slowed. Her digital overlay showed the side street to be less than 30 yards long before it crisscrossed more alleys. Cassandra had only one chance. She dove for the corner, yanking her grappling gun free. As she slid into the street, she quickly tracked and locked her quarry, 30 yards away. She pulled the trigger. The zip of cable hissed. The grappling hook shot in a low arc down the alley, passing over the shoulder of her mark. Cassandra squeezed the retractor, reversing the winch while yanking back with her own arm, like fly fishing. The hooks dug into the other shoulder, spinning the figure, legs flailing. Cassandra allowed herself a grim smile of satisfaction. She savored her victory too soon. Her adversary continued the spin, unwinding a fan of cloak, pulling free of the garment with a skill that would have astounded Houdini. Moonlight cast the figure as bright as midday through the night vision goggles. A woman. She landed with feline grace upon one hand, springing back to her toes. With a sweep of dark hair, she sped down the street. Cassandra muttered and gave pursuit. A part of her appreciated her target's skill and the challenge. Another wanted to shoot the woman in the back for making her night that much longer. But she needed answers. She dogged the woman, whose movement was lithe and sure-footed. Cassandra had been a champion sprinter in high school and only got faster during her rigorous Special Forces training. Being one of the first women in the Army Rangers, she needed to be fast. Her target fled around another corner. By this time at night, the streets were empty, except for a few crouched dogs and scurrying cats. After sundown, Old Town locked itself up and shuttered its windows, leaving the streets dark. Occasional bits of music or laughter echoed from inner courtyards. A few lights shone from upper balconies, but even these were barred against intrusion. Cassandra checked her digital overlay. A smile stretched her lips thin. The warren of alleys into which her quarry had fled was circuitous, but ultimately a dead end, terminating against the towering flank of the ancient Fort of July. The walled fortress had no entrance on this side. Cassandra kept pace. In her head, she planned her assault. She freed one of her Glocks. With her other hand, she tapped her radio. "I'll need a evac in 10, she sub-vocalized. "Fix on my GPS." The response was terse. "We copy. Evac in 10. As planned, the team sub-commander would send out a trio of modified dirt bikes with silenced mufflers, solid rubber tires, and jacked engines. Automobiles had limited mobility in Old Town's narrow passages. The bikes suited the region better. Cassandra's expertise, fitting the right tool to the right job. Expertise fitting the right tool to the right job.
By the time she had her target cornered, backup would be riding at her heels. She would only have to hold the woman at bay. If there was any resistance, a bullet to a knee should dampen the other's spirit. Ahead, a flash of white limb on her night vision scope alerted Cassandra that her target was slowing. The distance is closing. She must be realizing the trap she had run into. Cassandra paced the other, keeping her in sight. Finally, a last twist of narrow alley revealed the towering July fort. The storefronts to either side ran up against the structure, creating a box canyon. The woman, stripped of her cloak, wore only a loose white shift. She stood at the base of the fort's sheer sandstone wall, staring upward. The closest purchase or opening was 30 feet up. If the woman attempted to scale the neighboring storefront rooftops, Cassandra would discourage her with a few well-placed shots from her Glock. Cassandra stepped into the alley, blocking any escape. The woman sensed her and turned from the fort wall to face her. Cassandra flipped up her night vision scope. The moon illuminated the alley well enough. She preferred her natural vision in close quarters. With her Glock conspicuously pointed forward, Cassandra closed the distance. "Don't move," she said in Arabic. Ignoring her, the woman shrugged a shoulder. Her shift dropped from her form and pooled around her ankles, leaving her exposed in the street. Long of limb, with a shapely long neck, she seemed unabashed by her state, a rarity in Arabia. There was a measure of nobility to her pose, a Greek statue of an Arab princess. Her only jewelry was a small ruby tattoo by her left eye, a teardrop. The woman spoke for the first time, slowly, warning in her voice. Her words, though, were not Arabic. With a background in linguistics, Cassandra was fluent in a dozen languages, efficient in a score of others. She bent an ear to the words, sensing a familiarity, but unable to pin it down. Before Cassandra could discern anything else, the woman stepped barefoot from her clothes and backed into the shadow of the towering wall. Moving from moonlight into darkness, her form vanished for a breath. Cassandra stepped forward, maintaining the distance between them. She stared harder. No. She flipped down her night vision goggles. Shadows dissolved. The sandstone cliff of the fort sharpened into focus. She searched right and left. The woman was nowhere in sight. Cassandra rushed forward, pistol raised. She reached the wall in 7 steps. One hand went out, touching the stone to ensure it was real, solid. With her back to the wall, she scanned the alley with her night vision goggles. No movement, no sign of the woman. Impossible. It was as if she had turned to shadow and vanished, a veritable djinn, a ghost of the desert. Cassandra only had to stare at the pile of discarded clothes to know better. Since when did ghosts wear cloaks? A crunch of gravel and a low growl drew her attention to the entrance to the alley. A small motorbike rounded the bend, flanked by 2 others. Her backup. With a final check around, Cassandra crossed to them. She spun in circles twice more. When she reached the lead bike, she asked, "Did you see a woman in the alley on your way here?" The rider's face was masked, but confusion shone in his eyes. A woman? Cassandra heard the negation in his voice. Never mind. She climbed onto the bike behind the rider. The night had been a bust. Something strange was afoot out here. She needed time to sort it out. She tapped the man's shoulder. He swung the bike around, and the trio fled back the way they had come, aiming for the empty warehouse they had rented at the docks for their base of operations in Muscat. It was time to finish the mission assigned her. It would have been easier with the iron heart in her hands, but contingencies were already in place. By midnight, they would move forward with the plans to eliminate Crowe's expeditionary force. Her mind ran over the final details that needed to be arranged, but she had a hard time concentrating. What had happened to the woman? Had there been a secret door into the fort? One unknown to her intel. It was the only explanation. As she pondered the strangeness, the woman's words echoed in her head. The muffled rev of the bikes helped her focus. Where had she heard that language? She glanced back at the ancient Fort of July, its towers thrust up into moonlight above the lower buildings. An ancient structure from a lost era. Then it struck her. The familiarity of the language. Not modern. Ancient. In her head, the words played out again, thick with warning. Though she still didn't understand, she knew what she was hearing.
A dead language. Aramaic. The language of Jesus Christ. How did it get in there? Painter asked. He stood by the entrance to the bath, staring at the floating length of dead snake among the jasmine petals. The entire dining party had heard the maid scream and come running. They had been held at bay by the butler until Kara could help Safia into a robe. Kara answered his question from her seat beside her friend on the bed. Bloody buggers are always turning up, even in the plumbing. Safia's rooms had been closed off for years. It could have been nesting anywhere in here. When we aired out her rooms and cleaned the place, it must have been disturbed, then was drawn out by the water in the tub. Shedding, Safia whispered hoarsely. Kara had given her a pill. Its effect had lazed the woman's tongue, but she seemed calmer than when the group first arrived. Her wet hair hung damply to her skin. Color slowly returned. Shedding snakes seek water. Then, more likely, it came from outside, Omaha added. The archaeologist stood by the arch into the study. The others waited out in the hall. Kara patted Safia's knee and stood up. Either way, the matter's over. It's best that we get ready for our departure. Surely it can be put off a day, Omaha said. No, Safia pushed past the sedative haze. I can manage. Kara nodded. We're due to rendezvous at the port at midnight. Painter held up a hand. You never did tell us how we'd be traveling. Kara waved away his words like a foul smell. You'll all see when we get there. I have 1,000 last-minute details to attend to. She strode past Omaha and out of the rooms. Her words carried back as she addressed the others in the hall. Gather in the courtyard in an hour. Omaha and Painter stood across the room from one another, on either side of Safia. Neither man moved, both equally unsure if it was appropriate to comfort Safia. The matter was settled by Henry stepping through the archway, the butler's arms full of folded clothing. Henry nodded to the two men. Sirs, I've rung for a maid to help Mistress Almaz dress and gather her things. If you would be so kind. He nodded toward the door, dismissing them. Painter stepped closer to Safia. Are you sure you're okay to travel? She nodded. An effort. Thank you. I'll be fine. Just the same. I'll wait outside in the hall for you. This earned him the smallest smile. He found himself matching it. That won't be necessary, she said. He turned. I know, but I'll be there anyway. Painter found Omaha studying him, his eyes slightly more narrow than a moment before. The man's expression was tight. He was clearly suspicious, but also a trace of anger lay under the surface. As Painter crossed toward the door, Omaha made no room to allow him to pass. He had to turn sideways to get by. As he did so, Omaha addressed Safia. You did good in there, babe. It was just a snake, she answered, standing to accept the clothes from the butler. And I have a lot to do before we leave. Omaha sighed. All right, I hear you. He followed Painter out the door. The others had all cleared, leaving the hallway empty. Painter moved to take a post beside the door. Omaha started to march past him, but Painter cleared his throat. Dr. Dunn. The archaeologist stopped, glancing sidelong at him.
That snake, Painter said, following a thread left untied earlier. You said you thought it came from outside. Omaha shrugged, stepping back a bit. Can't say for sure, but carpet vipers like the afternoon sun, especially when shedding. So I can't imagine it was holed up in there all day. Painter stared over at the closed door. Safia's room had an eastern exposure, morning sunlight only. If the archaeologist was correct, the snake would have had to travel a long way from a sunny roost to the tub. Omaha read his thoughts. You don't think someone put it there? Maybe I'm just being too paranoid. But didn't some militant group once try to kill Safia? The man scowled, an expression worn into the lines of his face. That was 5 years ago, way up in Tel Aviv. Besides, if someone planted that snake, it couldn't have been those jerks. Why's that? Omaha shook his head. The extremist group was rooted out by Israeli commandos a year later. Wiped out, actually. Painter knew the details. It was Dr. Dunn who had helped the Israelis hunt the extremists down, using his contacts in the area. Omaha mumbled, more to himself than Painter, a bitter tone. Afterward, I thought Safia would be relieved, would return here. It's not that easy, guy. Painter already had a good fix on Omaha. The man tackled problems head on,
bulled through them without looking back. It wasn't what Safia needed. He doubted Omaha would ever understand. Still, Painter sensed a well of loss in the man, one that had been filled by the sand of passing years. So he tried to help. Trauma like that is not overcome by. Omaha cut him off sharply. Yeah, I've heard it all before. Thanks, but you're not my very therapist. Or hers. He stalked off down the hall, calling back derisively. And sometimes, Doc, a snake is just a snake. Painter sighed. A figure moved from the shadows of a neighboring archway. It was Coral Novak. That man has issues. Don't we all? I overheard your conversation, she said. Were you just chatting with him, or do you really think another party is involved? There's definitely someone stirring the pot. Cassandra? He slowly shook his head. No, some unknown variable. Coral scowled, which consisted of the barest downturn of the corner of her lips. That's not good. No, it's not. And this curator, Coral persisted, nodding to the door, you've really got the role of the attentive civilian scientist down pat. Painter sensed a subtle warning in her voice, a cloaked concern that he might be crossing the line between professionalism and something more personal. Coral continued, if there's another party sniffing around, shouldn't we be searching the grounds for evidence? Definitely. That's why you're going out there now. Coral raised an eyebrow. I have a door to guard, he said, answering her unspoken question. I understand. Coral began to turn away. But are you staying here to safeguard the woman or the mission? Painter let command harden his voice. In this particular case, they're one and the same. Safia stared out at the passing scenery. The 2 tablets of diazepam kept her head muzzy. Lights from passing street lamps were phosphorus blurs, smudges of light across the midnight landscape. The buildings were all dark. But ahead, a blaze of light marked the port of Muscat. The commercial harbor was active 24 hours a day, kept bright with floodlights and sodium-lit warehouses. As they rounded a tight turn, the harbor came into view. The bay was mostly empty, most of the oil barges and container ships having docked before sunset. During the night, their cargo would be offloaded and reloaded. Even now, H-cranes and trundling train-sized containers swung through the air, like giant toy blocks. Farther out, near the horizon, a behemoth of a cruise liner floated on the dark waters like some candlelit birthday cake, backdropped against a spray of stars. The limo aimed away from the commotion, toward the far side of the harbor, where the more traditional dhow sailing vessels of Arabia stood docked. For thousands of years, Omanis had plied the seas, from Africa to India. The dhows were simple, wooden-planked shells with a distinctive triangular sail. They varied in size from the shallow draft of the Badan form to the deep-sea bagla. The proud array of old ships lined the far harbor, stacked close together, sails furled, masts poking high amid tangles of ropes. We're almost there, Kara mumbled to Safia from the other side of the limo. The only other occupant, besides the driver and a bodyguard, was Safia's student Clay Bishop. He snorted a bit when Kara spoke, half drowsing. Behind them trailed the other limo with all the Americans, Painter and his partner, Omaha and his brother. Safia sat straighter now. Kara had yet to tell her how they were getting to Salalah, only that they were heading to the harbor, so she guessed they would be traveling by boat. Salalah was a coastal city, like Muscat, and travel between the 2 cities was almost easier by sea than by air. Transports, both cargo and passenger, left throughout the day and night. They varied from diesel engine ferries to a pair of lightning-fast hydrofoils. Considering Kara's urgency to be underway, Safia guessed they'd be taking the fastest vessel possible. The limo turned through the gated entry, followed by its twin. Both continued down the pier, passing rows and rows of docked dhows. Safia was familiar with the regular passenger terminal. This wasn't it. They were heading down the wrong pier. Kara, she began. The limo cleared the last harbor office at the end of the pier. Parked beyond, lit by lights and crowded with clusters of line haulers and dock workers, stood a magnificent sight. From the commotion and the unfurled sails, there could be no doubt this was their transportation. No, Safia mumbled. Yes, Kara answered, sounding none too pleased. Holy Christ, Clay said, leaning forward, the better to see. Kara checked her watch. I couldn't refuse the Sultan when he offered us its use. The limo pulled athwart the pier's end. Doors opened. Safia climbed to her feet, swaying a bit as she stared at the top of the 100-foot masts. The ship's length was almost twice that. The Shabab Oman, she whispered in awe. The high-masted clipper ship was the Sultan's pride, the country's maritime ambassador to the world, a reminder of its nautical history. It had the traditional English design of a square-rigged foremast, the main and aft masts bearing both square and sloop sails. Built in 1971 from Scottish oak and Uruguayan pine, it was the largest vessel of its era in the world that was still seaworthy and in active service. For the past 30 years, it had traveled throughout the world, participating in races and regattas. Presidents and premiers, kings and queens had strode its deck. And now it was being lent to Kara for her personal transportation to Salalah. This, more than anything, demonstrated the Sultan's esteem for the Kensington family. Safia now understood why Kara could not refuse. Safia had to suppress a small bit of glee, surprised by the burbling feeling. Worries of snakes and nagging doubts dimmed. Maybe it was just the drugs, but she preferred to believe it was the fresh salt of the sea breeze, clearing her head and her heart. How long had it been since she'd felt this way? By now, the other limo had drawn up and parked. The Americans climbed out, all eyes wide on the ship. Only Omaha seemed unimpressed, having already been informed of the change in transportation. Still, to see the ship in person clearly affected him. Though, of course, he tried to hide it. Great. This whole expedition is turning into a great big Sinbad movie. When in Rome, Kara mumbled. 11:48 p.m. Cassandra watched the ship from across the harbor. The Guild had secured this warehouse through contacts with a trafficker in black market pirated videos. The back half of the rusted structure was stacked with crates of bootleg DVDs and VHS videos. The remainder of the warehouse, though, met her requirements. Theirs, Cassandra. He slowly shook his head. No, some unknown variable. Coral scowled, which consisted of the barest downturn of the corner of her lips. That's not good. No, it's not. And this curator, Coral persisted, nodding to the door. You've really got the role of the attentive civilian scientist down pat. Painter sensed a subtle warning in her voice, a cloaked concern that he might be crossing the line between professionalism and something more personal. Coral continued, if there's another party sniffing around, shouldn't we be searching the grounds for evidence? Definitely. That's why you're going out there now. Coral raised an eyebrow. I have a door to guard, he said, answering her unspoken question. I understand. Coral began to turn away. But are you staying here to safeguard the woman or the mission? Painter let command harden his voice. In this particular case, they're one and the same. Safia stared out at the passing scenery. The 2 tablets of diazepam kept her head muzzy. Lights from passing street lamps were phosphorus blurs, smudges of light across the midnight landscape. The buildings were all dark, but ahead, a blaze of light marked the port of Muscat. The commercial harbor was active 24 hours a day, kept bright with floodlights and sodium-lit warehouses. As they rounded a tight turn, the harbor came into view. The bay was mostly empty, most of the oil barges and container ships having docked before sunset. During the night, their cargo would be offloaded and reloaded. Even now, H-cranes and trundling train car-sized containers swung through the air like giant toy blocks. Farther out, near the horizon, a behemoth of a cruise liner floated on the dark waters like some candlelit birthday cake, backdropped against a spray of stars. The limo aimed away from the commotion, toward the far side of the harbor, where the more traditional dhow sailing vessels of Arabia stood docked. For thousands of years, Omanis had plied the seas from Africa to India. The dhows were simple, wooden-planked shells with a distinctive triangular sail. They varied in size.
Formerly a mechanic shop, it had its own enclosed dry dock and berth. Water slapped in a continual rhythm against the nearby pilings, disturbed by the wake of a passing trawler heading out to sea. The motion jostled the group of attack vessels brought in last week. Some had arrived disassembled in crates, then reassembled on site. Others were brought in by sea in the dead of night. Rocking in the berth were 3 Boston whalers, each tethering a rack of sleek, black jet skis modified by the Guild with swivel-mounted assault rifles. In addition, the dock-housed Cassandra's command boat, a hydrofoil capable of rocketing to speeds in excess of 100 knots. Her 12-man team bustled about with final preparations. They were all ex-special forces, like herself, but these hard men had never been recruited by Sigma. Not that they weren't intelligent enough. Drummed out of the forces, most had gone into various mercenary and paramilitary groups around the world, learning new skills, growing harder and more cunning. From these men, the Guild had handpicked those with the best adaptability, the keenest intelligence, those who demonstrated the fiercest loyalty to their team, traits even Sigma would have appreciated. Only in the Guild's case, one criterion was paramount. These men had no qualms about killing, no matter the target. Her second-in-command approached. "Captain Sanchez, sir." She kept her attention on the video feed from the exterior cameras. She counted as Painter's party climbed aboard the ship and were greeted by Omani officials. Everyone was aboard. She finally straightened. "Yes, Kane." John Kane was the only non-American in the group. He had served in the elite Australian SAS, Special Air Services. The Guild did not limit its talent search to U.S. borders, especially as it operated internationally. Standing over 6.5 feet, Kane was solidly muscled. He kept his head shaved smooth, except for a patch of black hair under his chin. The team here was actually Kane's own men, positioned in the Gulf until called to duty by the Guild. The organization had teams planted throughout the world, independent cells who knew nothing about the others, each ready at a moment's notice to do the Guild's bidding. Cassandra had been sent to activate this particular cell and lead the mission, gaining the assignment because of her knowledge of Sigma Force, the Guild's adversary on this op. She knew how Sigma operated, their strategies and procedures. She also had intimate knowledge of their op leader, Painter Crowe. "We're locked and loaded," Kane said. Cassandra nodded, checked her watch. The Shabab Oman was due to disembark at the stroke of midnight. They would wait a full hour, then set off in pursuit. She stared again at the video monitor and calculated in her head. "The Argus?" she asked. "Radioed in a few minutes ago. She's already in position, patrolling our attack zone to ensure no trespassers." The Argus was a 4-man submersible, capable of offloading divers without surfacing. Its peroxide propellant engines and ordnance of many torpedoes made it as fast as it was deadly. Cassandra nodded again. All was in place. None aboard the Shabab would live to see the dawn. Midnight, Henry stood in the center of the bathroom as the draining tub gurgled. His butler's jacket lay on the bed outside. He rolled up his sleeves and pulled on a pair of yellow rubber gloves. He sighed. A maid could have easily handled this chore, but the girls were already put off by the commotion, and he felt it his duty to rid the house of the Viper's remains. Ultimately, the well-being of the palace's guests fell upon his shoulders, a duty he felt he had failed in this evening. And though Lady Kensington's group had departed, he still felt it a personal responsibility to cast the snake out, to correct his mistake. Stepping forward, he leaned down and gingerly reached for the body. It floated in a lazy S-shape upon the water, even seeming to writhe slightly, bobbled by the tidal pull of the drain. Henry's finger hesitated. The bloody thing looked alive. He squeezed his gloved hand. "Get a grip on yourself, old man." Taking a deep breath, he grabbed the snake by the middle. His face clenched in distaste, teeth grinding. "Bloody piece of gosh," he muttered, reverting to the language of his Dublin youth. He cast a silent prayer of thanks to St. Patrick for driving these buggers out of Ireland. He dragged the limp form out of the tub. A plastic-lined pail awaited his catch. Turning, holding the snake at arm's length, he positioned the snake's tail over the bucket and wound its body down into it, coiling it into place. As he settled its head atop the pile, he was again amazed at the lifelike appearance of the creature. Only its slack mouth ruined the image. Henry began to straighten, then cocked his head, seeing something that made no sense. "What's this, then?" He turned and collected a plastic comb from the vanity. Gingerly grabbing the snake behind its skull, he used the comb to pry the mouth open further, confirming what he had noticed. "How odd," he mumbled. He probed with the comb to make sure. The snake had no fangs.
Blood on the Water, December 3, 1:02 a.m., Arabian Sea. Sophia stood at the rail, staring at the dark coastline as it floated past. The ship creaked and groaned around her. Sails snapped as the winds twisted over the midnight seas. It was as if they had been transported to another time, when the world was just wind, sand, and water. The smell of the salt and the whisper of waves sliding along the boat's sides erased the bustle of Muscat. Stars shone above, but clouds were blowing in. They would have rain before they reached Salalah. The ship's captain had already relayed the weather reports. A squall was raising swells to 10 feet. "Nothing the Shabab can't handle," he had said with a grin, "but it'll make for a bit of a roll and yaw. Best stick to your cabins when the rains hit." So Sophia had decided to take advantage of the clear skies while they lasted. After the excitement of the day, she found it too confining in the cabin, especially now that the sedatives were wearing thin. She watched the dark coastline glide past, so quiet, so smooth. The last oasis of light, an industrial complex on the very outskirts of Muscat, began to disappear around a spur of land. A voice spoke behind her, sounding intentionally indifferent. "There goes the last vestige of civilization as we know it." Clay Bishop stepped to the rail, gripped it with one hand, and raised a cigarette to his lips. He still wore his Levi's and a black T-shirt emblazoned with the words, "Got Milk." For the 2 years he had served as her grad student, he never wore anything but T-shirts, usually advertising rock bands in garish colors. The black and white one he wore now was clearly his formal wear. Slightly irritated at the intrusion, she kept her voice stiff and scholarly. "Those lights," she said, nodding to the fading complex, "mark the city's most important industrial site. Can you tell me what it is, Mr. Bishop?" He shrugged, and after a moment's hesitation, guessed, "An oil refinery?" It was an answer she expected, but it was also wrong. "No, it's the desalination facility that produces the city's freshwater supply." "Water? Oil may be the wealth of Arabia, but water is its lifeblood." She allowed her student to dwell on this fact. Few in the West knew of the importance of such desalination projects here in Arabia. Water rights and freshwater resources were already replacing oil as the hotbed of contention in the Middle East and North Africa. Some of the fiercest conflicts between Israel and its neighbors, Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria, were not over ideology or religion, but over control of the Jordan Valley's water supply. Clay finally spoke up. "Whiskey is for drinking, water is for fighting." She frowned. "Mark Twain," he said. Once again, she was surprised by his astute intuition and nodded to him. "Very good."
Despite his slacker appearance, there was a sharp intelligence behind those thick black glasses. It was one of the reasons she had allowed the young man to join this expedition. He would make a fine researcher one day. Clay raised his cigarette again. Studying him, she noted the slight waver in its lit end, and, for the first time, his white-knuckled grip on the ship's rail. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Not a big fan of the open sea. If God had meant for man to sail, he wouldn't have ground the dinosaurs into jet fuel." She reached over and patted his hand. "Go to bed, Mr. Bishop." The desalination plant finally vanished around the spit of land. All went dark, except for the ship's lights, reflected in the waters. Behind Safia, solitary lanterns and strings of electric lights lit the decks, aiding the crew in working lines and rigging, preparing for the rougher seas of the approaching storm. The crew was mostly trainees, young men from the Royal Navy of Oman, practicing while the ship was home, running short trips up and down the coastline. The Shabab was due in another 2 months to compete in the President's Cup regatta. The murmur of the young men was interrupted by a sudden shout from the middle of the deck, a flurry of Arabic cursing. A crash erupted. Safia turned to see a mid-deck cargo hatch thrown wide, knocking a sailor back. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Not a big fan of the open sea. If God had meant for man to sail, he wouldn't have ground the dinosaurs into jet fuel." She reached over and patted his hand. "Go to bed, Mr. Bishop." The desalination plant finally vanished around the spit of land. All went dark, except for the ship's lights, reflected in the waters. Behind Safia, solitary lanterns and strings of electric lights lit the decks, aiding the crew in working lines and rigging, preparing for the rougher seas of the approaching storm. The crew was mostly trainees, young men from the Royal Navy of Oman, practicing while the ship was home, running short trips up and down the coastline. The Shabab was due in another 2 months to compete in the President's Cup Regatta. The murmur of the young men was interrupted by a sudden shout from the middle of the deck, a flurry of Arabic cursing. A crash erupted. Safia turned to see a mid-deck cargo hatch thrown wide, knocking a sailor back. Another man came flying out the open doorway, flinging himself to the side. The reason for the sailor's mad flight appeared at his heels, hooves smashing down onto the planks. A white stallion galloped up the hold's ramp and out onto the deck. Tossing his mane, he stood silvery in the moonlight, his eyes 2 pieces of smoldering coal. Shouts now echoed all around. "Jesus!" Clay blurted beside her. The horse reared up, neighing threateningly, then crashed back, hooves dancing on the planking. It was haltered, but the rope end was frayed. Men ran in circles, waving arms, trying to corral the stallion back down the hatch. It refused to budge, kicking out with a hoof, butting with its head, or snapping with its teeth. Safia knew the horse was one of 4 stalled below, 2 stallions, 2 mares, all headed to the Royal Stud Farm outside Salalah. Someone must have been careless in securing the animal. Fixed at the rail, Safia watched the crew battle the stallion. Someone had freed a length of rope and attempted to lasso the horse. The roper earned himself a broken foot, hopping backward with a sharp cry. The stallion crashed through a tangle of rigging, ripping bodily through. A line of electric lights struck the deck. Glass bulbs popped and shattered. New shouts arose. Finally, a rifle appeared in one of the sailors' hands. The stallion's rampage risked life and damage to the ship. "La! No!" A flash of bare skin drew Safia's eye in the other direction. Amid the clothed sailors, a half-naked figure ran from a foredeck door. Wearing only a pair of boxers, Painter stood out like some wild savage. His hair was a mess, as though he had just woken. The cries and crashing of the horse had plainly roused him from his cabin. He snatched a tarp from atop a coil of rope and sprinted barefoot through the others. "Wara!" he shouted in Arabic. "Get back!" Clearing the ring of sailors, Painter fluttered the tarp. The motion caught the attention of the stallion. It reared up and pounded back down, a threatening warning stance. But its coal-black eyes remained fixed on the tarp and man. A matador and a bull. "Yeah!" Painter yelled, waving an arm. The stallion backed a step, lowering its head. The American swept forward, not straight at the horse but to its side. He tossed the tarp over the horse's head, covering it completely. The stallion bucked once, thrashed its head, but the drape of tarp was too large for the beast to shake free. The horse settled back to the planks and stood still, blinded by the tarp, unsure. It shivered, sweat gleaming in the moonlight. Painter kept a step away. He spoke too softly for Safia to hear, but she recognized the tone. She'd heard it on the airplane. Simple reassurance. Finally, he walked cautiously forward and placed a palm on the stallion's heaving side. The horse nickered and tossed its head, but more gently this time. Moving closer, Painter patted the stallion's neck, continuing to murmur. With his other hand, he reached to the frayed rope attached to the halter. Slowly, he guided the stallion around. Unable to see, the horse responded to the familiar signals, having to trust the man at the end of the rope. Safia watched him. Painter's skin dwemed as much as the horse's flank. He combed a hand through his hair. Was there a tremble in the gesture? He spoke to one of the sailors, who nodded. The sailor led him down into the hold, horse in tow. "Very cool," Clay said approvingly, stamping out his cigarette. With the excitement over, the crew slowly returned to their duties. Safia stared around her. She noted that most of Kara's party had gathered on the deck by now. Painter's partner in a belted robe, Danny in a t-shirt and shorts. Kara and Omaha hadn't changed their clothes. They must have still been going over last-minute arrangements. At their shoulders stood 4 tall, hard-looking men dressed in military fatigues. Safia did not recognize them. From the hatch, Painter returned, rolling the tarp in his hands. A small cheer rose from the crew. A few palms slapped his back. He winced from the attention and ran a hand again through his hair. a gesture of modesty. Safia found herself crossing to him. "Well done," she said as she reached Painter. "If they'd had to shoot the horse, I couldn't let that happen. It was just spooked." Kara appeared, arms crossed over her chest. Her face was unreadable, but missing its usual scowl. "That was the Sultan's champion stud. What happened here will reach his ears. You've just made yourself a good friend." Painter shrugged. "I did it for the welfare of the horse." Omaha stood at Kara's shoulder. His face reddened, plainly irritated. "Where did you learn that horsemanship, Tonto?" "Omaha," Safia warned. Painter ignored the insult. "Claremont Stables in New York City. I cleaned stalls when I was a kid." The man finally seemed to note his undressed state, staring down at himself. "I should be getting back to my cabin." Kara spoke up stiffly. "Dr. Crowe, before you retire, I'd appreciate you stopping by my cabin. I'd like to go over the itinerary once we reach port." His eyes widened in surprise at the offer. "Certainly." It was Kara's first sign of cooperation. Safia was not surprised. She knew of Kara's deep affection for horses, a tenderness that she felt for no man. Kara had been a champion rider in dressage. Painter's timely intervention to protect the stallion had won him more than just the Sultan's appreciation. Painter nodded to Safia, his eyes glinting in the lantern light. She found her breath catching before she could choke out a good night. He departed, passing through the 4 men standing behind Kara. Others slowly followed, dispersing to their respective cabins. Omaha remained at Safia's side. Kara turned and spoke in Arabic to one of the men, a tall, black-haired fellow, wearing an Omani shamag headcloth and military khakis. Bedouin. All were outfitted similarly. Safia noted the sidearms holstered at their belts. The man bending in air to Kara also bore a curved dagger tucked into his belt. It was not a ceremonial knife, but a wicked weapon that looked like it had been well used. Clearly he was the leader, distinguished from his men by a pale, ropey scar across his throat. He nodded at whatever Kara said, then spoke to his men. The group marched off. "Who was that?" Safia asked. "Captain Al-Hafi," Kara said, "from the Omani Military Border Patrol." "Desert Phantoms," Omaha mumbled, using the Border Patrol's nickname. The Phantoms were the special forces of Oman. They waged an ongoing war with smugglers and drug runners in the deep desert, spending years out in the sands. There were no harder men in all the world.
British and American Special Forces teams were taught desert warfare and survival by ex-Phantoms, Kara spoke. He and his squad have volunteered as bodyguards for the expedition, with the permission of Sultan Qaboos. Safia watched the men head below. Omaha stretched and yawned. "I'm off to crash for a few hours before sunrise." He glanced back at Safia. His eyes were hooded under his brows. "You should try to get some sleep. We have a long day ahead of us." Safia shrugged, non-committal. She hated to agree with him on even such a simple suggestion. His gaze fell from her. For the first time, she noted the passing of years on his face, deeper and longer sun crinkles at the corners of his eyes, a bruising under them. He bore a few more thread-like scars. She could not deny his rugged handsomeness. Sandy blonde hair, hard planes to his face, dusky blue eyes. But the boyish charm had faded. He looked tired now, sun-bleached. Still, something stirred inside her as his eyes fell away, an old ache that was as familiar as it was warm. As he turned away, she caught a hint of his musky scent, a reminder of the man who once lay beside her, snoring in a tent. She had to force herself not to reach out to him, to hold him back a moment longer. But what was the use? They had no words left between them, just uncomfortable silences. He left. She turned to find Kara staring at her. Kara shook her head. Let the dead rest in peace. The video monitor displayed the dive team. Cassandra hunched at the screen, as if trying to hear over the whine of the hydrofoil's engines. The feed came from the team's submersible, the Argus, 5 miles away and sunk to 20 fathoms. The Argus was designed with 2 chambers. Aft housed the vessel's pilot and co-pilot. The stern chamber, filling now with seawater, held the 2 assault divers. As the water swamped over the 2 men, equalizing pressure inside and out, the stern canopy opened like a clamshell. The 2 divers pushed out into the waters, illuminated by the sub's lights.
Strapped to each of their waists hung maneuvering pulse jets. The DARPA-engineered devices were capable of propelling the divers to astounding speeds. Slung below them in pocket nets, the pair dragged an arsenal of demolition gear. Tinny words whispered in her ear. "Sonar contact established on target," the pilot of the Argus reported. "Deploying force team. Estimate contact in 7 minutes." "Very good," she answered under her breath. Then, sensing someone at her shoulder, she glanced back. It was John Kane. She held up a hand. "Mine deployment at 0200, the pilot finished. "Roger that," Cassandra said, repeating the time and signing off. She straightened and turned. Kane lifted a satellite phone. "Scrambled line, your ears only." Cassandra accepted the phone. "Your ears only." That could mean one of her superiors. By now, they would have received the report on her failure in Muscat. She had left out the details of the strange Bedouin woman who had vanished. Her report had been damning enough. For a second time, she had failed to secure the artifact. A mechanical voice answered, synthesized for anonymity. Though its inflection and tone were masked, she knew who spoke. The head of the guild, simply codenamed the Minister, as in Prime Minister. It seemed a foolish precaution, cartoonish, but the guild patterned its organization on terrorist cells. Information passed among teams on a need-to-know basis, each under independent authority, accountable only to the upper echelon. She had never met the minister. Only 3 people ever had, the 3 lieutenants who ran the overseers board. She hoped to gain such a position someday. "Gray Leader," the eerily synthesized voice said, using her op designation. "Mission parameters have been changed." Cassandra stiffened. She had the time schedule tattooed in her head. Nothing would go wrong. The Shabab's diesel engines would be blown, signaling a strafing run by the jet ski gunboats. An assault team would follow, mopping up, cutting off communication. Once the Iron Heart was in hand, the ship would be blasted apart and sunk. "Sir?" "Deployment's underway. Everything's in motion." "Improvise," the mechanical voice intoned. "Secure the museum curator along with the artifact. Is that understood?" Cassandra bit back her surprise. It was not a simple request. The original objective, acquiring the iron artifact, required no parameters for preserving the lives of those on board the Shabab Oman. As planned, it was a brutal grab and run, blunt, bloody, and swift. She already began revising in her head. "May I ask why we need the curator? She may prove useful to Stage 2. Our original expert in Arabian antiquity has proven uncooperative, and expediency is paramount to success if we hope to discover and secure the source of this power. Delay equals defeat. We must not waste the talent conveniently at hand." "Yes, sir." "Report when you're successful." A hint of threat lingered in these last words as the line went dead. She lowered the phone. John Kane waited a few steps away. Cassandra turned to him. "Change of plans. Alert your men. We're going in first ourselves." She stared beyond the window of the hydrofoils bridge. Off in the distance, the lantern-rigged sailing ships shone like a scatter of fiery jewels on the dark seas. "When do we deploy?" "Now. 1:42 a.m. Painter knocked on the cabin door. He knew the layout of the rooms beyond the ornately carved Scottish oak door. It was the presidential suite, reserved for potentates and magnates of industry, and now the domicile of Lady Cara Kensington. Upon boarding the ship earlier, Painter had downloaded information and schematics on the Shabab Oman. Best to know the lay of the land, even if it was at sea. A cabin steward opened the door. The older man, standing just shy of 5 feet, carried himself with the dignity of a much taller man. He was dressed all in white, from small brimless cap to sandals. "Dr. Crowe," he greeted, with a small bow of his head. "Lady Kensington has been expecting you." The man turned from the door, motioning him to follow. Past the antechamber, Painter was led to the main living space. The wide room was decorated simply but elegantly. A large antique Moroccan desk marked off a study, lined with barrister bookshelves. The center of the room contained a pair of overstuffed sofas, upholstered in British Royal Navy blue, flanked by a pair of high-backed chairs, pillowed in Omani fashion, striped in red, green, and white, the colors of the Omani flag. In all, the room held a mix of British and Omani appointments, acknowledgement of their shared histories. Still, the most dramatic feature of the room was the wide row of windows that overlooked the dark ocean. Kara stood framed against the backdrop of the starry sky and moonlit waters. She had changed out of her clothes into a thick cotton robe. Her feet were bare. She turned as he entered, catching his reflection in the window. "That will be all, Yanni," she said, dismissing the steward. Once he'd vacated the suite, she raised a hand, vaguely pointing at the sofa. "I'd offer you a nightcap, but this bloody boat's as dry as all Arabia." Painter crossed and settled in the seat as Kara shifted to one of the chairs and sat down. "Not a problem. I don't drink myself." "AA?" she asked. "Personal preference," he said with a deep frown. It seemed the stereotype of the drunken Indian persisted, even in Britain, not that it didn't have some truth. His own father had found more solace within a bottle of Jack Daniels than in family and friends. She shrugged. Painter cleared his throat. "You mentioned updating me on the itinerary. It'll be printed up and under your door before sunrise." One eye narrowed. Then why the late-night meeting? He found himself staring at her bare ankles as she crossed her legs. Had she asked him up here for more personal reasons? He knew from his briefing that Kara Kensington went through men as often as she changed hairstyles. "Safia," she said simply, surprising him.
Painter blinked back up at her. "I can tell by the way she looks at you." There was a long pause. "She's more fragile than she appears. And tougher than you all think she is," he added to himself. "If you're using her, then you'd best find some forgotten corner of the world to hide in afterward. If your intentions are merely intimate, you'd best be careful, or you'll face severe consequences. So which is it?" Painter shook his head. For the second time in a matter of hours, he was being questioned about his affection for Safia, first by his partner, now by this woman. "It's neither," he said more harshly than he intended. "Then explain it." Painter kept his face unreadable. He could not dismiss Kara as easily as he had Coral earlier. In fact, his mission would fare better with her cooperation than with her present hostility. But he remained silent. He couldn't even come up with a good lie. The best lies were those closest to the truth. But what was the truth? How did he feel about Safia? For the first time, he considered it more fully. Without a doubt, he found Safia attractive. Her emerald eyes, her coffee-smooth skin, the way even a shy smile lit up her face. But he had encountered many beautiful women over the course of his life. So what was it about this particular woman? Safia was smart, accomplished, and there was certainly a strength in her to which the others seemed blind. A core of granite that could not be broken. Yet, as he looked back, Cassandra had been just as strong, resourceful, and beautiful, and it had taken him years to respond to her. So what was it about Safia that should stir him so quickly? He had a suspicion, but one he was reluctant to admit, even to himself. Staring toward the ship's windows, Painter pictured Safia's eyes, the soft wound behind the emerald shine. He remembered her arms around his shoulders as she was lowered down from the museum roof, squeezing tight to him, the whisper of relief, the tears. Even then, there had been something about her that begged the hand to touch, something that called to the man in him. Unlike Cassandra, Safia was not just granite. She was a well of strength and vulnerability, the hard and the soft. Deep in his heart, he knew it was this contradiction that fascinated him more than anything else, something he wanted to explore in more depth. "Well?" Kara pressed after his long silence. He was saved from answering by the first explosion. 1:55 a.m. Omaha awoke with thunder in his ears. He sat up, startled, feeling the vibration in his gut, hearing the rattle of the tiny porthole window. He had known they were headed into a squall. He checked his watch. Less than 10 minutes had passed, too soon for the storm. Danny slipped from the upper bunk, landing in a tumble, catching himself with one hand, hiking up his boxers with the other. Gosh, what was that? The chatter of gunfire erupted over their heads. Shouts followed. Omaha threw back his covers. They had sailed into a storm all right, just not the one predicted by any weatherman. "We're under attack."
Danny grabbed his eyeglasses from the top drawer of a small desk. Who's attacking? Why? How on earth should I know? Omaha leaped to his feet and pulled a shirt over his head, feeling less exposed. He cursed himself for leaving his shotgun and pistols crated in the hold. He knew how treacherous the Arabian seas could be, plied by modern-day pirates and paramilitary factions tied to terrorist organizations. It seemed the high seas were still ripe with bounty to plunder, but he had never suspected anyone would attack the flagship of the Omani Navy. Omaha creaked the door open an inch and peered out into the dark passageway. A single wall sconce cast a pool of light near the stairwell that led to the upper two levels and the open deck. As usual, Kara had assigned Omaha and his brother the worst berths, one floor above the bilge, a crew cabin versus the more luxurious passenger accommodations. Across the passage, another door peeked open. Omaha and his brother were not the only ones granted the lowestly cabins. "Crowe," he called out. The far door pushed wider to reveal Crowe's partner instead. Coral Novak crept out barefoot, in sweatpants and a sports bra, her white blonde hair loose past her shoulders. She waved him silent. She carried a dagger in her right hand, a wicked length of polished stainless steel with a black carbonized handle, military design. She held it low, deadly steady, even with the barrage of gunfire breaking out in spats above their heads. She was alone. "Where's Crowe?" he hissed. She cocked a thumb up. "Gone to meet Kara 20 minutes ago." "Where the gunfire seemed to concentrate," Omaha added. Fear narrowed his vision as he stared toward the stairs. Safia and her student had private cabins below Kara's suite, both close to the fighting. His heart clutched with every burst of rifle fire. He had to get to her. He stepped toward the stairway. A new spate of gunplay erupted, sounding from the top of the stairs. Booted footsteps pounded, coming their way. "Weapons?" Coral whispered. Omaha turned and showed his empty palms. They had been forced to abandon all personal arms before boarding the ship. She scowled and hurried to the foot of the narrow stairs. She used the hilt of her knife to shatter the single bulb that lit the corridor. Darkness fell. The footsteps rushed toward them. A shadow appeared first. Coral seemed to read something in the shadow, subtly changing her position, widening her stance, lowering her arm. A dark figure stumbled down the last of the stairs. Coral kicked out a leg, cracking the man in the knee. He fell headlong into the corridor with a cry. It was only one of the crew, the ship's galley cook. His face struck the planks with a crack, snapping his head back. He groaned, but lay still, stunned, dazed. Coral crouched over him with her knife, unsure. Spatters of gunfire continued above, but only sporadically now, sounding more deadly, purposeful. Omaha pushed forward, eyeing the stairs. "We have to get to the others, to Safia." Coral stood up and blocked him with an arm. "We need weapons." A rifle blast sounded above, loud in the tight space. Everyone took a step back. Coral met Omaha's eye. He stared up, caught between rushing to Safia's rooms and proceeding cautiously. Caution was not at the top of his core values. Still, the woman was right. Fists against bullets was not a good rescue plan. He swung around. "There are rifles and ammo stored in the hold," he said, and pointed to the floor hatch that led down into the bilge compartment. "We should be able to crawl through there and get to the main hold." Coral tightened her grip on her knife and nodded. They crossed to the hatch, threw it open, and climbed down the short ladder to the low-ceilinged bilge. It smelled of algae, salt, and oak resins. Omaha was the last through. A fresh barrage of gunfire erupted, punctuated by a sharp scream. A man, not a woman. Still, Omaha cringed and prayed for Safia to keep her head low. Hating himself, he closed the hatch. Darkness fell over them. Blind, he dropped down the short ladder, landing with a tiny splash in the bilge. "Anyone bring a flashlight?" he asked. No one answered. "Great," Omaha muttered, "just great." Something scurried over his foot and disappeared with the sound of tiny splashes. Rats. 1:58 a.m. Painter leaned out one of the ship's windows. A two-man jet ski buzzed below, sweeping under the overhang of the protruding forecastle. It fled past with barely a whine, exhaust muffled, leaving a V-shaped wake across the waves. Even in the darkness, he recognized the design.
DARPA-engineered, experimental prototype for covert ops. The pilot crouched low behind the windshield. His passenger sat higher, manning a swivel-mounted assault rifle in the rear, gyroscopically stabilized. Both men wore night vision goggles. The patrol whined past. So far, he counted 4, probably more circling outward.
Across the dark sea, he saw no evidence of the main attack ship, the one that had surely offloaded the assault team. Most likely it had moored to one of the ship's flanks, then raced away afterward, maintaining a safe distance until it was time to recollect the team. He ducked back inside. Kara crouched behind a sofa, looking more angry than scared. As soon as the first explosion rocked the ship, Painter had checked outside the cabin. Through the deck hatch, he'd spotted a curl of smoke and an ominous crimson glow from the back of the ship. An incendiary grenade. Even that brief glimpse almost got him killed. A man in black camouflage gear suddenly appeared in the doorway, steps away. Painter ducked back inside as the man strafed the opening. If it hadn't been for the metal reinforcement of the presidential suite door, Painter would have been chopped in half. After bolting the door, he gave Kara his assessment. They took out the radio room. Who? Don't know. Paramilitary group from the looks of them. Painter abandoned his post by the window and crouched beside Kara. He knew with certainty who led the team. There was no doubt. Cassandra. The jet skis were stolen DARPA prototypes. She had to be out there somewhere, possibly even on board, leading the assault team. He pictured the determined glint in Cassandra's eyes, the double furrow between her brows as she concentrated. He shoved this thought away, surprised by the sudden pang, something between fury and loss. "What are we going to do?" Kara asked. "Stay put for now." Barricaded in the presidential suite, the two of them were safe from immediate harm, but the others were at risk. The Omani sailors had been trained well, responding quickly to the threat, putting up a fierce firefight. But the sailors aboard the ship were mostly young, only moderately armed, and Cassandra would know all their weaknesses. The ship would soon be hers. But was that her goal? Painter crouched beside Kara. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He needed a moment to stop reacting and to think, to concentrate. His father had taught him a few Pequot chants, his weak attempt to imbue his one son with tribal tradition, usually done while his breath reeked of tequila and beer. Still, Painter had learned the chants, whispering them in the dark when his parents fought, yelling, cursing in the neighboring room. He found comfort and focus in the repetition, not knowing the meaning then or now. His lips moved silently, meditatively. He shut out the spates of gunfire. Again he pictured Cassandra. He could guess the purpose of her attack, to obtain what she had been after from the start, the Iron Heart, the only solid clue to the mystery of the antimatter explosion. It still lay in the curator's cabin. His mind ran along various attack scenarios, mission parameters. In mid-chant, it struck him. He bolted back to his feet. From the start, he had been nagged by the sloppiness of the assault. Why blow up the radio room and alert the crew prematurely? If it was an ordinary mercenary group, he could blame the lack of planning and precision on inexperience. But if Cassandra was behind it? A sinking feeling hollowed out his gut. "What?" Kara asked, pushing up with him. The gunfire beyond the cabin had gone deathly quiet. In the silence, he heard a telltale whine. He crossed to the window and ducked his head out. 4 jet skis came sweeping in out of the darkness, but each was manned only by the pilot. No passengers. The rear assault seats were empty. "Gosh, what?" Kara asked again, fear entering her voice. "We're too late." He knew with certainty that the grenade explosion hadn't marked the start of the mission, but its end. He silently cursed his stupidity. This was all the end game, and he hadn't even been playing. He had been caught totally off guard. He allowed himself this moment of anger, then focused on the situation. An end game was not necessarily the end itself. He stared as the 4 jet skis swooped toward the boat, come to collect the last members of the assault team, the rear guard, the demolition team assigned to blow the radio shack. One of the Omani sailors must have stumbled upon these men, leading to the firefight on the deck. More gunfire erupted, sounding farther away, more determined, near the stern of the boat. They were attempting to retreat. Out the window, Painter watched the last of the jet skis circle wide, wary of the gunfire. The other jet skis, those with men manning the mounted assault rifles, were nowhere in sight. He also heard no sign of their engagement. They were gone. Along with the point team, Painter imagined, along with the prize. But to where? Again he searched the water for the main assault ship. It was out there somewhere, but only dark waters lay beyond. Storm clouds now obliterated both moon and stars, turning the world black. His fingers clenched on the sill of the wide window. As he searched, a flicker of light drew his eye. Not out across the waters, but down below it. He leaned farther and stared into the depths. Deep in the midnight waters, a glow glided out from under the ship. It slowly slipped off to starboard and floated determinedly away. Painter's brow crinkled. He recognized what he saw. A submersible. Why? The answer came immediately with the question. With the mission over, the sub and the main assault team were bugging out. All that was left was the cleanup, to leave no witnesses. He knew the purpose of the sub's presence. To come in, baffled and silent, too small to detect. "They've mined the ship," he said aloud. He calculated in his head how long it would take for a sub to clear the blast zone. Kara said something, but he had gone deaf to her. Painter swung from the window and hurried to the door. The firefight seemed to have settled to a stalemate of sporadic shots. He listened at the door. Nothing sounded close. He slid back the bolt. "What are you doing?" Kara asked at his shoulder, sticking close but clearly irritated by her own need to do so. "We must get off this boat." He cracked the door open. A few steps away lay the opening to the middeck. The winds had kicked up as the edge of the coming storm brushed over the Shabab Oman. Sails snapped like whips, ropes rattled in stanchions. He studied the deck, reading it like a chessboard. The crew had no opportunity to reef and secure the mainsails. The Omani sailors were pinned down by a pair, no, 3 gunmen, hidden behind a pile of barrels stacked at the far end of the middeck. The masked men had the perfect vantage point to guard the forward sections of the ship. One of the pair kept his rifle pointed toward the raised stern deck, protecting their rear. Closer, a 4th masked gunman lay sprawled on the deck, face down, blood pooled around his head, the body only a few steps from Painter. He took in the situation with a glance. Similarly ensconced behind crates on this side of the middeck were the 4 Omani Border Patrol agents, the Desert Phantoms. They lay on their bellies, rifles pointed toward the gunmen. It was a standoff. It must have been the Phantoms who had waylaid the assault team's rear guard, pinned him down, kept him from escaping over rails. "Come on," Painter said, and took Kara by the elbow. He dragged her out the suite's door and toward the lower stairs. "Where we going?" she asked. "What about getting off the boat?" He didn't answer. He was too late, but he had to be sure. He clambered down the stairs to the next landing. A short passage led to the guest quarters. In the middle of the hall, bathed in the light from the single overhead lamp, a body draped across the floor, face down like the masked man above. But this was not one of the attackers. He wore only boxers and a white t-shirt. A tiny dark stain marred the center of his back, shot from behind as he attempted to flee. "It's Clay," Kara mumbled in shock, hurrying forward with Painter. She knelt near the boy's body, but Painter stepped over him. He had no time for mourning.
He hurried to the door toward which the graduate student had been heading, seeking a place to hide or to warn others. Too late. They'd all been too late. Painter stopped outside the door. It was cracked half open. Lamplight flowed into the hall. Painter listened intently. Silence. He steeled himself against what he would find. Kara called to him, knowing what he feared. "Safia?" 2:02 a.m. Omaha shoved out an arm as the ship rolled beneath him. The darkness of the bilge threw off his sense of balance. Water sloshed over his shoes, chilling his ankles. A crash sounded behind him and a curse. Danny was faring no better. "Do you know where you're going?" Coral asked Omaha, her voice frosty, echoing a bit in the dank bilge. "Yes," he snapped back. It was a lie. He kept trailing one hand along the sloped wall to the left, praying he'd find a ladder leading back up. The next one should lead to the main storage hold under the middeck. Or so he hoped. They continued in silence. Rats squeaked in sharp protest, sounding larger in the darkness, as big as wet bulldogs. Their numbers multiplied in the imagination.
Omaha heard their bodies splashing through the bilge waters, running ahead of them, likely piling into an angry mass at the stern of the ship. In an alley in Calcutta, he had seen a rat-gnawed corpse. The eyes gone, all soft places gnashed. He did not like rats. But fear for Safia drove him onward, his anxiety heightened by the darkness, the spates of gunfire. Bloody images flashed across his mind's eye, too terrible to dwell upon. Why had he put off telling her how he still felt about her? He would gladly drop on his knees now to have her safe and sound. His outstretched hand struck something solid. He reached out and discovered rungs and nail heads. A ladder, he said, with more confidence than he felt. He didn't care if he was right or wrong, or where the hell the ladder led. He was climbing out. As Danny and Coro moved closer, he mounted the rungs. "Be careful," Coro warned. The gunfire continued above. Close. That was warning enough. Reaching the topmost rung, he searched until he found the inner handle to the hatch. Praying it wasn't locked or weighted down with cargo, he shoved up. The hatch flew open with ease, swinging back and crashing against a wooden support pillar. Coro hissed at him. No words, just protest. Blessed light flowed over him, blindingly bright after the gloom below. The smell was also refreshing after the salt and mold of the ship's bilge. Fresh-cut hay. A large shadow shifted to his right. He turned and found himself facing a huge horse looming over him. The same Arabian stallion that had broken free earlier. It threw its head and huffed at him. Eyes white with terror, it raised a hoof in threat, ready to stamp out the sudden intruder into its shipboard stables. Omaha ducked back, cursing their luck. The bilge hatch had opened into the stallion's stall. He spotted other horses in neighboring stanchions. He turned his attention to the stallion. The horse tugged at the lead, tethering him in place. The spooked Arabian was better than any armed guard, but they had to get out and reach the crated weapons in the neighboring hold. Fear for Safia fired his blood. He had come this far. Trusting the ropes held the horse, he dove out of the hatch, rolled flat across the planks, and passed under the fence that closed off the stall. Gaining his feet, he dusted off his bare knees. Move quick. He found a horse blanket, brightly colored in reds and yellows. He waved it at the stallion, keeping it distracted so the others could climb to safety. The horse whinnied at his motions, but rather than growing more perturbed at the additional intruders, the stallion pulled at the ropes that secured it, drawn to the saddle blanket. Omaha realized it must recognize its own blanket, a promising sign that someone was about to take it for a ride, to let it out of the stalls. Alarm heightened the stallion's desire to break free. With regret, he lowered the blanket back over the fence once Danny and Coro reached his side. The stallion's large eyes met his, scared, full of the need for reassurance. "Where are the guns?" Coro asked. Omaha turned from the stall. "Should be over there." He pointed past the ramp that led to the upper deck. A stack of crates, 3 high, stood along the back wall. A Kingston crest marked each one. As Omaha led them across the hold, he kept his head low with each new burst of gunfire. A repeated exchange of gunfire, a volley back and forth. The deadly match sounded like it was coming from outside the double doors at the top of the ramp. He remembered Danny's earlier question. Who was attacking? This was no mere band of pirates. This was too sustained, too organized, too very bold. Reaching the crates, he searched the stapled manifests. Having organized the supplies himself, he knew there should be a crate of rifles and handguns. He found the right box. Using a crowbar, he broke it open. Danny took out one of the rifles. "What are we going to do?" "You're going to stay low," Omaha said, grabbing a Desert Eagle pistol. "What about you?" Danny asked. Omaha cocked an ear to the fighting as he loaded the pistol on the floor. "I have to get to the others, make sure they're safe." But in truth, he pictured only Safia, smiling, younger. He had failed her before, not again. Coro finally rose from her own search of the crate's contents with a single pistol. She quickly and efficiently loaded its magazine with .357 rounds, then slammed it home. Armed now, she seemed more relaxed, a lioness loosened up and ready for the hunt. She met his eyes. "We should return forward through the bilge, join the others from there." More gunfire spat just outside the double doors. "We'd lose too much time."
Omaha glanced to the ramp that led directly to the heart of the gunfire. There may be another way. Coral frowned at him as he outlined his plan. "You've got to be kidding," Danny muttered. But Coral nodded as Omaha finished. "It's worth a shot." "Then let's go," he said, "before we're too late." Storm surge, December 3, 2:07 a.m. Arabian Sea. They were too late. Painter approached the open door to Safia's cabin. A lamp glowed from within. Despite the urgency, the certain knowledge that the ship had been mined, he hesitated a breath. Behind him, Kara remained with Clay Bishop's body. Painter feared finding Safia in the same condition, dead on the floor, but knew he had to face the truth. She had trusted him. The deaths were all his fault. He'd not been vigilant enough. The mission had taken place under his nose, on his watch. Standing to the side, he pushed the door wider. Unblinking, he searched the cabin. Empty. Disbelieving, he stepped cautiously over the threshold. A scent of jasmine lingered in the room, but that was all that was left of the woman who had once occupied it. There was no sign of violence. Yet the metal suitcase that housed the museum artifact was nowhere in sight. He stood, momentarily paralyzed between concern and confusion. A moan sounded behind him. He turned. "Clay's still alive," Kara called from the passageway. Painter stumbled back into the hall. Kara knelt over the young man's body. She held something pinched between her fingers. "I found this in his back." As he crossed to her, Painter noted the boy's chest moving shallowly up and down. How had he missed that? But he knew the answer. He had been too rushed, too certain of their doom. Kara offered what she held. A small, bloody dart. "Tranquilizer," he confirmed. He glanced back toward the open doorway. Tranquilizers. So they had wanted Safia alive. This was all a kidnapping. He shook his head, biting back a laugh, half in appreciation for Cassandra's cleverness, half in relief. Safia was still alive. For now. "We can't leave him," Kara said. He nodded, picturing the glow of the submersible in the dark waters, waking again to the urgency. How much time did they have? "Stay with him. Where are—" He didn't explain.
He rushed down to the lower deck and searched the rooms for the other members of the party, the Dunn brothers and his partner. Like Sophia's room, their cabins were empty. Were they all taken? Below, he discovered a cowering crewman, one of the galley workers with a bloody nose. He tried to encourage the man to follow him back up, but fright kept the fellow paralyzed. Painter did not have time to persuade him and pounded back up the stairs. Kara had managed to get the student to sit up. He was groggy, head lolling. Unintelligible words mumbled from his mouth. "Come on." Painter scooped Clay under one arm, drawing him to his feet. It was like maneuvering a wet sack of cement. Kara collected his eyeglasses from the floor. "Where are we going?" "We have to get off this ship. What about the others?" "They're all gone, Sophia and the others." Painter led the way up the stairs. As they reached the last landing, a figure swept down toward them. He spoke rapidly in Arabic, too fast for Painter to follow. "Captain Al-Hafi," Kara said quickly in introduction. Painter had intel on the man. He was the leader of the Desert Phantoms. "We need more ammunition from the stockpiles in the hold," the captain said rapidly. "You must all go into hiding." Painter blocked him. "How long can you last with what you have?" A shrug. "Minutes only. You must keep them pinned down. They mustn't leave the ship." Painter thought quickly. He imagined the only reason the Shabab Oman hadn't been blasted apart already was that the demolition team was still on board. Once they were gone, nothing would stop Cassandra from detonating the mines. Painter spotted a slumped form by the doorway. It was one of the masked gunmen, the one he had seen sprawled on the deck. He lowered Clay to the floor and crept next to the man. Perhaps he could find something on the gunman that would help, a radio or something. Captain Al-Hafi joined him. "I dragged him back here, hoping he had extra ammunition on him, or a grenade." He said this last with thick bitterness. A single grenade would have ended the stalemate on the deck. Painter patted the body down, ripping away the mask. The man wore a sub-vocalizing radio. He tugged it free and pushed the earpiece in place. Nothing, not even static. The team had gone silent.
As he searched further, he pocketed the man's night vision gear and discovered a thick strap around a man's chest. An EKG monitor. Gosh. What? Kara asked. Lucky you never discovered that grenade, he said. The men are rigged with status monitors. Killing them would be as good as letting them escape. Once they're gone, overboard or dead, the others will blow the ship. Blow the ship, Al-Hafi repeated, eyes narrowing, speaking English. Painter quickly explained what he had spied in the implication. We must get off this ship before the rear guard does. I saw a motorized skiff stowed behind the stern. It's the ship's gig, the captain confirmed. Painter nodded. An aluminum runabout. But the infidels stand between us and the launch, Al-Hafi argued. We could perhaps try to go under them, through the ship's bows, but once my men stop shooting, the others will escape. Painter abandoned his search of the gunmen and peered outside the doorway to the open deck. The firefight had slowed, both sides running low on ammunition, needing to make each round count. The Phantoms were at a disadvantage. They couldn't let the gunmen escape, but neither could they kill them. Another form of stalemate. Or was it? He swung around, having a sudden idea. Before he could speak, a thunderous crash erupted from the aft deck. He glanced back outside. The lower hold's hatch had been thrown violently open, shoved under the weight of a trio of horses. The Arabians galloped and bucked out onto the windy deck, smashing into crates and tangling through rigging. Chaos ensued. Lights shattered. Night fell darker across the ship. One of the horses, a mare, trampled directly through the gunmen's barricade. Shots were fired. A horse screamed. Amid the confusion, a fourth horse appeared from the hold, galloping under a head of steam. The white Arabian stallion. It flew up the lower ramp and onto the deck, hooves pounding the planks. But this time it was not wild and unguided. Astride the stallion's back, Omaha rose from the saddle, pistols in both hands. He aimed toward the nearest masked men and fired both guns, emptying them without mercy at almost point-blank range. 2 men fell as he rode past. "No!" Painter called out, pushing out the door. The barrage deafened his words. Movement by the aft hatch revealed Coral sneaking into a sniper's post. She had a rifle on her shoulder. She took aim at the only standing gunman. The man dove for the starboard rail, intending to leap overboard. A single rifle blast exploded with a muzzle flash. The gunman jolted in midair, as if kicked by a phantom horse. The left side of his head exploded away. His body slid across the deck, coming to rest against the rails. Painter bit back a groan. The stalemate had finally ended. With the rearguard dead, nothing would stop Cassandra from blowing the ship. 2:10 a.m. Cassandra checked her watch as she climbed from the Zodiac pontoon boat and back aboard the hovercraft. The mission timetable was behind by 10 minutes. Clambering onto the deck, she was met by her second. John Kane crossed to her. He barked for 2 men to help haul the prone form of the museum curator aboard. The seas were getting choppy as the winds kicked up, making climbing aboard an exercise in balance and timing. Cassandra dragged up the suitcase with the artifact. Despite the setback, they had completed their mission. Kane stepped to her side. He was more shadow than man, dressed in black, from boots to a knit black cap. The Argus radioed they're all clear 8 minutes ago. They await your order to detonate mines. What about the demolition team? Cassandra had heard the firefight aboard the Shabab. While she was racing back, sporadic gunfire had echoed over the waters. But for the past minute, there had been only silence. He shook his head. Status monitors just failed. Dead. Cassandra pictured the men's faces. Skilled mercenaries. Footfalls pounded across the deck from the pilot house. Captain Sanchez. It was the team's radio man. He skidded to a stop on the slick surface. We're picking up the signals again, all 3. From the demolition squad? Cassandra glanced across the sea. As if noting her attention, a new barrage of gunfire erupted from the Shabab Oman. She glanced to Kane, who shrugged. We lost contact a short time, the radio man reported. Maybe interference from the storm. But the signal's back, strong and solid. Cassandra continued to stare across the seas toward the lights of the other ship. Her eyes narrowed, picturing the men again. Kane stood at her shoulder. Orders? She glared across the seas as a stiff rain began to pelt the deck. She barely felt its sting on her cheek. Detonate the mines. The radio man startled, but knew better than to question. He glanced at Kane, who nodded. The man clenched a fist and ran back toward the pilot house. Cassandra rankled at the delay in snapping to her orders. She had noted the radio man seeking confirmation from her second. Though Cassandra had been assigned to lead this operation, these were Kane's men, and she had just condemned 3 of them to death. Though Kane's face remained stoic, his eyes glass, she elaborated. "They're already dead," she said. "The new signal is false." Kane's brows drew together. "How can you be so—" She cut him off. "Because Painter Crowe is over there." 2:12 a.m. Crouched with the others, Painter checked the straps snugged around the bare chests of Omaha and Danny. The dead men's heart monitors seemed to be functioning fine. The device on his own chest blinked regularly, transmitting his pulse to the hidden assault ship out there. Danny wiped the rain from his glasses. "These things won't electrocute us if they get wet." "No," Painter assured him.
Everyone gathered on the stern deck. Kara, the Dunn brothers, Coral Clay had been revived enough to stand, but the steep rolling of the ship in the higher seas kept him weaving and needing support. Steps away, the 4 Omani Border Patrol fired off rifles periodically, mimicking a continued standoff. He didn't know how long the ruse would hold. Hopefully long enough for them to abandon ship. Captain Al-Hafi had rallied the crew. The ship's motorized launch had been untied and was ready for boarding. The other lifeboat was being swung out, ready to drop. The 15-man crew was now 10. With no time to spare, the dead would have to be left behind. Painter watched the ever-growing seas from a shadowy vantage, not wanting to be spotted by the patrolling jet skis. Waves had climbed to 12 feet. Wind snapped sails while rain swept in bursts over the deck. The aluminum launch knocked against the stern as it hung free now, and the full brunt of squall had yet to strike. Painter spotted one of the black jet skis fly over a tall wave, hang in the air, then race down the far face. He instinctively ducked lower, but there was no need. The pilot of the jet ski was angling away. Painter stood. The jet ski was heading away. "She knows," Painter spun around. "To the boats," he screamed. "Now!" 2:14 a.m. Sophia woke out of blackness to the crack of thunder. Cold rain spattered her face. She was on her back, soaked to the skin. She sat up. The world spun. Voices, legs. Another burst of thunder. She cringed at the noise, sinking back. She felt rocking, heaving. On a boat. "Tranks wearing off," someone said behind her. "Get her below." Sophia's head rolled to stare at the speaker. A woman. She stood a yard away, staring across the seas, some strange scope fixed to her face. She was dressed in black, wore her long ebony hair braided away from her face. She knew the woman. Memory came flooding back. A shout from Clay, followed by a knock at her door. Clay? She had refused to answer, sensing something wrong. She had spent too many years at the edge of panic not to have built up a thick layer of paranoia. But it made no difference. The lock was picked as easily as if they had a key. The woman standing before her now had been the first through the door. Something had stung Sophia's neck. She reached fingers now and felt a tender spot below the angle of her chin. She had scrambled to the far side of the cabin, choking, panic narrowing her vision to a laser point. Then even this sight vanished. She had felt herself slumping, but never felt herself hit the floor. The world had slipped away. "Get her some dry clothes," the woman said again. With shock, Sophia recognized the voice, the disdain, the sharp consonant strikes. The rooftop of the British Museum. "Tell me the combination." It was the thief from London. Sophia shook her head. She was in a waking nightmare. Before she could respond, 2 men hauled her to her feet. She tried to find her legs, but her toes slipped on the wet deck. Her knees were warm butter. Even holding her chin up took all her will. Sophia stared beyond the metal rail of the boat. The storm had struck. Seas rose and fell in dark hummocks, like the backs of whales, slick and smooth. A few whitecaps flashed silver in the meager light. But what drew her eye, kept her head strained up, was the fiery ruin a short distance away,
All strength left her. A ship burned atop the rough seas, masts now torches. Sailcloth fanned out in swirls of fiery ash, carried by the gusting winds. The hull lay gutted. All around, bits of flaming flotsam decorated the seas like so many campfires. She knew the ship, the Shabab Oman. All air squeezed from her lungs. She strangled between a scream and despair. The roll of the seas suddenly sickened her. She vomited across the deck, splattering the shoes of her guards. "Really, Christ, man," one of them cursed, yanking her cruelly. Still, Sophia's eyes remained fixed across the sea. Her throat burned. Not again, not everyone I love. But a part of her knew she deserved this pain, this loss. Since Tel Aviv, she had expected everything would be taken from her. Life was cruelty and sudden tragedy. There was no permanence, no safety. Tears ran hotly down her cheeks. Sophia stared at the fiery ruin of the Shabab Oman. She held little hope of survivors, and even this hope was dashed with her captor's next words. "Send back the patrol," the woman said. "Kill anything that moves." 2:22 a.m. Painter wiped the blood from the cut above his left eye. He kicked his feet to keep himself above water as the seas heaved up and down. Rain fell heavily out of low skies, flashing with lightning. Thunder grumbled. He glanced back to the overturned launch as it rose and fell in sync with him. Around his waist, a length of tow line secured him to the skiff's bow. Immediately around him, the seas remained dark, as if he were floating in oil. But farther out, fire sputtered in the rolling seas, appearing and disappearing. And in the center, the fiery bulk of the Shabab Oman loomed, half sunk, burning down to the waterline. Swiping blood and rain from his eyes, Painter searched the waters for any threat. A vague worry about sharks fluttered across his mind, especially with the blood. He hoped the squall would keep such predators deep. But Painter watched for other predators. He didn't have long to wait. Lit by the many fires, a jet ski hoved into view, circling wide. Painter reached up and slipped the night vision goggles over his eyes. He sank lower, minimizing his silhouette. The world dissolved to greens and whites. Fires appeared as blindingly bright glows, while the seas took on a silvery aquamarine sheen. He focused on the jet ski. Through the scope, the ski now shone starkly, its shaded headlamp as bright as the fires. He toggled the magnification feature. A pilot hunched in front. Behind him, his passenger manned the mounted assault rifle, capable of firing 100 rounds a minute. With the goggles in place, Painter easily spotted 2 other jet skis circling the debris field. They were starting wide and circling inward. Somewhere beyond the bulk of the fiery ship, the rattle of gunfire erupted. A scream accompanied it, but it ended immediately. The gunfire did not. The purpose of these scavengers was plain. No survivors. No witnesses. Painter swam back to his overturned launch, a cork in the rough seas. Once near the skiff, he dove down and under it. The night vision goggles were watertight. It was strange how bright the seas were through the scope. He spotted the many legs dangling from beneath the capsized skiff. Maneuvering up through them, he surfaced under the runabout. Even with the night vision scope, details were blurry. Figures clung to gunwales and bolted aluminum seats, 8 in all, hidden beneath the launch. The air had already staled with their fear. Kara and the Dunn brothers helped keep Clay Bishop in place. The grad students seemed mostly recovered. Captain Al-Hafi took a position near the launch's windshield. Like his 2 men, he had stripped out of his desert cloak and wore only a loincloth. The fate of the 4th Phantom remained unknown. The explosion had occurred just as the launch had hit the water. The concussive force had tossed them away, toppling the small runabout. All bore minor injuries. Afterward, amid the confusion, Painter and Coral had herded the others under the launch as debris rained down. It also offered good cover from searching eyes. Coral whispered at his ear, "Did she send a cleanup crew?" Painter nodded. "We'll have to hope the storm shortens their search." A whine drew nearer, waning and ebbing, as the launch and its hidden passengers rose and fell with the waves. Finally, the noise sharpened. The ski must have angled into the trough with them. Painter had a bad feeling. "Everyone underwater," he warned, "for a count of 30. He waited. Coral was the last to vanish.
Painter took a deep breath. Then gunfire rattled against the launch's aluminum side, deafening. Golf ball-sized hail on a tin roof. But it wasn't hail. At such close range, a few rounds perforated the double hull of the runabout. Painter dove down. A pair of stray bullets sizzled through the water. He watched the others holding themselves beneath the skiff, arms extended upward, hands clutching. Painter hoped the speed of the bullets would be dulled by the launch's double hull and impact with the water. Painter watched one of the trajectories slam past his shoulder. He held his breath clenched until the barrage stopped, then rose up. The whine of the jet ski still sounded near. Thunder caused the aluminum hull to reverberate like a struck bell. Omaha popped up beside him, followed by the others as their need for air overwhelmed them. No one spoke. They all listened to the nearby puttering engine. Everyone prepared themselves to dive again if necessary. The jet ski whined closer, bumping against the side of the skiff. If they tried to turn it over, used a grenade? A large swell lifted the boat and its hidden passengers. The jet ski bumped harder, jostled by the storm surge. A loud curse erupted from outside. The engine whined louder and began to pull away. "We could commandeer that jet ski," Omaha whispered at him, nose to nose. "The two of us. We've still got a couple pistols between us." Painter frowned at him. "And then what? You don't think they'd miss one of their skis? There's a main boat out there, something fast. They'd be upon us in a heartbeat." "You're not getting it," Omaha pressed. "I wasn't talking about leaving. I'm talking about taking the very thing back to where it came from, going in under cover, to rescue Safia." Painter had to grant the man had balls. Too bad he didn't have the brains to go with him. "These aren't amateurs," he snapped. "You're going in blind. All the advantage is theirs. Who cares about the odds? It's Safia's life we're talking about." Painter shook his head. "You wouldn't get within 100 yards of the main boat before you were discovered and blown away." Omaha refused to back down. "If you won't go, I'll take my brother." Painter made to grab for him, but Omaha shoved his hand away. "I'm not leaving her." Omaha turned his back and swam to Danny. Painter recognized the pain in the other's voice, the fury. He felt the same. Safia's kidnapping was his fault, his responsibility. A part of him wanted to lash out, to charge in, to risk all. But it was also a futile course. He knew this. Omaha had his pistol out. Painter could not stop him, but he knew who could. He turned and grabbed another person's arm. "I care for her," he said sharply. Kara tried to free her arm, but Painter held tight. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "Your question earlier, in your cabin. I care about Safia." It was hard to admit aloud, but he had no choice but to recognize the truth. He did indeed care. While maybe it was not love, not yet, he was willing to see where it would lead. This surprised him as much as it seemed to surprise Kara. "I do," Painter pressed, "and I'll get her back, but not this way." He nodded toward Omaha. "Not his way. He's more likely to get her killed. She's safe right now, safer than we are. We need to survive for her sake, all of us, if there's to be any hope of a real rescue for her." Kara listened. Ever the consummate corporate leader, she did not delay her decision. She swung to Omaha. "Put the bloody gun away, Indiana." Beyond the aluminum hull, the predatory jet ski suddenly screamed, its engine Dopplering up. It was heading off. Omaha glanced in its direction, then swore and shoved the pistol away. "We'll find her," Painter said, but he doubted the other man heard. And perhaps it was just as well. As much as he had blustered, he didn't know if it was a promise he could keep. He was still shaken from the assault, the defeat. From the outset, Cassandra had been a step ahead of him. He needed to clear his head. "I'm going to keep watch, make sure they leave." He dove back down and kicked free of the launch. His thoughts remained on Cassandra's skill at anticipating their moves. How had she managed that? A worry had seated in his chest. Was there a traitor among them? Omaha clung to the launch's gunwale, rising and falling with the waves. He hated waiting in the dark. He heard the others breathing. No one spoke. All remained lost in their own worries. His grip tightened on the aluminum frame as the launch climbed another wave, taking them all up with it. All but one. Safia.
Why had he listened to Painter? He should have tried to commandeer the jet ski. To hell what anyone thought. Pressure built in his throat, tightening his breath. He clamped it down, unsure if he let it loose whether it would come out as a sob or a scream. In the dark, the past came rolling up out of the depths of the sea. He had walked away from her. After Tel Aviv, something had died in Safia, taken all love with it. She had retreated to London. He had tried to stay with her, but his career, his passion, lay elsewhere. Each time he returned, more and more of her was gone. She was wasting away inside. He found himself dreading to return to London from the lost corners of the world. He felt trapped. Soon his visits grew fewer and fewer. She didn't notice or complain. That hurt the most. When did it end? When did love become dust and sand? He couldn't say. It was well before he finally admitted defeat and asked for his grandmother's ring back. It had been over a long, cold dinner. Neither had spoken. Both knew. Their silence said more than his faltering attempt to explain. Ultimately, she had only nodded and removed the ring. It came off easily. She placed it in his palm, then looked into his eyes. There was no sorrow, only relief. That's when he walked away. The others stirred as Painter splashed up to them. He rose among them with a sigh of breath. "I think we're clear. There's been no sign of the jet skis for the past 10 minutes. Relief murmured among the others. We should strike for shore. We're too exposed out here. In the dark, Omaha noted the man's slight Brooklyn accent. He hadn't noticed it before. It grated with each word now. Painter's instructions sounded too much like commands. Military background, officer training. There are 2 oars secured in oar locks on either side of the boat. We'll need them to overturn the launch. He sidled among them and showed them how to free the oars. Omaha found 1 oar shoved into his hand. We'll need to split into 2 groups. 1 group to heave weight down on the port side, the others to use the oars to prop up the starboard. We should be able to flip it. But first, I'm going to detach the outboard. It was straved, shot, and now's leaking oil. After a final few coordinations, everyone ducked down and out. Rain spattered out of the dark skies. The winds had died to faltering gusts. After the time he'd spent hiding under the launch, the night seemed brighter to Omaha. Lightning flickered among the clouds, illuminating patches of ocean. A few fires still floated atop the water. There was no sign of the Shabab omen. Omaha spun around a bit, searching. Painter swam to the stern of the launch and fought to free the engine. Omaha considered going to help, but instead simply watched the man struggle with the locking pin. After a few tugs, Painter finally freed the engine. It dropped into the sea. His eyes found Omaha. Let's get this baby flipped. It wasn't as easy as Painter had described. It took 4 attempts until they put everyone on one side, leaning their weight down. Painter and Omaha, each armed with an oar, levered the starboard side up. They also timed the maneuver with the roll of a wave. But finally, the launch flipped back upright, half filled with water. They climbed aboard and bailed the craft. Omaha fit the oars into place. "It's still filling with water," Kara said, as the water level inside the launch began to rise again under all their weight.
"Bullet holes," Danny said, feeling through the water. "Keep bailing," Painter said, again with that bite of command. "We'll alternate between rowing and bailing. It's a long haul to shore." "Be warned," Captain Al-Hafiz said, bare-chested but unabashed. "The currents here are treacherous. We must watch for reefs and rocks." Painter nodded and waved Coral toward the prow. Omaha stared at the few burning bits of flotsam, then back the other way. The coast was barely discernible, a slightly darker bank of cloud. Flashes of lightning revealed how far they had drifted. Painter also stared around the boat, but it wasn't sharks or coastline that concerned. The worry was plain in the set of his lips. Somewhere out there lurked the murderous men who had kidnapped Safia. But did he fear for her safety or his own skin? Painter's earlier words repeated in Omaha's head. "I care for her." Omaha felt a burst of anger warm the chill from his wet clothes. Was he lying? Omaha clenched both fists on the 2 oars and set his back. He began to row. Painter, at the stern, glanced over to him. Cold eyes, the glass of the night vision goggles, studied him. What did they know about the man? He had much to account for, much to explain. The muscles of Omaha's jaw ached from clenching too long. I care for her. As he rode, Omaha wasn't sure what made him more angry, if the man was lying or telling the truth. An hour later, Painter waded through the waist-high water, dragging the tow line over his shoulder. The beach stretched silvery before him, framed in tumbled rocky cliffs. The rest of the coastline was dark, except for a few meager lights to the far north, a small village. The immediate vicinity seemed deserted. Still, he kept a wary eye. He had given Coral the night vision goggles to keep a watch from the launch. As he continued forward, his shoes dug deep into the rocky sand. His thighs burned from the effort. His shoulders ached from his shift at the oars. Waves helped push him toward the waiting shore. Only a little further. At least the rain had stopped. He leaned his shoulder into the line and hauled the trailing boat toward solid ground. Behind him, Danny worked the oars while Painter guided the boat around the rocks. At last, the beach opened up ahead, a clear shot. "Pull hard," Painter called back to Danny. Slack grew in the line as Danny obeyed. The launch leaped forward with a sweep of oars. Painter fought the water, climbing out of the waves, knee-deep. He slogged forward and to the side. The launch surfed a final wave and passed to Painter's right. He ducked to avoid being hit. "Sorry," Danny called to him, dragging in the oars. The boat's prow ground into the sand with a screech of aluminum. The wave receded, leaving the boat beached. Painter crawled and kicked out of the water, gaining his feet. The 8 men and women clambered from the launch. Coral helped Kara, while Danny, Omaha, and Clay half fell out of the boat. Only the 3 desert phantoms, Captain Al-Hafi and his 2 men, remained on their feet, scanning the beach. Painter lumbered farther out of the lapping water, sodden, limbs heavy. He crossed beyond the tide line in the sand. Winded, he turned to see how the others were faring with the launch. They'd have to hide the boat, drag it somewhere, or sink it. A shadow loomed behind him. He failed to see the raised fist. He was struck in the face. Too weak, he simply fell backward onto his rear. "Omaha!" Kara called out. Painter now recognized his attacker. Omaha stood over him. "What are you—" Before Painter could finish, the man was on him, shoving him back into the sand, one hand on his throat, the other going for another punch. "You really awful person." Before the fist could land, hands grabbed Omaha's shoulder, shirt. He was tugged backward. He fought, twisting, but Coral had a fistful of the man's collar. She was strong. Cotton ripped along the neckline. Painter took the opportunity to scramble backward. His left eye wept from the first punch. "Let me go," Omaha bellowed. Coral threw him bodily into the sand. Kara circled to his other side. "Omaha, what the hell are you doing?" He sat up, red-faced. "That bastard knows more than he's been telling us." He jerked a thumb at Coral. Him and his Amazon sidekick. Even his brother tried to calm him. "Omaha, this isn't the time to be—" Omaha shoved up to his knees, panting, spittle flying. "Very right it's time. We followed the bastard this far. I want answers before we move one step further." He heaved to his feet, swaying a bit. Painter gained his feet with an arm from Coral. The others all faced them, a line drawn in the sand between them. Kara stood in the center, glancing at each group. She held up a hand, seeming to settle on a side. She faced Painter. "You said you had a plan. Let's start there." Painter took a deep breath and nodded. "Salalah, that's where they'll be taking Safia, where we have to go next." Omaha called out, "How do you know that? Why are you so sure? They could be taking her anywhere, for ransom, to sell the artifact, who the hell knows where?" "I know," Painter said coolly. He let silence stretch before speaking again. "This was no random raiding party that attacked us. They were focused, purposeful in their assault. They whisked in and grabbed Safia and the Iron Heart. They knew what they were going after, and who knew the most about it." "Why?" asked Kara, clipping some outburst from Omaha with a thrust of an arm. "What do they want?" Painter stepped forward. "What we wanted. Some clue to the true location of the lost city of Ubar." Omaha swore under his breath.
The others simply stared. Kara shook her head. "You haven't answered my question." Her tone darkened. "What do they want? What do they seek to gain by finding Ubar?" Painter licked his lips. "This is, gosh," Omaha growled. He shoved past Kara fast. Painter stood his ground, holding Coral back with a hand signal. He would not be punched again. Omaha lifted his arm. Metal glinted in the meager light. A pistol pointed at Painter's head. "You've been yanking our chains long enough. Answer the woman's question. What the hell's going on?" "Omaha," Kara warned, but there was not much energy in her voice. Coral sidled to the side, positioning to go for Omaha's flank. Painter again signaled her to hold. Omaha punched the gun at him harder. "Answer me. What very game is going on here? Who do you really work for?" Painter had no choice but to come clean. He needed the group's cooperation. If there was to be any hope of stopping Cassandra, of rescuing Safia, he would need their help. He couldn't do it with Coral alone. "I work for the U.S. Department of Defense," he finally admitted, "specifically DARPA, the research and development arm of the DoD. Omaha shook his head. "Really great. The military? What does any of this have to do with them? We're an archaeological expedition." Kara answered before Painter could. "The explosion at the museum." Omaha glanced at her, then back at Painter. He nodded. "She's right. It was no ordinary blast. Residual radiation pointed to an extraordinary possibility. All eyes were on him, except Coral, who still had her full attention on Omaha and the gun. There is a high probability that the exploded meteorite contained some form of antimatter." Omaha let out an explosive sound of derision, as if he had been holding it all along. "Antimatter? What a load of gosh! Who do you take us for?" Coral spoke at his side, matter-of-fact, professional. "Dr. Dunn, he is telling you the truth. We tested the blast zone ourselves, detecting Z-bosons and gluons, decay particles from an antimatter-matter interaction." Omaha frowned, less sure. "I know it sounds preposterous," Painter said, "but if you'll lower your gun, I'll explain." Omaha steadied the pistol instead. "So far, this is all that's kept you talking." Painter sighed. It was worth a try. "Have it your way, then."
With the gun pointed at his face, he gave a brief overview of the Tunguska explosion in Russia in 1908, of the unique gamma radiation found both there and at the British Museum, of the plasma characteristics of the explosion, and how evidence hinted that somewhere out in the deserts of Oman lay a possible source of antimatter, preserved in some unknown fashion to make it stable and unreactive while in the presence of matter. "Though now it may be destabilizing," Painter finished. "That may be why the meteor exploded at the museum. And it may happen here too. Time is critical. Now may be the only time we can discover and preserve this source of unlimited power." Kara frowned. "And what does the United States government plan on doing with such a limitless source of power?" Painter read the suspicion in her eyes. "Safeguard it for now. That's the immediate and primary goal. To protect it from those who would abuse it. If this power should fall into the wrong hands." Silence lingered as his words died away. They all knew borders no longer divided the world so much as ideologies. Though it was undeclared, there was a new world war being waged, where fundamental decency and respect for human rights were under assault by forces of intolerance, despotism, and blind fervor. And while its battles were sometimes waged in plain sight in New York City and Iraq, its greater struggle was carried on invisibly, fought in secret, its heroes unknown, its villains hidden. Willing or not, the group assembled here on the beach had been drafted into this war. Kara finally spoke. "And this other group, Safia's kidnappers, they're the same ones who broke into the British Museum." Painter nodded. "I believe so. Who are they?" Omaha still held the pistol at him. "I don't know, not for sure." "Gosh." Painter held up a hand. "All I know for certain is who leads the team. A partner I once worked with, a mole planted in DARPA." He was too exhausted to hide his anger. "Her name is Cassandra Sanchez. I never discovered who she worked for. A foreign power, terrorists, a black market group. All I know is that they are well-funded, organized, and cold-blooded in their methods." Omaha scoffed. And you and your partner are the warm fuzzy types. We don't kill innocent people. No, you're really worse, he spat. You let others do your dirty work. You knew we were walking into a possible gosh storm, but kept your mouths closed. If we had known before now, we might have been better prepared. We might have stopped Sophia's abduction. Painter had no comeback. The man was right. He'd been caught off guard, jeopardizing the mission and their lives. Distracted by his own guilt, he failed to respond in time. Omaha lunged and pressed the pistol's barrel against his forehead, knocking him back a step. "You bastard! This is all your fault!" He heard the pain and anguish in Omaha's voice. The man was beyond reason. Anger built in Painter's chest. He was cold, sore, and tired of having a gun waved in his face. He didn't know if he'd have to take Omaha out. Kara waited, tense. Support came from an unlikely source. A thunder of hooves suddenly broke across the beach. All eyes turned, even Omaha. He stepped back and finally lowered the gun. "Very," he muttered. Across the sand, an amazing sight galloped. A white stallion, mane flying, hooves casting up gouts of sand. It was the horse from the Shabab Oman. The stallion raced toward them, perhaps drawn by their raised voices. It must have swum to shore after the explosion. It slammed to a stop a few yards from them, huffing white into the cool night air. Heated. It tossed its head. "I can't believe it got away," Omaha said. "Horses are excellent swimmers," Kara scolded, but she couldn't keep the awe from her voice. One of the desert phantoms slowly approached the horse, palm out, whispering in Arabic. It shivered, but allowed the approach. Exhausted, frightened, needing reassurance. The sudden arrival of the horse cut the tension. Omaha stared down at his gun, as if unsure how it had gotten into his fist. Kara stepped forward and faced Painter. "I think it's time we stopped arguing, casting blame. We all had our reasons for coming out here, hidden agendas." She glanced back to Omaha, who would not meet her eye. Painter could guess the man's agenda. It was plain from the way he'd been looking at Sophia, his furious anger a moment ago. He was still in love. "From here," Kara continued, "we must figure out what we're going to do to save Sophia. That's the priority." She turned to Painter. "What do we do?" Painter nodded. His left eye ached with emotion. "The others think we're dead. That gives us an advantage we'd best keep. We also know where they're heading. We have to reach Salalah as quickly as possible. That means crossing almost 300 miles. Kara stared toward the lights of the distant village. "If I could reach a phone, I'm sure I could get the Sultan to—" "No," he cut her off. "No one must know we're alive, not even the Omani government. Any word, anywhere, that we're still alive jeopardizes our thin advantage. Cassandra's group managed to abduct Sophia through their advantage of surprise. We can win her back the same way. But with the Sultan's help, Salalah could be locked down and searched. Cassandra's group has already proven too very resourceful. They've brought in significant manpower and weapons. That couldn't have happened without resources in the government. And if we come out of hiding, word would reach the kidnappers," Omaha mumbled. He had holstered the pistol in his waistband and rubbed his knuckles. His angry outburst seemed to have steadied the man. "The kidnappers would be gone before any action could be taken. We'd lose Sophia." "Exactly. Then what do we do?" Kara asked. "We find transportation." Captain Al-Hafi stepped forward. Painter was unsure how the man would feel about deceiving his own government, keeping them in the dark. But then again, when out in the field, the desert phantoms acted with full independence. He nodded to Painter. "I'll send one of my men over to the village. They won't arouse suspicion." The captain must have read something in Painter's face, some question about why he was so readily helping the team. "They killed one of my men, Khalil. He was my wife's cousin." Painter nodded with sympathy. "May Allah carry him home." He knew there was no stronger loyalty than that to the members of one's own tribe and family. With a half bow of thanks, Captain Al-Hafi waved to the taller of his two men, a true giant of a man, named Barak. They spoke rapidly in Arabic. Barak nodded and began to step away. Kara stopped him. "How are you going to get a truck with no money?" Barak answered her in English. "Allah helps those who help themselves." "You're going to steal one?" "Borrow. It is tradition among our desert tribes.
A man may borrow what he needs. Stealing is a crime. With this little bit of wisdom, the man headed out toward the distant lights at a steady jog, disappearing into the night like a true phantom. Barak will not fail us, Captain Al-Hafi assured them. He will find a vehicle large enough to carry all of us and the horse. Painter glanced back along the rocky shore. The remaining phantom, a taciturn young man named Sharif, led the stallion with a length of tow line. Why bring the horse? Painter asked, concerned about the exposure of a large vehicle. There's good grazing here, and someone would find it, Captain Al-Hafi answered. We have little money, and the horse may be bartered, sold, used as transportation if needed. It is also a cover for us to be traveling to Salalah. The horse farms there are well known. It will lessen suspicion if we bring the stallion along on our journey. And besides, white is good luck. This last was said with deadly seriousness. Luck among the folks of Arabia was as important as a roof over one's head. They made a brief camp.
While Omaha and Painter beached the launch behind some rocks to hide it, the others built a fire out of driftwood, sheltering it within the lee of a tumbled section of cliff. Hidden, the tiny pyre would be hard to spot, and they all needed its warmth and light. 40 minutes later, the grinding of gears announced the arrival of their transportation. Headlights rounded a bend in the coastal road. A flatbed truck rolled up. It was an old International 4900, painted yellow, scarred with rust. Its bed was framed in wooden fencing with a drop gate behind. Barak hopped out. "I see you found something to borrow," Kara said. He shrugged. They put out the fire. Barak had also managed to borrow some clothes, robes and cloaks. They quickly dressed, concealing their western wear. Once ready, Captain Al-Hafi and his men took the truck's cab in case they were stopped. The others clambered into the back. It took blindfolding the horse to get it to walk up the drop gate into the flatbed. They tied the Arabian near the front cab. Then Painter and the others huddled near the back. As the truck bounced onto the coastal road, Painter studied the stallion. White is good luck. Painter hoped so. They would need every bit of it. Tombs, marooned, December 3, 12:22 p.m. Salalah, Safia, woke in a cell, disoriented and nauseated. The dark room spun and jittered as she moved her head. A groan bubbled up from her core. A high barred window let in stabbing shafts of light, too bright, searing. A wave of queasiness rolled over her. She turned on her side and dragged her head, too heavy for her shoulders, over the edge of the cot. Her stomach clenched, then clenched again. Nothing. Still, she tasted bile as she collapsed back down. She took deep breaths, and slowly the walls stopped their spin. She became aware of the sweat covering her body, pasting the thin cotton shift to her legs and chest. The heat stifled. Her lips felt cracked, parched. How long had she been drugged? She remembered the man with the needle. Cold, tall, dressed in black. He had forced her to change out of her wet clothes aboard the boat and into the khaki shift. Carefully, Safia stared around her. The room was stone walls, plank flooring. It stank of fried onions and dirty feet. The cot was the only furnishing. A single door of stout oak stood closed, no doubt locked. She lay unmoving for several more minutes. Her mind floated, half deadened by the after effects of the drug they had given her. Still, deep inside her, panic coiled around her heart. She was alone, captured, the others dead. She pictured flames in the night, reflecting off storm-swept water. The memory had burned into her like a camera flash in the dark. All red, painful, too bright to blink away. Her breathing tightened, throat closed down. She wanted to cry but couldn't. If she started, she would never stop. Finally, she pushed up and rolled her feet to the floor. It was not with any determination beyond the heavy pressure in her bladder. Biological need, a reminder that she lived. She stood, unsteady, a hand against the wall. The stones were welcoming cool. She stared up at the barred window. From the heat, the angle of the sun, it had to be close to midday. But which day? Where was she? She smelled the sea and the sand. Still in Arabia, she was sure. She crossed the room. The burning in her bladder sharpened. She hobbled to the door, lifted an arm. Would they merely drug her again? She fingered the purple bruise at the angle of her left arm, where the needle had dug in. She had no choice. Need outweighed caution. She pounded on the door and called out hoarsely, "Hello? Can anyone hear me?" She repeated her words in Arabic. No one answered. She knocked harder, stinging her knuckles, an ache flaring between her shoulder blades. She was weak, dehydrated. Had they left her here to die? Finally, footsteps responded. A heavy bar scraped against wood. The door swung open. She found herself facing the same man as before. He stood a half a foot taller than she, looming in a black shirt and scuffed, faded jeans. She was surprised to find his head shaved. She didn't remember that. No, he had been wearing a black cap then. The only hair on his head were his dark eyebrows and a small tuft at his chin. But she did not forget those eyes, blue and cold, unreadable, passionless. A shark's eyes. She shivered as he stared at her, the heat suddenly gone from the room. "You're up," he said. "Come with me." She heard a trace of an Aussie accent, but one blunted by years away from home. "Where?" "I have to use the lavatory." He frowned at her and strode away. "Follow me." He led her to a small hall bath. It had a squat toilet, curtainless shower, and a small stained wash basin with a leaking tap. Safia ducked inside. She reached a hand to the door, unsure if she would be allowed privacy. "Don't be long," he said, pulling the door the rest of the way shut. Alone, she searched the room for some weapon, some means of escape. Again the lone window was barred, but she could at least see out of this one. She hurried forward and stared out at the small township below, nestled against the sea. Palm trees and white buildings spread between her and the water. Off to the left, a flutter of rainbow-colored tarps and awnings marked off a market souk. And in the distance, green patches beyond the city defined banana, coconut, sugarcane, and papaya plantations. She knew this place, the garden city of Oman, Salalah. It was the capital city of the Dhofar province, the original destination of the Shabab Oman. It was a lush region, green, with waterfalls and rivers feeding the pastures. Only in this section of Oman did the monsoon winds bless the land with sweeps of rain, a regular light drizzle, and an almost continual mist over the nearby coastal mountains. It was a weather system like no other in the Gulf, one that allowed for the growth of the rare frankincense tree, a source of great wealth in ancient times. The riches here had led to the founding of the legendary cities of Sumharam, Al-Balid, and lastly, the lost city of Ubar. Why had her kidnappers taken her here? She crossed to the toilet and quickly relieved herself. Afterward, she washed her hands and stared at her reflection in the mirror. She appeared a shadow of herself, gaunt, tense, hollow-eyed. But she was alive. A knock on the door. "'Bout done in there?" With no other recourse, Safia stepped back to the door and opened it. The man nodded. "This way." He strode off, not even glancing back, so sure of his control of the situation. Safia followed. She had no other choice, but her legs dragged, leaden with despair. She was marched down a short flight of stairs, along another hall. Other men, hard-eyed, rifles over shoulders, lounged behind doorways or stood guard. They finally reached a tall door. The man knocked and pushed open the door. Safia found a room furnished spartanly. A threadbare rug with the color long bleached out of it by the sun. A single sofa, 2 stiff wooden chairs. A pair of fans buzzed, stirring the air. A table to the side was weighted down by an array of weapons, electronic equipment, and a laptop computer. A cable trailed out the neighboring window to a palm-sized satellite dish pointed at the sky. "That'll be all, Kane," the woman said, stepping away from the computer. "Captain." The man nodded and left, closing the door. Safia considered lunging for one of the guns on the table, but knew she would not get within a step of them. She was too weak, still wobbly. The woman turned to her. She wore black slacks, a gray t-shirt, and over that a loose long-sleeved shirt, unbuttoned, cuffs rolled to elbows. Safia noted the black butt of a holstered pistol at her side. "Please sit," she instructed, and pointed to one of the wooden chairs. Safia moved slowly, but obeyed. The woman remained standing, pacing behind a sofa.
Dr. Al-Mamaz, it seems your reputation as an expert in the antiquities of the region has come to the attention of my superiors."
Sophia barely understood her words. She found herself staring at the woman's face, her black hair, her lips. This was the woman who had tried to kill her in the British Museum, orchestrated the death of Ryan Fleming, murdered all her friends last night. Faces, images shuffled through her mind, distracting her from the woman's words. "Are you listening, Dr. Al-Maaz?" She couldn't answer. She searched for evil in the woman, for the capability for such cruelty and savagery. Some mark, some scar, some understanding. There was nothing. How could that be? A heavy sigh escaped the woman. She crossed around the sofa and sat down, leaning forward, elbows on her knees. "Painter Crowe," she said. The unexpected name startled Sophia, a flash of anger burning through her. Painter, he was my partner. Shock and disbelief rattled Sophia. "No, I see. I have your attention." The smallest smile of satisfaction shadowed her lips. "You should know the truth. Painter Crowe was using you, all of you, needlessly putting you in harm's way. Keeping secrets? You're lying," she finally croaked out past her parched lips. The woman lounged back into the sofa. "I have no need to lie. Unlike Painter, I'll tell you the truth. What you stumbled into, discovered by misfortune and chance, holds the possible key to untold power. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about antimatter." Sophia frowned at the impossibility of what she was hearing. The woman continued explaining about the explosion at the museum, radiation signatures, the search for the primary source of some stable form of antimatter. Despite her wish to deny it all, much of it began to make sense. Certain statements by Painter, some of his gear, the pressure by the U.S. government. The meteor fragment that exploded at the museum, the woman continued, it was said to guard the true gates of the lost city of Ubar. It is there that you will lead us. She shook her head, more in denial. This is all preposterous. The woman stared a moment longer, stood, and walked across the room. She dragged something from under the table and grabbed a device from among the stacked equipment. As she returned, Sophia recognized her own suitcase. The woman flipped the trunk's clasps and swung open the lid. The iron heart lay nestled within molded black styrofoam. It glowed ruddy in the bright sunlight. "This is the artifact you discovered. Inside a statue dating back to 200 BC, with the name of Ubar written on its surface." Sophia slowly nodded, surprised at the woman's intimate knowledge. She seemed to know everything about her. The woman leaned down and passed the handheld device over the artifact. The device crackled and popped, sounding not unlike a Geiger counter. It gives off an extremely low-level radiation signature, barely detectable. But it's the same as the exploded meteor. Did Painter ever tell you that? Sophia remembered Painter testing the artifact with a similar device. Could it be true? Again, despair settled to the pit of her stomach, a cold stone. "We need you to continue your work for us," the woman said, resealing the trunk, "to guide us to the lost gates of Ubar." Sophia stared at the closed trunk. All the bloodshed, all the deaths, all tied to her discovery. Again. "I won't," she mumbled. "You will, or you will die." Sophia shook her head and shrugged. She didn't care. All that she loved had been taken from her. By this woman, she would never help. "We will proceed, with or without you. There are other experts in your field, and I can make your last hours very unpleasant if you refuse." This actually drew a weak laugh from her. Unpleasant? After all she had been through? Sophia lifted her head and fully met the woman's eyes for the first time, a place she had feared staring into until now. They weren't cold like those of the man who had led her here. They sparked with a deep-seated anger, but also confusion. A frown thinned the woman's lips. "Do what you have to," Sophia said, realizing the power in her own despair. This woman could not touch her, harm her. They had taken too much last night, left nothing that could threaten her. Both of them knew this truth at the same moment. A flash of worry showed in the pinch of the other's eyebrows.
She needs me, Sophia knew with certainty. The woman had lied about having access to some other expert. She can't get someone else. Steel flowed through Sophia, firming her resolve, firing away the last of her drug-induced lassitude. Once before, a woman had walked out of nowhere and into her life, a bomb strapped to her chest, passionate with religious fervor, ending lives without mercy, all aimed at Sophia. That woman had died in the explosion back in Tel Aviv. Afterward, Sophia had never been able to confront her, to hold her responsible. Instead, she took the guilt upon herself. But it was even more than that. Sophia had never been able to exact revenge for the deaths laid at her feet, to purge her guilt. That was no longer true. She faced her captor, never breaking eye contact. She remembered wishing she could have stopped that woman in Tel Aviv, met her earlier, somehow prevented the explosion, the deaths. Could it be true about a source of antimatter? She pictured the explosion at the British Museum, the aftermath. What would someone like this woman do with such power? How many more would die? Sophia could not let that happen. What is your name? The question startled her captor. The reaction caused a flash of pleasure to erupt in Sophia, as bright as the sun, painful but satisfying. You said you'd tell me the truth. The woman frowned, but answered slowly. Cassandra Sanchez. What will you have me do, Cassandra? Sophia enjoyed the look of irritation in the other at the informal use of her name. If I cooperate. The woman stood, anger flashing. In an hour, we will leave for the tomb of Imran, where the heart statue was found, where you were planning to head with the others. That's where we'll start. Sophia stood. One last question. The woman stared at her quizzically. Who do you work for? Tell me that, and I'll cooperate. Before answering, the woman crossed to the door, opened it, and waved for her man Kane to collect the prisoner. She spoke from the doorway. I work for the U.S. government. 1:01 p.m. Cassandra waited until the museum curator had left and the door had been closed. She kicked a palm frond woven wastepaper basket across the room, scattering its contents across the plank floor. A Pepsi can rattled and rolled to a stop by the sofa. Really difficult person. She had to restrain herself from further outbursts, bottling back her anger. The woman had seemed broken. Cassandra had never imagined her to be so cunning there at the end. She had seen the shift in the other's eyes, a glacial slide of power from her over to her prisoner. She had been unable to stop it. How had that happened? She clenched her hands into fists, then forced her fingers to relax and shook her arms. Difficult person, she mumbled to the room. But at least the prisoner was going to cooperate. It was a victory with which she would have to be satisfied. The minister would be pleased. Still, bile churned in her stomach, keeping her mood sour. The curator had more strength in her than Cassandra had imagined. She began to understand Painter's interest in the woman. Painter. Cassandra heaved out a perturbed sigh. His body had never been found. It left her feeling unmoored. If only. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. John Kane pushed inside before she could even turn. Irritation flashed at his blatant invasion of her privacy, his lack of respect. Lunch was brought up to the prisoner, he said. She'll be ready at 1400. Cassandra crossed to the table of electronic gear. How did the subdermal function? Registering perfectly. A good, strong tracking signal. Last night, after the prisoner had been drugged, they had implanted a subdermal microtransceiver between her shoulder blades.
The same device Cassandra was supposed to have implanted on Zhang back in the States, Cassandra found it especially gratifying to use Painter's own design in this matter. The microtransceiver would act as an electronic leash on the prisoner when they were on the streets. They would be able to track the curator for a 10-mile radius. Any attempt at escape would be quashed. Very good, she said. See that your men are all ready. They are. Kane bristled at her command, but his neck was also on the line if this mission failed. Any word from local authorities about the ship's explosion last night? CNN is blaming it on unknown terrorists. He snorted at this last. What about survivors? Bodies? Definitely no survivors. Salvage is just beginning to determine cause and body count. She nodded. Okay, get your men ready. You're dismissed. Rolling his eyes a bit, he swung away and left the room, pushing the door behind him, but he didn't close it completely. She had to cross over and shove it the rest of the way. The latch clicked. Just keep needling. Painter's a difficult person. Sighing her frustration, she moved back to the sofa. She sat down, on the edge. No survivors. She pictured Painter, remembering the first time he had succumbed to her subtle advances, her carefully orchestrated seduction, their first kiss. He had tasted sweet of the wine they'd had at dinner, his arms around her, his lips. Their connection deepened. She leaned back into the sofa, less resolved than a moment ago. She felt more anger than satisfaction after the night's mission, more edgy, and she knew why. Until she saw Painter's drowned corpse, his name on the list of the dead dragged from the sea, she would never know with certainty. Her thoughts lingered on their intimacy, remembering. Could things have turned out differently between them? She closed her eyes, fingers clenching on her belly, hating herself for even pondering the possibility. Gosh, Painter. No matter what she might fantasize, it would have ended badly. That's what the past had taught her. First, her father. His presence became a terror at night, starting when she was 11, high on crack, promising, threatening. Cassandra had retreated to books, erecting a wall between her and the world. In books, she learned how potassium stops the heart, undetectable. On her 17th birthday, her father was found dead in his lazy-boy. No one paid attention to one needle puncture among the others. Her mother suspected and feared her. With no reason to stay at home, she joined the army at 18, finding pleasure in hardening herself, testing herself. Then the offer to enter a Special Forces marksman program. It was an honor, but not everyone thought of it that way. At Fort Bragg, an enlisted man pushed her into an alley, intending to correct her. He held her down, ripped open her shirt. "Who's your daddy now, difficult person?" A mistake. Both the man's legs were broken. They were never able to repair his injuries. She was allowed to leave the service as long as she kept her mouth shut. She was good at secrets. Afterward, Sigma came calling, and the Guild. It became all about power. Another way to harden herself. She had accepted. Then Painter, his smile, his calm. Pain flowed into her. Dead or alive? She had to know. While she knew better than to make any assumptions, she could make contingency arrangements. She shoved off the sofa and stalked to the equipment table. The laptop was open. She checked the feed from the microtransceiver planted on the prisoner and clicked the GPS mapping feature. A three-dimensional grid appeared. The tracking device, depicted by a rotating blue ring, showed her in her cell. If Painter was out there, he'd come for her. She stared at the screen. Her prisoner might think she had gained an upper hand earlier, but Cassandra took the longer view. She had modified Painter's subdermal transceiver, paired it with one designed by the Guild. It required amplifying the power cell, but once this was done, the modifications allowed Cassandra, at any time, to ignite an embedded pellet of C4, to take out the woman's spine, killing her with a keystroke. So if Painter was still out there, let him come. She was ready to end all uncertainty. 1:32 p.m. Everyone collapsed on the sand, bone-tired. The stolen flatbed truck steamed on the narrow coastal road behind them, its hood open. The stretch of white sand spread in an arc, bordered by rocky limestone cliffs that tumbled into the sea on either end. It was deserted, isolated from any village. Painter stared south, trying to pierce the 50 or so miles that lay between him and Salalah. Safia had to be there. He prayed he wasn't already too late. Behind him, Omaha and the 3 desert phantoms argued in Arabic over the engine compartment of the truck. The others sought the shade of the cliffs, collapsing and spent from the long night of rugged travel. The steel bed of the truck offered no cushioning against the bumps and ruts in the coastal road. Painter had caught snippets of sleep, but managed no real rest, just restless dreams.
He touched his left eye, half swollen shut now. The pain focused him on their situation. The journey, while steady, had been slow, limited by the terrain and the condition of the old road. And now a radiator hose had burst. The delay risked all. A crunch of sand drew his attention around to Coral. She wore a loose-fitting robe, a bit too short, showing her bare ankles. Her hair and face were smudged with the oil from the bed of the truck. "We're late," she said. He nodded. But how late? Coral glanced at her watch, a Breitling her diver's chronograph. She was rated one of the best logistics and strategists in the organization. "I estimate Cassandra's assault team made landfall at Salalah no later than mid-morning. They'll delay only long enough to make sure no one marked them for the Shabab's bombing and to secure a fallback position in the city. Best and worst case scenarios? Worst. They reached the tomb 2 hours ago. Best, they're heading there right now." Painter shook his head. "Not much of a window. No, it's not. We shouldn't fool ourselves otherwise." She eyed him. "The assault team demonstrated their drive and focus. With their victory at sea, they'll proceed with a renewed determination. But there may be one hope." "What's that?" "Though determined, they'll proceed with extra caution." He frowned at this. Coral explained. "You mentioned earlier the element of surprise. That's not truly where our best strength lies. From the profile I received on Captain Sanchez, she's not one to take risks. She'll proceed as if she expects pursuit. And this is to our advantage? How? When someone is always looking over their shoulder, they're more likely to trip." "How very zen of you, Novak." She shrugged. "My mother was a Buddhist." He glanced at her. Her statement was said so deadpan that he couldn't tell if she was joking or not. "Okay," Omaha called as the engine choked, caught, and grumbled. More roughly than before, but it was running. "Mount up, everybody." A few wordless protests erupted as the others pushed from the sand. Painter climbed in ahead of Kara, helping her up. He noted a tremble in her hands. "Are you all right?" She freed her hand, clasping it in her other. She would not meet his eyes. "Fine, just worried about Safia." She found a shady spot in the back corner. The others did the same. The sun had begun to heat up the flat bed. Omaha leaped into the back as the giant barrack closed the drop gate. He was covered with oil and grease from his elbows to fingertips. "You got it running," Danny said, squinting at his brother, not so much from the sun's glare as nearsightedness. He'd lost his glasses during the explosion. It had been a very tough introduction to Arabia for the young man, but he seemed to be holding up well. "Will the engine last to Salalah?" Omaha shrugged, collapsing on the bed next to his brother. "We jerry-rigged something, stoppered the bad hose to keep it from leaking."
The engine may overheat, but we only have another 50 or so miles to go. We'll make it. Painter wished he could share the man's enthusiasm. He settled into a seat between Coral and Clay. The truck jerked forward, jostling them all, earning a worried whinny from the stallion. Its hooves clattered on the knobby bed. Wafts of diesel exhaust smoked up as the truck lurched back onto the road and set off again toward Salalah. As the sun reflected off of every surface, Painter closed his eyes against the glare. With no hope of sleep, he found himself thinking about Cassandra. He rolled his past experience with his ex-partner through his head. Strategy sessions, inter-office meetings, various operations in the field. In all such matters, Cassandra had proven his equal. But he'd been blind to her subterfuge, her streak of cold-bloodedness, her calculated ruthlessness. Here she surpassed him, making her a better field operative. He pondered Coral's words from a moment ago. When someone is always looking over their shoulder, they're more likely to trip. Had he done that himself? Since the museum's foiled heist, he had been too conscious of his past with Cassandra, his focus on her too muddled, unable to balance past with present, even in his heart. Was that what had allowed him to let his guard down aboard the Shabab Oman? Some belief in Cassandra's ultimate goodness? If he had fallen for her, there must have been something true between them. Now he knew better. A grunt of protest drew his attention across the truck bed. Clay yanked his cloak to cover his knees. He made for a poor Arab, what with his pale skin, shaved red hair, and studded ears.
He caught Painter's eye. "So, what do you think? Will we get there in time?" Painter knew honesty was best from here on out. "I don't know." 2:13 p.m. Safia rode in the back seat of the four-wheel drive Mitsubishi. 3 other identical vehicles trailed behind. They composed a small funeral parade headed to the tomb of the Virgin Mary's father, Nabi Imran. Safia sat stiffly. The SUV smelled new. The crispness of the interior charcoal leather, titanium trim, blue accent lights, all belied the ragged state of its passenger, and she could not blame all the red-rimmed fogginess on the after-effects of the sedatives. Instead, her mind spun on her earlier conversation with Cassandra. Painter. Who was he? How could he have once been partnered with Cassandra? What did that mean? She felt bruised inside, sore to the touch, as she pictured his wry smile, the way his hand touched so lightly on hers, reassuring. What else had he kept hidden? Safia pushed her confusion down deep, unable to face it yet, not sure even why it affected her so much. They barely knew each other. She turned her focus instead on the other disturbing comment by Cassandra, how she worked for the U.S. government. Was that possible? Though Safia was well aware of the occasionally ruthless nature of American foreign policy, she could not fathom U.S. policymakers advocating this attack. Even the men under Cassandra had a raw mercenary flair about them. Their nearness prickled her skin. These were no ordinary American soldiers. And then there was the man named Kane, always dressed in black. She recognized his Queensland accent, an Aussie. He drove their vehicle, a little heavy-footed, corners taken too sharply, almost angrily. What was his story? The truck's remaining occupant sat beside Safia. Cassandra watched the passing scenery, her hands in her lap, like any tourist, except she carried 3 guns. Cassandra had showed them to Safia, a warning. One in a shoulder holster, another at the base of her back, and the last strapped to her ankle. Safia suspected there was a hidden 4th weapon. Trapped, she had no choice but to sit still. As they traversed central Salalah, Safia watched the built-in navigation track the vehicle. They rounded past a beachside resort, the Hilton Salalah, then cut across traffic and aimed for the inner municipal district, the Al-Khuf area, where the tomb of Nabi Imran awaited them. It was not much farther. Salalah was a small town, taking minutes to cross from one side to the other. The city's chief attractions lay beyond the municipality, in the natural wonders of the surrounding landscape. The magnificent sandy beach of Mughal, the ancient ruins of Samhuran, the myriad plantations that prospered under the monsoon rains. And a bit farther inland, the green mountains of Dhofar loomed as a backdrop, one of the few places on earth where the rare frankincense trees grew. Safia gazed toward the misted mountains, a place of eternal mystery and wealth. Though oil had replaced frankincense as Oman's main source of riches, incense still drove the local economy of Salalah. The traditional open-air markets scented the township with samplings of rosewater, ambergris, sandalwood, and myrrh. It was the perfume center of the world. All the top designers flew here to sample wares. Still, in the past, frankincense was the true treasure of the country, surpassing even gold. Trade in the precious incense fueled Omani commerce, drove its seafaring dhows to as far north as Jordan and Turkey, and as far west as Africa. But it was the overland route, the incense road, that became the true stuff of legend. Ancient ruins dotted its course, cryptic and mysterious, their histories mingled with the religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The most famous was Ubar, the 1,000-pillared city, founded by the descendants of Noah, a city that grew rich through the pivotal role it played as a major watering hole for caravans passing through the desert. Now, millennia later, Ubar had become the focus of power again. Blood had been shed to discover its secret, to expose its heart. Safia had to resist glancing over her shoulder to the silver case in back. The iron heart had come from Salalah, a bridge crumb left behind, a trail marker to the true wealth of Ubar. Antimatter? Could it be possible? Their Mitsubishi slowed and turned down an unpaved side street. They passed a line of roadside stands, sheltered under palm trees, selling dates, coconuts, and grapes. Their truck idled slowly past. Safia considered jumping for it, fleeing away. But she'd been buckled in place. Any move toward the belt's release, and she'd be stopped. And then there were the trailing vehicles, full of armed men. One truck made the turn behind them, the other continued, perhaps circling around to cordon off the other end of the alley. Safia wondered at such extra measures. Cain and Cassandra seemed more than enough to handle the prisoner. Safia knew there was no escape. It would be her death to attempt it. A surge of fiery heat, a long-suppressed anger burned through her. She would not sacrifice herself needlessly. She would play their game, but wait for her chance. She glanced sidelong at Cassandra. She would have her revenge, for her friends, for herself. This thought sustained her as their truck pulled to a stop outside a set of wrought iron gates, the entrance to the tomb of Nabi Imran. "Don't try anything," Cassandra warned, as if reading her mind. John Cain spoke to a gate attendant, half leaning out the window. A few Omani rials passed hands. The gate guard pressed a button, and the gate swung open, allowing the vehicle to pass inside. Cain pulled in slowly and parked. The other truck took a position by the roadside stands. Cain hopped out and came back to open her door. It could be taken as a chivalrous act in any normal circumstance. At the present time, it was merely a precaution. He offered a hand to help her out. Safia refused, climbing free herself. Cassandra came around the back of the truck. She carried the silver case. What now? Safia searched around her. Where to begin? They stood in the middle of a flagstone courtyard, walled and bordered by small orderly gardens. Across the courtyard, a small mosque rose. Its whitewashed minaret climbed blindingly into the midday glare, topped by a brownish-gold dome.
A small circular balcony at the top marked the place for the muezzin to sing the adhan, the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. Safia offered her own prayer. Silence was her only answer, but it still gave her comfort. Within the courtyard, the sounds of the surrounding town were muted, hushed, as if the very air had stilled at the holiness of the shrine. A few worshippers moved discreetly through the grounds, respectful of the burial tomb that stretched along one side, a long, low building, framed in arches, painted white, trimmed in green. Within the building stood the gravesite of Nabi Imran, the father of the Virgin Mary. Cassandra stepped in front of her. The woman's impatience, her pent-up energy, stirred the air, leaving a wake behind her that was almost palpable. "So, where do we begin?" "At the beginning," Safia mumbled, and strode forward. They needed her. Though a prisoner, she would not be rushed. Knowledge was her shield. Cassandra strode after her. Safia walked toward the entrance to the burial sanctuary. A robed man, one of the tomb's attendants, strode out to meet their party. "Salam alaikum," he greeted. "Alaikum assalam," Safia responded. As Afwa, he apologized and pointed to his head. Women are not allowed into the tomb with their hair uncovered. He pulled free a pair of green scarves. "Shukran," Safia thanked him and quickly donned the apparel. Her fingers moved with a skill she long thought lost. She found not a small degree of satisfaction when the man had to help Cassandra. The caretaker stepped away. "Peace be with you," he offered as he retreated to the shaded gallery, back to his post. "We'll have to take off our shoes and sandals too," Safia said, nodding to the row of abandoned footwear outside the door. Soon, barefoot, they entered the tomb. The sanctuary was simply one long hall, encompassing the length of the building. At one end was a raised brown marble headstone the size of a small altar. Incense burned atop the marble in a pair of matching bronze braziers, giving the room a medicinal scent. But it was the grave below the headstone that captured the immediate attention. Down the middle of the hall stretched a 30-meter-long sepulchre, raised a half-meter above the floor, and draped in a rainbow of cloths imprinted with phrases from the Quran. Flanking the grave, the floor was draped with prayer rugs. "That's a big grave," Cain said softly. A single worshiper rose from his rug, glanced at the newcomers, and silently exited the room. They had the space to themselves. Safia paced the 30-meter length of the shrouded tomb.
It was said that if you measured the length along one side of the sepulchre, you'd never get the same measurement on the other. She had never tested this bit of folklore. Cassandra followed at her shoulder, gazing around. "What do you know about this place?" Safia shrugged as she circled the end of the tomb and began the return journey toward the marble headstone. "The tomb has been revered since the Middle Ages, but all these trappings," she waved her hand to encompass the vault and courtyard. "All of this is relatively new." Safia strode forward to the marble headstone. She placed a hand on its surface. This was the spot where Reginald Kensington excavated the sandstone statue that hid the Iron Heart, some 40 years ago. Cassandra stepped forward with the small case. She circled the stone altar. The floating snakes of incense from the pair of braziers stirred in her passage, an angry, writhing motion. Kane spoke up. "So the Virgin Mary's father is really buried here?" "There's some controversy surrounding that claim." Cassandra glanced at her. "How so?" "Most major Christian groups, Catholics, Byzantines, Nestorians, Jacobites, believe Mary's father was a man named Joachim, but this is contested. The Quran claims she descended from a highly respected family, that of Imran, as does the Jewish faith. According to their stories, Imran and his wife desired a child, but his wife was barren. Imran prayed for a male child, one whom he would dedicate to the temple in Jerusalem. His prayer was answered. His wife became pregnant, but with a female child, Mary. Joyous still, her parents devoted her to live a life of piety in honor of God's miracle. Until she got knocked up by an angel. Yes, that's when things get sticky between the religions. "What about the statue, the one at the head of the grave?" Cassandra asked, drawing the conversation back to their goal. "Why was it placed here?" Safia stood before the marble headstone and pondered the same question herself, as she had on the whole journey from London. Why would someone place a clue to Ubar in a place tied to the Virgin Mary, a figure revered by all three religious faiths, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam? Was it because they knew the site would be protected throughout the ages? Each religion had an interest in preserving the tomb. No one could have anticipated Reginald Kensington excavating the statue and adding it to his collection back in England. But who originally brought the statue to the shrine, and why? Was it because Salalah marked the beginning of the incense road? Was the statue the first signpost, the first trail marker leading into the heart of Arabia? Safia's mind spun with various scenarios: the age of the statue, the mystery surrounding the tomb, the multi-faith veneration of the site. She turned to Cassandra. "I need to see the heart." "Why?" "Because you're right, the statue must have been placed here for a reason." Cassandra stared at her for a long moment, then knelt atop one of the prayer rugs, snapped open the case. The iron heart shone dully within its black rubberized cushioning. Safia joined her and lifted the heart free. Again she was surprised by its weight. It felt too dense for plain iron. As she stood, she felt the vague sloshing from within, heavy, as if some molten lead filled the heart's iron chambers. She carried it over to the marble altar. The statue was said to be propped up here. As she swung around, a few bits of frankincense dribbled from the end of one of the heart's vessels and scattered like salt atop the marble altar. Safia held the heart up to her own chest, positioning it anatomically, ventricles down, the aortic arch passing on the left as it would lie in her own body. She stood above the long, narrow tomb and pictured the museum statue before the explosion had blasted it apart. It had stood almost 7 feet, a draped figure wearing a headdress and face scarf typical of the Bedouin today. The figure had borne aloft a long funerary incense burner on the shoulder as if aiming a rifle. Safia stared down at the grains of ancient frankincense. Was the same incense once burned here? She cradled the fist of cold iron in the crook of one arm and picked up a few crystalline grains and tossed them in a neighboring brazier, sending up a prayer for her friends. They sizzled and gave off a fresh whiff of sweetness to the air. Closing her eyes, she inhaled. The air was redolent with frankincense, the scent of the ancient past. As she breathed, she traveled back in time to before the birth of Christ. She pictured the long-dead frankincense tree that produced this incense, a scraggly, scrubby tree with tiny gray-green leaves. She imagined the ancients who harvested the sap. They were a reclusive tribe in the mountains, so isolated and old that their language predated modern Arabian. Only a handful of tribesmen still survived in isolation up in their mountains, eking out a meager living. She heard their language in her head, a sing-song sibilance that was compared to birdsong. These people, the Shara, claimed to be the last surviving descendants of Ubar, tracing their lineage to its founding fathers. Had such a people harvested this incense themselves? As she drew the past into her with each breath, she felt herself swoon, the room spinning beneath her. Momentarily unable to discern up from down, she caught herself on the edge of the altar, her knees losing strength.
John Kane grabbed her elbow, the elbow cradling the heart. It bobbled in her grip and fell. The heart struck the altar with a dull clank and rolled across the slick marble, spinning on its iron surface, slightly wobbly, as if whatever liquid was inside had thrown it off balance. Cassandra lunged for it. "No," Safia warned, "leave it be." The heart spun a final time and came to rest. As it settled, it seemed to rock and swing slightly contrary, then stopped completely. "Don't touch it," Safia knelt down, eyes even with the edge of the altar stone. The incense cloyed the air. The heart rested in the exact position she had been holding it a moment before, ventricles down, aortic arch up and to the left. Safia stood. She adjusted her body to match the position of the heart, again as if it were residing in her own chest. Once in position, she corrected the placement of her feet and lifted her arms, pretending to hold an invisible rifle in her hands or a funerary incense burner. Frozen in the pose of the ancient statue, sighted down the length of her raised arm. It pointed straight along the long axis of the tomb, perfectly aligned. Safia lowered her arms and stared at the iron heart. What were the odds that the heart would by pure chance settle into this exact position? She remembered the sloshing inside the heart, pictured its jittery spin, its final wobble at the end. Like a compass. She stared down the long length of tomb, raising her arm to sight along it. Her gaze traveled past the walls, out over the city and beyond, away from the coast, out toward the distant green mountains. Then she knew. She had to be sure. "I need a map." "Why?" Cassandra asked. "Because I know where we have to go next." Safety first. December 3, 3:02 p.m. Salalah, Omaha, half drowsing in the truck's bed, felt the telltale rattle under the seat of his pants. Gosh. The vibration in the flatbed grew worse, jarring. Those who had been dozing, heads lolling in the heat, glanced up, faces creased with strained worry. From the front of the truck, the engine coughed a final time and died with a sighing gasp of smoke. Black clouds billowed over the truck, issuing from under the hood. A reek of burned oil accompanied it. The flatbed coasted to the side of the road, bumped into the sandy shoulder, and braked to a stop. "End of the line," Omaha said. The Arabian stallion stamped a hoof in protest. "You and me both," Omaha thought. He stood along with the others, dusted off his cloak, and crossed to the drop gate. He yanked the release. The gate fell away and crashed with a clatter into the sand. They all clambered down as Captain Al-Hafi and his two men, Barak and Sharif, vacated the cab. Smoke still billowed, smudging into the sky. "Where are we?" Kara asked, shielding her eyes and staring down the winding road. To either side, sugarcane fields climbed in swaths of dense fronds, obscuring distances. "How far are we from Salalah?" Omaha said, punctuating with a shrug. He was unsure. It could be twice that. Captain Al-Hafi approached the group. "We should go now." He waved an arm toward the smoke. "People will come to see." Omaha nodded. It wouldn't be good to be found loitering around the stolen truck, or even a borrowed one. "We'll have to walk the rest of the way," Painter said. He was the last out of the flatbed. He had the stallion in tow on a rope lead. He led the skittish horse down the dropped gate. It shook and danced a bit once on solid ground. As Painter consoled it, Omaha noted the man's left eye had begun to purple but appeared less swollen. He glanced away, balanced between shame for his earlier outburst and the residual anger he still felt. With no gear, they were soon underway, trekking along the road shoulder.
They moved like a small caravan, in twos. Captain Al-Hafi led them. Painter and Coral trailed last with the horse. Omaha heard the pair speaking in whispers, strategizing. He slowed to drop beside them. He refused to be left out of the discussion. Kara noted this too and joined them. "What's the plan once we get into Salalah?" Omaha asked. Painter frowned. "We keep low. Coral and I wait." Omaha cut him off. "You're not leaving me behind. I'm not going to hide away in some hotel while you two go traipsing about." His angry outburst was heard by all. "We can't all go to the tomb," Painter said. "We'll be spotted. Coral and I are trained in surveillance and intelligence gathering. We'll need to reconnoiter the area, search for Safia, stake it out if she's not arrived there yet." "And what if she's already been there and gone?" Omaha asked. "We can find that out. Ask some discreet questions." Kara spoke up. "If she's gone, we won't know where they've taken her." Painter stared. Omaha noted the worry shadowing the man's eyes, as dark as the bruise under the left one. "You think we're already too late," Omaha said. "We can't know for certain." Omaha stared off into the distance. A few buildings could be seen near the horizon, the city's edge. Too far, too late. "Someone has to go on ahead," Omaha said. "How?" Kara asked. Not turning around, Omaha pointed a thumb back over his shoulder. "The horse. One of us, maybe two, could ride the horse into town. Go straight to the tomb. Check it out. Keep hidden. Watch for Safia. Trail her if she leaves." Silence answered him. Coral met his eyes. "Painter and I were just discussing that." "I should go," Painter said. Omaha stopped, turning to face the man fully. "And why really's that?" "I know the city. I know its back alleys." Painter stared him down. "You haven't the experience in surveillance. This is no time for amateurs. You'll be spotted. Give away our advantage." "Like gosh I will. I may not have had any formal training, but I've had years of field work in places where it's best not to be seen. I can blend in if I have to." Painter spoke bluntly, no bravado. "But I'm better. This is what I do." Omaha clenched a fist. He heard the certainty in the other's voice. A part of him wanted to pound it out of the man, but another part believed him. He didn't have Painter's experience. What was the best choice? How could he walk when he wanted to run to Safia? A cord of pain wrapped around his heart. "And what will you do if you find her?" "Nothing," Painter continued. "I will study their manpower, find a weakness, wait for the proper moment." Kara spoke up, hands on her hips. "And what about us?" Coral answered her as Omaha and Painter continued their standoff. "We have a safe house prearranged as backup in Salalah, cash and supplies." Of course they would, Omaha thought. "Guns?" Kara asked. Coral nodded. "We'll go there first. Load up. I'll make contact with Washington, debrief them on our status, arrange for additional—" "No," Painter interrupted. "No communication. I'll contact you all as soon as I can. We'll move forward from there on our own. No outside help." Omaha read the silent discourse that passed between Painter and his partner. It seemed it was not only the Omani government that Painter suspected of leaks, but also their own government. This woman, Cassandra Sanchez, had been one step ahead of them all along. She must be getting inside information. Painter's eyes settled back to Omaha. "Are we straight with this plan?" Omaha slowly nodded, though it was like iron bars had been rammed down the back of his neck. Painter began to turn away, but Omaha stopped him, moving in closer. Omaha pulled free the pistol from inside his cloak and passed Painter the gun. "If you have a chance, any chance, I'll take it," he said, accepting the weapon. Omaha stepped back, and Painter mounted the stallion. He rode bareback, using a makeshift rein of tow line. "I'll see you all in Salalah," he mumbled, and kicked the horse into a trot, then a full gallop, crouched low. "I hope he's as good a spy as he is a rider," Kara said. Omaha watched Painter vanish around a bend in the road. Then the group set off again, moving slowly, too slowly, toward the waiting city. 3:42 p.m.
Safia leaned over the topographical map of the Dhofar region. It lay spread over the hood of their truck. She had a digital compass resting in the center, along with a straight-edge plastic ruler. She made a subtle alteration in the ruler's position on the map, aligning it exactly along the same axis as the tomb of Nabi Imran. Before leaving the vault, she had spent several minutes using the laser-calibrated compass to get the precise measurement. "What are you doing?" Cassandra asked at her shoulder for the 5th time. Still ignoring her, Sophia bent closer, nose almost to the paper. "This is the best I could do without computers." She held out a hand. "Pen." Kane reached into an inside jacket pocket and passed her a ballpoint. Glancing up, she caught a brief glimpse of a gun holstered at his shoulder. She took the pen cautiously from his fingers. She refused to meet his eyes. More than Cassandra, the man made her edgy, shook her resolve. Sophia concentrated on the map, focusing her full attention on the mystery, the next clue to the secret heart of Ubar. She drew a line along the edge of the ruler, then pulled it away. A blue line arrowed straight out from Nabi Imran's tomb and shot across the countryside. She followed the line with her finger, noting the terrain it crossed, searching for a specific name. She had a good idea what she would find. As her finger followed beyond the city of Salalah, the lines of the topographic map began to multiply as the landscape rippled up into foothills, then mountains. She followed the line of blue ink until it crossed a small black dot atop a steep-sided mount. Her finger came to rest and tapped the spot. Cassandra leaned closer and read the name printed beneath her finger. Jabal Iteen. She glanced to Sophia. "Mount Iteen," Sophia said, and studied the small black dot that marked the small mountain. "Atop here lies another tomb. And like the one here, this spot is also revered across all faiths, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Whose tomb is it? Another prophet, Ayub, or in English, Job." Cassandra simply frowned at her. Sophia elaborated. "Job appears in both the Bible and the Quran. He was a man rich in wealth and family, who remained steadfast in his devotion to God. As a test, all was stripped from him, wealth, children, even his own health. So horrible were his afflictions that he was shunned and forced to live in isolation here." She tapped the map. "On Mount Iteen." Still, despite the hardships, Job continued in his faith and devotion. For his loyalty, God told Job to strike the ground with your foot. A spring was called forth from which Job drank and bathed. His afflictions were cured, and he became a young man again. He lived the rest of his life on Mount Iteen and was eventually buried there. And you think this tomb is the next spot on the road to Ubar? If the first signpost was erected at this tomb, it only follows that the next would be in a similar location, another grave site of a holy personage revered by all the religions of the region. Then that's where we must go next. Cassandra reached to the map. Sophia slapped a hand atop the paper, stopping her. "There's no way I can be certain what, if anything, we'll find there. I've been to Job's tomb before. I saw nothing significant related to Ubar. And we have no clue where to begin to search, not even an iron heart." She again pictured the way the heart had wobbled atop the marble altar, aligning itself like a compass. It could take years to discover the next piece to the puzzle. "That is why you're here," Cassandra said, snatching up the map and waving for Kane to get the prisoner back into the SUV. "To solve this riddle." Sophia shook her head. It seemed an impossible task, or so Sophia wanted Cassandra to believe. Despite her protests, she had a distinct idea of how to proceed, but she was unsure how to use this knowledge to her advantage. She climbed into the back again with Cassandra and settled into her seat as the truck angled through the entry gate. Out in the street, the vendors were beginning to load up their wares as the afternoon waned. A lone stray dog, all ribs and leg bones, wandered listlessly among the strip of stands and carts. It lifted its nose as a horse passed slowly along behind the row of makeshift shops, led by a man draped from head to toe in a Bedouin desert cloak. The truck continued down the lane, aiming for another Mitsubishi parked at the end. The procession would continue into the foothills. Sophia stared at the GPS navigation system on the dashboard. Streets radiated outward. The countryside awaited. And another tomb. She hoped it wasn't her own. 4:42 p.m. Mount Iteen. Very scorpions.
Dr. Jacques Bertrand crushed the black-armored intruder under his heel before settling to the rug that cushioned his workspace. He had been gone only minutes to fetch more water from his Land Rover, and the scorpions had already invaded his shaded alcove in the cliff. In this harsh landscape of hard scrabble, bitter brush, and stone, nothing went to waste, not even a spot in the shade. Jacques sprawled on his back in the niche, face up. An inscription in epigraphic South Arabian had been carved into the roof of the niche, an ancient burial crypt. The surrounding landscape was littered with them, all overshadowed by Job's tomb atop the mount where he labored. The entire region had become a cemetery. This was the third crypt he had documented today, the last for this long, interminably hot day. He already dreamed of his hotel suite at the Salalah Hilton, a dip in the pool, a glass of Chardonnay. With this thought firming him to his task, he set to work. Running a camel hair brush over the inscription, he cleaned it a final time. As an archaeologist specializing in ancient languages, Jacques was currently on a grant to road map early Semitic scripts, tracing their lineage from past to present. Aramaic, Elamic, Palmyrene, Nabatean, Samaritan, Hebrew. Grave sites were great sources of the written word, immortalizing prayers, praises, and epitaphs. With a prickly shiver, Jacques lowered his brush. He suddenly had an intense feeling of being watched. It welled over him, some primeval sense of danger. Raising up on an elbow, he stared down past his legs. The region was rife with bandits and thieves, but in the shadow of Job's tomb, a most holy shrine, none would venture to commit a crime. It would be a death sentence. Knowing this, he had left his rifle back in the rover. He stared out into the brightness. Nothing. Still, he pulled his booted feet fully into the niche. If someone was out there, someone meaning him harm, perhaps he could remain hidden. A tick-tick of a pebble rolling down a rocky slope sounded from the left. His ears strained. He felt trapped. Then a shape moved across the entrance to the crypt. It padded past, sauntering, lazy, but confident with power. Its red fur, speckled in shadow, blended with the red rock. Jacques held his breath, trapped between terror and disbelief. He had heard tales, been warned of their presence in the wilds of the Dhofar Mountains. Panthera pardus nim, the Arabian leopard. Nearly extinct, but not extinct enough for his tastes. The large cat moved past, but it was not alone. A second leopard strode into view, moving faster, younger, more agitated. Then a third, a male, huge paws, splaying with each step, yellow claws. A pack. He held his breath, praying, near mindless, a caveman huddling against the dangers beyond his hole. Then another figure strode into view. Not a cat. Bare legs, bare feet, moving with the same feline grace. A woman. From his vantage point, he could see nothing above her thighs. She ignored him as surely as the leopards, moving swiftly past, heading higher up the mountain. Jacques slipped from the crypt, like Lazarus rising from his grave. He could not stop himself. He poked his head out, on his hands and knees. The woman climbed the rock face, following some path known only to her.
She was the color of warm mocha, sleek black hair to the waist, moving with a natural ease. She seemed to sense his gaze, though she did not turn around. He felt it in his head, the overwhelming feeling of being watched again. It bubbled through him. Fear prickled, but he could not look away. She strode among the leopards, continuing upward, toward the tomb at the top. Her form seemed to shimmer, a heat mirage across sun-baked sand. A scratching sound drew his glance to his hands and knees. A pair of scorpions scuttled over his fingers. They were not poisonous, but dealt a wicked sting. He gasped as more and more boiled out of cracks and crevices, scrabbling down walls, dropping from the roof. Hundreds. A nest. He scrambled from the crypt. He felt stings, sparks of fire on his back, ankles, neck, hands. He fell out of the opening and rolled across the hard soil. More stings flashed like cigarette burns. He cried out, maddened with pain.
He clambered up, shaking his limbs, stripping his jacket, slapping a hand through his hair. He stamped his feet and stumbled back down the slope. Scorpions still scuttled about the crypt's opening. He glanced higher, suddenly fearful of drawing the leopard's attention. But the cliff face was empty. The woman, the cats, had vanished. It was impossible. But the fire from the scorpion stings had burned all curiosity from him. He fell back and away, retreating for his parked rover. Still, his eyes quested, moving higher, to the top, to where the tomb of Job waited. He pulled open the door to his rover and climbed into the driver's seat. He had been warned away. He knew it with dread certainty. Something horrible was going to happen up there. 4:45 p.m. Salala Safia still alive, Painter said as soon as he strolled through the door of the safe house. It was not so much a house as a two-room flat above an import-export shop that bordered the Al-Hafa souk. With such a business fronting the safe house, none would question the comings and goings of strangers. Just the normal part of business. The noise of the neighboring market was a chatter of languages, voices, and bartering. The room smelled of curry and old mattresses. Painter pushed past Coral, who had opened the door upon his knock. He had already noted the two desert phantoms posted discreetly out front, watching the approach up to the safe house. The others were gathered in the front room, exhausted, road-worn. A run of water tinkled from the neighboring bathroom. Painter noted Kara was missing. Danny, Omaha, and Clay all had wet hair. They had been taking turns showering away the trail dust and grime. Captain Al-Hafi had found a robe, but it was too tight for his shoulders. Omaha stood as Painter entered. Where is she? Safia and the others were leaving the tomb just as I arrived, in a caravan of SUVs, heavily armed. Painter crossed to the tiny kitchenette. He leaned over the sink, turned the tap, and ran his head under the spigot. Omaha stood behind him. Then why aren't you tracking them? Painter straightened, sweeping back his sodden hair. Trails of water coursed down his neck and back. I am. He kept his eyes hard upon Omaha, then stepped past him to Coral. How are we equipped? She nodded to the door leading to the back room. I thought it best to wait for you. The electronic keypad proved trickier than I had imagined. Show me. She led him to the door. The flat was a CIA safe house, permanently stocked, one of many throughout the world. Sigma had been alerted to its location when the mission was assembled. Backup in case it was needed. It was. Painter spotted the electronic keypad hidden under a fold of curtain. Coral had pinned the drape out of the way. A small array of crude tools lay on the floor. Fingernail clipper, razor blades, tweezers, nail file. From the bathroom, Coral said. Painter knelt in front of the keypad. Coral had opened the casing, exposing the electronics. He studied the circuits. Coral leaned beside him, pointing to some clipped wires, red and blue. I was able to disable the silent alarm. You should be able to key into the equipment locker without alerting anyone. But I thought it best you oversee my work. This is your field of expertise. Painter nodded. Such lockers were rigged to silently send out an alarm, notifying the CIA when such a safe house was employed. Painter did not want such knowledge sent out. Not yet, not so broadly. They were dead, and he meant to keep them that way for as long as possible. His eyes ran along the circuits, following the flows of power, the dummy wires, the live ones. All seemed in order. Coral had managed to sever the power to the telephone line while leaving the keypad powered and untampered with. For a physicist, she was proving to be a very good electrical engineer. Looks good. Then we can enter. During his pre-mission briefing, Painter had memorized the safe house's code. He reached to the keypad and typed in the first number of the 10-digit code. He would have only one chance to get it right. If he entered the code wrong, the keypad would disable itself, locking down. A failsafe. He proceeded carefully. You have 90 seconds, Coral reminded him. Another failsafe. The 10-digit sequence had to be punched in within a set time span. He tapped each number with care, proceeding steadily. As he reached the 7th number in the sequence, the number 9, his finger hovered.
The illuminated button seemed slightly dimmer than its neighbor, easy to miss. He held his finger. Was he being too paranoid, jumping at shadows? What's wrong? Coral asked. By now, Omaha had joined them, along with his brother. Painter sat back on his heels, thinking. He clenched and unclenched his fingers. He stared at the number 9 button. Surely not. Painter, Coral whispered under her breath. If he waited much longer, the system would lock down. He didn't have time to spare, but something was wrong. He could smell it. Omaha hovered behind him, making him too conscious of the time ticking away. If Painter was to save Safia, he needed what lay behind this door. Ignoring the keypad, Painter picked up the tweezer and nail file. With a surgeon's skill, he carefully lifted free the number 9 key. It fell into his hand. Too easily. He leaned closer, squinting. Very. Behind the key rested a small square chip with a pressure plunger in its center. The chip was wrapped tightly with a thin metal filament, an antenna. It was a microtransmitter. If he had pressed the button, it would have activated. From the crudeness of its installation, this was not a factory installation. Cassandra had been here. Sweat rolled into Painter's left eye. He had not even been aware of the amount of moisture that had built up on his brow. Coral stared over his shoulder. Gosh, that was an understatement. Get everyone out of here. What's going on? Omaha asked. Booby trap, Painter said, anger firing his words. Out, now, grab Kara. Coral commanded Omaha, ordering him into the bathroom. She got everyone else moving toward the door. As they fled, Painter sat before the keypad. A litany of curses rang through his head like a favorite old song. He had been singing this tune too long. Cassandra was always a step ahead. 30 seconds, Coral warned as she slammed the flat's door. He had half a minute until the keypad locked down. Alone, he studied the chip. Just you and me, Cassandra. Painter set down the nail file and picked up the nail clipper. Wishing he had his tool satchel, he set to work on removing the transmitter, breathing deeply, staying in a calm place. He touched the metal casing to bleed away any static electricity, then set to work. He carefully dissected away the power wire from its ground, then just as carefully filed the plastic coating off the power wire without breaking it. Once the ground wire was exposed, he tweezed it up and touched it to the hot wire. There was a snap and a sizzle. A hint of burned plastic wafted upward. The transmitter was fried.
8 seconds. He cut the dead transmitter free and plucked it out. He closed his fingers over it, feeling its sharp edge dig into his palm. Really, Cassandra. Painter finished tapping in the final 3 digits. Beside him, the door's locks tumbled open with a whir of mechanics. Only then did he sigh in relief. Straightening, he inspected the door's frame before testing the knob. It all looked untouched. Cassandra had counted on the transmitter doing the job. Painter twisted and pulled the knob. The door was heavy, reinforced with steel. He said a quick final prayer as he hauled the door open. From the doorway, he stared inside. A bare bulb illuminated the room. Very. The neighboring room was filled with steel shelves and racks, from floor to ceiling. All empty, ransacked. Again, Cassandra had taken no chances, left no crumbs, only her calling card, a pound of C4 explosive, rigged with an electronic detonator. If he had tapped the number 9 button, it would have taken out the entire building. He crossed and pulled free the detonator. Frustration built into a painful pressure behind his rib cage. He wanted to scream. Instead, he crossed back to the flat's entry door and called the all clear. Coral's eyes were bright as she climbed the stairs. "She cleaned us out," Painter said as his partner entered. Omaha frowned, following on Coral's heels. "Who?" "Cassandra Sanchez," Painter snapped. "Safia's kidnappers." "How really did she know about the safe house?" Painter shook his head. How indeed. He led them to the empty locker, stepped inside, and crossed to the bomb. "What are you doing?" Omaha asked. "I'm salvaging the explosives. We may need them." As Painter worked, Omaha entered the locker. Kara followed, her hair wet and tangled from her interrupted shower,
her body snugged in a towel. "What about Safia?" Omaha asked. "You said you could track her." Painter finished freeing the C4 and motioned them all back out. "I did. Now we have a problem. There should have been a satellite-linked computer here, a way to reach a DoD server." "I don't understand," Kara said thinly. Her flesh shone pale yellow under the fluorescence. She appeared wasted, leaving Painter to suspect it wasn't drugs that had worn the woman down, but the lack of them. Painter led them back into the main room, revising his plans with one step, cursing Cassandra with the next. She knew about the safe house, obtained the locker code, and booby-trapped it. How did she know their every move? His gaze traveled over the group